this movie.
It's in that whole sphere of white men can't jump. That all that weird like Spike Lee niche freaking films that were good but could be considered like um, tongue in cheek, not outright racist. Because I mean,
Mm,
saying something like white men can't jump back then, it was like, oh yeah, well that's just how it is. It's they don't know how to basketball, that kind of thing. And it's like
right.
now you say that now it's like now you can outright say whatever you want and get away with it at this point.
Mm.
Back then it was a way of being able to
Hey,
poke,
Melissa.
you know.
Let me stop you for a while because we're live right now.
Oh
So
no, that's
those
cool.
who,
That's cool.
so those who are going to be jumping in, or at least whoever gonna decide to catch us on the backwatch. This is just an impromptu stream. It's nothing really special. I mean, we could talk about topics here and there, shoot the snoot, whatever, talk snoot, whatever. It's just getting the idea juices flowing for me. I just felt like just talking to everybody and talking to my crew, whoever do decide to join. Scooper Schooner just said he couldn't join, so he'll be with us tomorrow, of course. Leia will be joining us momentarily. She'll be just here for at least a cool hour with us, which is long enough for us to again shoot the snoot. Um yeah, I said nothing special to my crew, but in particular, I just wanted to herald the temporary vacation that Sound Engraver is going to be taking for a while for the majority of the summer, which is the Monday Night Muse will be absent for a while on Mondays. Professor's going to have to pick up the slack on that notion. So I'm just bidding Sound a
Hmm.
temporary farewell, a temporary farewell. Good luck on your journeys. You being a teacher, a professor, if you
Hmm.
will. Shut
Hmm.
up, shut up. Work with me,
Hmm.
work with me. Anyways, yeah, just bidding Sound a proper farewell. Thank you for all your lectures and your endeavors, and I know you're gonna come back. Of course, you're gonna come back
Of
in a new format,
course,
of course.
of
She
course.
she loves doing what she do on Mondays. So again, just giving her a temporary farewell. So Sound, if you ever do catch this live or later on in the backwatch, this is for you. Thank you for everything that you did with your platform. Uh, do a good, continue to do fantastic with your albums, with your music, with your art specifically, and of course, always continue to keep inspiring all of us to create our own entertainment, create our own content, to just be creators entirely, even if we don't view ourselves as artists or say uh, writers or designers. Like we're still creators of our own making. Like this is goes for anybody who thinks they don't have a talent. Like you have a talent somewhere. You have a talent somewhere, even if you don't think like I draw. That doesn't make you. You have to draw to create. Like just create something in your life. You know. It could be stacking blocks. I'd be on Reddit and there was this guy who would live stream him just stacking Jenga blocks in the most amazing patterns, just stacking Jenga blocks on one Jenga block, balancing them even on one
Hmm.
Jenga block. That is
Hmm.
creativity. That right there is I forgot his name, but that's where I found him on Reddit. Like dude will be stacking Jenga blocks on one single block. He'll have a pyramid on top of the thing, or a diamond shaped pyramid, pyramid on pyramid. I'm like, bruh, that is sick. I think he's Vietnamese. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but like I said, I was amazed. I was like, that's a bona fide creator right there. If it's if all you do is stack blocks, that's creativity. Same thing I was following people who do domino rallies too recently. That's creativity for you to go out your way or at least turn your whole entire living room into a domino rally in your whole house, your whole living room. That's creativity. That's what I'm saying. Like you are
I
a creator in some capacity.
I've been following farriers. That's all I've been doing. The
You
more or less
funny.
just watching, horses getting shoot. But
And I don't, Melissa. I wash my hands of Marvel. I don't care what they have to do. Ever since they named the Filipina superhero ball sack heroes.
no, 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 no. Well, you know what? I was actually going to bring that up because it's really funny. It's just this whole situation is hilarious, and the fact that Melissa brought it up is inconsequential. Because I was going to actually talk about this like really quick. So we're
Go ahead,
all
share your thoughts.
doing our
You know what?
thing, and it's I don't know. I was busy doing something else. I just kept yammering back and forth on MeWe or whatever, and then out of nowhere, Leia posted an article. Well, actually, no, she posted a video of Trey doing a review on Cap Ballsack. And then I looked it up. I'm like, oh my goodness, it's a real thing. And
No,
I had to
I
laugh so
literally,
hard.
dude.
I had
The
to
next
laugh so
day,
hard.
because I heard from Twitter that
Dude,
they named her
well, and
ball
here's the
sack.
thing.
But the
Suddenly,
thing is,
all the freaking
I
YouTubers out of nowhere start cranking out the junk content because you know how like one piece of news
yeah,
comes
yeah,
out and everybody's got to make a video on it. It was like
yeah,
a
yeah. But
freaking echo chamber, and I'm like, if Leia really wanted to, she could just freaking jump on her phone and do a review. She would have like, she would have jumped, she would have ridden that wave. But it's like everybody had to make their own review on it.
oh, we got
Everyone
Schooner
had their own
here.
spin.
That's I fully understand why you couldn't join us, Schooner. You're at work, so that's cool that you're listening from work. Stay healthy, keep doing what you're
Schooner,
doing.
go to the bathroom,
Be safe
jump
out
on
there.
for like 10 minutes. Just tell them you had a hard one.
Yeah, he agreed with what I said in the beginning. Just stay with your talents as an artist. Yeah,
So,
but like I literally confirmed that with my Filipino coworkers. So I,
hmm
so I, so I was I asked my boss, my Filipino boss. I said, "Hey, what do you think about this, Ari?" And he's like, "Huh?" Because the first time I pronounced it incorrectly, right?
they're all
In the
like,
Filipino.
"Putang ina, ng balsak."
No, but like he was like, huh? I was like, Airy. I said Airy. I said like that. But then I was like I was like, okay, okay, look, just read what don't read anything else. Just read the name. Just read the Filipino name.
hmm
And he read it. He's like, oh, and he pointed directly at his junk, and I laughed my butt off. I went to my
I,
other Filipino
I,
coworkers. I said, he gave me the correct pronunciation. He said Ari. I was like, oh, okay, Ari. I said, hey man. I said Ari, and he's like, oh that. And he just pointed his junk too. I was having a riot. But I was like, dude, this is their superhero that they're pushing out in the comics, and they named her that.
well, stuff like that is always on purpose. It's especially when the actual like creator is a
What's funny
self-supported
also,
villain girl, so it's
what's also funny
a lot of this
was
stuff is
that
intentional,
I put the name on Google Translate. I put the
right?
name on Google Translate, and the translator says "see heroes," and I was like, okay, if it really meant that, I'm like, how pretentious can you sound to give a person a name like that?
Well, because they can
See
pretty much do whatever
heroes.
they want. They can pretty much do whatever they want at this point. I mean, they own the IP. I think I've said it a few times. It's
Mm.
like I said before, you got to walk away from that stuff. You got to let the whole stuff go away. And just like I was saying earlier, suddenly
Oh, she
we're of this
Melissa
mindset
asked me
that we got to like.
how's the wife think about the Filipino Captain America. You can check it out on the YouTube the YouTubers post group. I posted a video because I recorded her talking about
hmm
we were leaving a quiet place too. This what triggered this was trumped up this video
Whatever.
I recorded her on
Yeah.
because we were leaving a quiet place too. We just got done watching that movie, which amazing movie by the way. That's my review. Quick review there.
Yeah.
I know Schooner's going to see it, so I'm trying my best not to say
Yeah.
too much about that, so I won't spoil anything.
You know my
But
opinion
we were
on that.
Yeah, but we were leaving the theater, and on our way home, she asked, "What happened to Captain America?" She was talking about Chris Evans, Captain America. Like why don't we see him anymore? I said they're trying to get rid of him. What? She's like, what? I said, yeah, they're trying to get rid of it. They're replacing him with a black man. She's like, the black man as Captain America don't look good. I was like, okay, I gotta record this. That's
Well,
like
it's
when she said
true. I
that.
mean, it's true. I
That
mean, there's
phrase
no other way to
alone got me
put it.
like okay, I gotta record this. I don't care if this is showing my identity a bit here and there, but I gotta share this. I gotta share this on the Facebook group, and of course, Professor had to shut down the P Greek group, which was interesting. How my timing is so impeccable. But
Oh, are they
but at
not
least
doing anything on Facebook anymore, or is it a
no,
closed
no, he
group?
he did a no, he did a video about it. He said he's shutting down, but he's also created another one.
He's been
I'm
posting videos
paraphrasing.
late. I don't catch all of them.
Non
By the
well
time they
well
go
here's
up,
well here's the
I'm like
thing.
asleep.
Here's the thing.
So,
He's picking up the slack. He said he's been trying to he's been following Silent Graver's advice about that, just churning out selected content. You know what I'm saying?
well,
all that. But
each
he's
video
he's
gets
always
more
been
and more
doing that.
based. Like it gets
I'm
more
just
and more
saying
based. So
he's always
think
been doing
everyone's
that
now.
though.
I think everyone's
He
now
just
kind of where I've been at for a few weeks. Actually, no, a few
yeah.
months. I've been in that spot. Like I I couldn't tell you when that happened. Actually, no, I could tell you when that happened. It
But yeah,
was
anybody who catches this, check out that video I shared because I haven't got no buzz from it. I guess people are just sharing this stuff on the YouTube group right
I
now,
know,
but like nobody's scrolling for a while, so it's gonna take a while for people to catch that. Which
but it just
again,
tells you,
it's quite.
yeah, like
It just tells you what she thinks as well. Like she's a Filipino, and and I classify her as an old school Filipino, not the new school Filipino. She's always like she she don't care what the character is that much as long as it's good. Like she don't like the idea of race swapping characters because in her words she said don't look good. Like if
well,
she especially if you take it to look into account, like she said it don't look good. It should always be white. Like she said, Captain America should always be a white man. I was like, I was just sitting here just laughing. She's like, "Why are
well,
you laughing?" I was
see,
no, 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 keep talking, keep
as
talking.
as you know, minorities can say stuff like that. Just because
Mm.
quote unquote they're in that space to be able to do that.
Now I will
Um,
warn everybody. Anybody who check out that video, just be just
I don't
just just,
do
just a,
Facebook, so
no. I'm saying just a fair warning to everybody who do catch that video. She has no filter. She swears. So.
no, you should have posted that on MeWe. I probably would have seen it if you posted it on MeWe.
I have to get the app back on my phone because it was recording on my phone,
No,
and I don't want to go through all the fucking gymnastics to freaking just like link my phone to my computer and just share it that way and looking for it through the damn data file and all that shit. I
all
mean, I
that good stuff.
would, but like I'm lazy right now. I'm too lazy.
It's dude, it's like less than 5 minutes.
I'm late. Did you not hear what I just said? I know that. I'm just too lazy to do it.
So, but yeah, no, it tells you like the echo chamber that everyone's in, and it's like, um, for me, this is my thing. Okay, I have two big gripes. It's like, you know, it would be one thing if there was all sorts of different types of content out there, but then when you kind of start to see that the alternative content literally has almost a similar model to mainstream content, it just turns you off. And then my other big gripe is, you know, you have these people that they hear or see something and then they got to regurgitate it, and it doesn't
Mm,
matter, you know, from stream to stream to stream, they regurgitate the same thing, and it's like move on, or it's like move on with life. It's like, yeah, you know, go outside, like go outside, you know, it's like, you know, get some sunlight or something, or like
hmm
better yet, cancel your
Quit
subscription to,
crying. Do some push-ups or something.
yeah. So it's like, I find it funny because like I saw like 4 or 5 different reviews on the same thing, and mind you, I only watched like maybe two. But you know how the algorithm is. If you watch one
Mm-hmm.
video, it throws your entire algorithm off. Like right now, my algorithm on YouTube is all about you know um, showing horses, and gosh, there's a really cool YouTuber out there. I think it's Lori Rocks 77. I think it is. She posts like videos of just like these Swiss trains going across the Swiss countryside from point A to point B, and they're in
Mm-hmm.
4K. They are amazing. I've been watching her content for months now, um,
What we talking about?
and there's um, we're we're talking about like literally watching like it's kind of like if you were like looking out of a window of a train. You can see like the
Mm.
countryside. You can see the buildings. And what's really funny is watching some of
So
those
you talking
videos,
about window
especially for
ASMR? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
well, you
Look,
could call it that. I
look
mean,
at.
if you just go ahead and turn off the screen, then all you get the audio. But there's just a whole bunch of stuff out there too, in terms of
Mm-hmm.
different type of content.
I'm basically
If
doing
you
what
really want.
Ishi's doing, which is just stepping away and just working on my shit. Excuse me.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's what I've been doing on Twitter. Just like anybody who brings up something, I would say, yeah, yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna get back to working on furry robot jocks.
It's oh no, they changed someone's art. I'm like, yeah, they're gonna do that.
No, when somebody when an art fix. Now here's the thing. Here's where I get triggered. When somebody comes around and fixes someone art, that's when I chime in. I ain't gonna stand around for that.
but
I'm gonna be
but you
elite.
can't have you can't have that type of reaction because you're just feeding into the buzz they're creating, and that's
Right.
kind of been my thing. It's like they're purposely going to do something to get a reaction from a certain demographic, and that
I
demographic
think
just happens to
I
be
think I think I put
my
it best when I
demographic.
did do the first art stream talking about that. I think I did put it best block them because you never know what else they're gonna try to siphon from you to try to mess up with.
Well, I mean, they're even. It's like suddenly anime is now worried that they're being infiltrated. I'm like, where do you think? It's like all your big money is coming from your
Hey,
West, but
Samuel.
what do you think is going to happen? They're going to start asking for more. Well, if I'm giving you all this money, she needs to be a biracial indigenous person of color. So that's how it starts. So
Mm,
I mean, it's getting into anime, and manga is going to be like the last. It's going to be the last pillar to kind of like
RJ
take.
even mentioned that in one of his later videos. His well, not earlier videos. Like he
Yeah.
the way how RJ was speaking about it.
Hmm.
Um, it's kind of like in the same vein as V, where or at least I'll keep it straight. He basically said that's how it starts with you saying it could never happen to me. So like a lot of people
Until it
keep
does.
a
Yeah.
lot of people keep saying, "Oh, I'm gonna stick to anime." It can never happen to anime. We can we could still stick to anime because they could try, but they're never gonna get to anime. I'm like, dude,
It's
that's what
like
the
I was
that's
telling
basically
you,
how everybody's always been talking about ever since every terrible event happened
but
in a
like I was
certain country
telling you in the
or a
back room, right?
certain town. Yep.
But like I was telling you in the back room, it's like a lot of this stuff is not coincidental, and everyone wants it to be coincidental because if it's not, then it kind of restructures their order of how they perceive
I told them.
everything
I
around them.
told them. I
And
told everybody
you know,
it's going to happen in the
and
furry.
everyone
I'm just
has
saying.
had this bug up their butt about only saying certain things on YouTube streams, and this has been going on for a while. And you and I have had these conversations that certain I'm not going to say certain people, but certain content just seems to be taboo to talk about.
Hmm.
Which that's all fine and dandy, but at one point you have to acknowledge the fact that if with all this going on. in the West and in the first world about this type of content, making its rounds. And it's not just here; it's everywhere. When we start talking about intellectual properties, it's everywhere. It's global because it's first world entertainment. Then we'll take the United States for an example. We seem to be like the nest of this stuff right now.
Hmm.
If state leaders, county leaders, if at the federal level leaders at any level, if they were truly concerned about this, you know someone would have already stepped in, and started getting involved. The fact that this is now starting to kick up even more speed tells you where we are
Hmm.
as and just as individuals, not even as Americans or British or you know um, whatever first world nationality. It's This is where we're headed, and this is where we're going. It's going to be a rough ride, and you better be strapped in. That's the most I can
Hmm.
say without turning this into uh, what's the word I want to use? Conspiracy theory. Yeah, we'll go with that. The conspiracy
Hmm.
stream. So, but yeah, come on. Look at look at what they're talking about now. Like suddenly now, again, we're talking about anime and manga. It's only going to be a matter of time. Funimation's already over there. They're already starting
Hmm.
out their 2 cents. It's only going to be a matter of time before your favorite intellectual property has to quote diversify or lose out on money. So,
Hmm.
but and that's why I've been
Part of me
saying.
still has hope, though.
Well, here's the thing: we're going to have to go through all that before we get the pendulum to swing the other way. And everyone is so hell
I'll tell
bent
you
on not
why.
having that
I'll tell you
happen,
why
and
I
it's
have
just
hope.
a natural
In the
process of.
case of Japan, though, in the case of Japan,
Mm.
in the case of Japan, I have hope that Japan will wake up way quicker than us Americans because they're all about still making money
Oh
first
well,
and
they
foremost.
already know. That's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. Like anime creators are now starting to get concerned. It's just a
Yep.
matter of time before these studios are like, "Oh, we got to take the money." But the type of anime and the type of manga that we get here, we don't get all of it. We get their top selling
No.
stuff. That's why you can go to say like a Barnes and Noble or say like any generic bookseller, and you can find the top shelf stuff. We get the top shelf stuff. We don't get all the stuff that gets churned out. You know, let's put it this way: if we're getting yaoi, then we're getting their best yaoi.
Hmm.
If we're getting this is the cringe part. If we're getting lolly, we're getting the best lolly. So again,
Hmm.
so it's that kind of thing where and I gotta believe it's vice versa too, that all these other countries tend to get our best stuff. It just sadly our best stuff now happens to be what's you know taking a knee, if you will, to to current culture, because that's what they want in terms of that's what brings in
What's
money.
your take on
That,
that bullshit thing that's been pushed by the Obamas, the We the People?
on Netflix, uh,
Yeah.
you know, I have several opinions
I
on.
seen the music. I'm like,
I
bruh,
I have several
you guys
opinions
are
on
ham-fisting y'all lyrics here and there.
like I have my opinions on Opie and Big Mike. I really do. Um, but here's my thing: they're on top of that crest too. They're riding that train. At this point, they're about making money, and it has not been known that they've signed a big contract with Netflix. Well, well far back. And here's the thing: everyone seems to forget that Susan Rice, for a while, I don't know what she's doing now because now she's working for Potato, but
Mhm.
she sat on that board on Netflix right after her job with uh, back when 44 was in power. If you don't know who Susan Rice is, that was that was his minion that went all around for a whole 7 days doing a trope about how Benghazi was over a YouTube video, and then subsequently more information came out, and then we found out that she lied to the public. I mean that's how genuine the State Department tends to be with the public, if you will. But yeah, she got a nice little cushy job, and then between Obi and Big Mike, I mean, they had some really nice book deals. I mean, that's how they do their money. It's book deals. So they were supposed to be doing some shows subsequently for Netflix, and it was supposed to be like a whole trope of shows. I don't have the
Mm.
article right in front of me because I'm not in front of my laptop, but yeah, I saw the trailer and I wanted to go ahead and post the link on MeWe, but I didn't want anyone to. I did post a link, but I didn't get too controversial with my comment. All I said was pay attention to the names. And all the
Mm-hmm.
names are right there, and it's all the same familiar people that tend to have that same opinion all the time. And at one point, you have to ask yourself, it's like it's. I'm not saying it's a coincidence, but there's a big echo chamber, and they all have the same opinion about where they want to go with this stuff. And this stuff is
Mm-hmm.
not stuff that I would consider uh, top shelf popular culture, if you will. It's a way to get a message out, and it's been the current message that they've been
Did
putting
you
out
did you check out the
for a while.
comments in that
Mm-mm.
video, that
No,
YouTube video?
I don't watch any of that stuff. I mean, like
I
I
know
can
you
tell you
don't,
most of that.
but
Yeah, like
well, I
most of
just
that
figured
stuff, the
I
comments
figured
get like
you might have
nasty.
bit the bullet.
Um,
But so
at the very
far,
beginning,
yeah. Well,
when Chuck E was doing her press conferences, I was watching it, and they're just ratioing all those videos coming out of that administration like crazy. So I stopped. I'm like, I can't watch this stuff.
so yeah,
If you
I saw
really,
the comments. I'm pretty sure that the opposing comments are gonna fly right in. But I saw it earlier in there, and it's people pretty much are saying what they're saying about how terrible this is going to be, because it's going one side. It's not really proposing both sides of the argument at all. Not like in the
well, no, and it's been like that for a while. Even
not like in the early movies, like The Hate You Give. I haven't watched that movie because I was like, I was not really. I really wasn't going to just see it from just one perspective, because it's The Hate You Give is obviously from the black perspective. It's based off a book too, and I have not read that book. And truth be told, I'm not about to go read something like that, because again, when it comes from the black perspective, they always have it. They always want to have it one way at this point, just one way.
oh well, yeah. Here's my thing, and the only reason that is because that opinion is shared by a lot of people in entertainment, because that's what brings in the money. That's what brings in book deals. That's what brings in government dollars. I mean, again, like I said before, and I said it earlier. If this was really like something distressing, people would get involved and say, "Hey, I think we need to kind of stop this stuff." But I mean, at the end of the day, this is where people want to go. And going back to just the content of the video, I mean, it's poorly produced to even begin. Like, I mean, we've had
Hmm.
animated films, we've had animated content that looks just sharp. That
Okay, go
I'm
with
trying to
that.
think.
How you best describe the animation that they're using for the trailer itself, or at least
Uh,
for
it's
the
it's
production itself?
it's meant to get the attention of your low level hood rat. That's what it's meant to do. It's meant to get the attention of your low IQ viewer who doesn't really care for the actual content as much as the message, so that they can
That
pair it on
watch
YouTube.
TV
Oh my
more than the
gosh,
book.
guys, this was like the best ever, and if you don't watch it, you don't get it.
Look at
You
the
know,
colors that they're using.
yeah, and my whole thing is, okay, if you want to be of that camp, by all means, but my opinion is going to be vastly different than yours, and it's going to be vastly
Hmm.
more informed, and it's going to be very pointed, which I know people don't like. And to be
And I'm of the
perfectly honest,
demographic that
these opinions have not changed, and
I'm
they
gonna
really
chime in
haven't
real
changed.
quick. Let me
Yeah.
chime in real quick as well to add to what you're saying just now, or earlier, before you got into your next point.
Mm.
Um, I'm of the demographic that they're trying to specifically point this to. They're trying to. in the trailer, I'm seeing it's like they're trying to say, oh, we're open to everybody, right? But we all know what demographic that they're mostly really aiming this
Well, they're
towards.
open to everybody as long as you don't share your opinion with them. If
Well, no, no, no,
you have
no.
to
I'm
literally
saying like
play that word game with
it's
those
one
people.
demographic. We all know what demographic that they're really
Well, yeah,
pointed
they're
at.
pandering to blacks. They're pandering to blacks
Yeah,
all the freaking time, and it's
I'm
gaining
of that
massive.
demographic, and I say I'm not gonna watch this nonsense either, especially if it's backed by the Obamas. I don't even I like at this point like anything that the Obamas are back. I'm like no, not touching them. Fuck
I'd
they're
be curious
corporal.
to see. I'd be curious to see what Gothic's opinion on that would be if she actually did a video on it. Like I haven't seen any of her content because here's my thing. Once you start going down this rabbit hole of looking for content creators that are just more of your um, middle of the road consensus on a lot of this stuff, you'll
Hmm.
find a whole trope of them, and it's hard to keep up. I mean, just like I said with the Captain Ballsack, you know,
You'll
all
love
the videos just started flooding my
That's why I didn't
notification,
watch. That's why I
and
didn't
I'm like,
watch. I
I was
saw the
like,
title. I was like,
there's
okay,
no
I know what you're
way
talking
to
about.
keep up with all these. Yeah, there's no way to keep up with all these creators. You literally have to pick like maybe two or three, and that's it. And that's where you get most of
And
your,
truth be told,
that's how you get caught
that's
up.
all you
Like,
need. That's all you need is three, maybe two or three. That's all you
yeah,
need.
because the people that you and I know tend to watch the same people, and you notice how they tend to have the same opinion about everything that comes up in pop entertainment. And I tend to think to myself, it's like there's got to be a different opinion on this. So
Hmm.
I mean, I usually just stick to like since we're just doing this like off the cuff, like I tend to stick to as I
Hmm.
tend to stick to Mr. H Mahler sometimes when I watch EFAB, but that normally
Yeah.
happens to be with a movie review. I mean, that's how I came across uh, The Father with Anthony Hopkins. I'm debating whether I want it in 1080p as a Blu-ray disc or just keep the 720 DVD disc that I have that I
Hmm.
bought from Target. But here's my thing: I'm not advocating that you go out to your local Target and fund them because they're just as bad. Um, they just got torn into again. Same place again, and they're still
Target.
yeah, and they're still of that same diatribe that they want to donate money to black-owned businesses. And it's this
Anti-racist baby is on the shelves. Even
well that
I've
too.
seen it, man. No, no,
That
seriously, I've
that too.
seen
Like
it. I went to the
when
book
it comes,
section. I went
yeah,
straight to the
yeah.
book section, and I'm just sitting here
I
and
know I
seeing all
talked
this
about that book and people
anti-male.
laughed, and I'm like, no, I'm like they have it. It's right there. I
Even
mean, actually,
this one girl who did a TikTok even
mm,
showed the books that they have in the children's section book
it's pretty
sales
bad. It's
on
pretty
the
bad. Like if you
in the
want to
Target.
sexualize,
I forgot her
if you
name.
want to,
I forgot her handle name, not her real
yeah,
name. I think she's
if
on
you want,
PragerU now. But
if you want to
hang on,
hypersexualize
Trooper.
your cutie, that's where you go.
Yeah, hang on, Trooper. Yeah,
Yeah,
I seen her do that, and I seen Lauren Chin going into mostly a bookstore,
yeah.
and they have that type of material there in its own section. Well, not necessarily in their own section. They have it in the sections where they shouldn't even belong. Really, they should have their own section, like woke section or whatever. But
Well,
like
what did they
you have
call that?
some of them,
Multimedia entertainment. That's literally done
quote
by a
unquote,
vendor. Yeah, it's
quote
all done
unquote.
by a vendor. The actual retailer themselves don't actually sit there and go through all the whatnot. I mean, they have someone who generically orders in mass, and that's what's out there. Like I will tell you, and I'm kind of 50-50 on 45, but I will tell you, when DJT Jr. went ahead and released his book Triggered, I can tell you locally, um,
Triggered.
yeah, yeah, locally that first week it got pulled off the shelf.
Wow.
It was ordered. It was on the shelf. Yeah, because they don't want to give it sale numbers. Because you got to remember, when it comes to New York Times and stuff like that, it's all based on the first week and weekend numbers of sales. So they literally pulled that book here in Vegas. Like I could not find it on any of their shelves, and it wasn't until about maybe 6 months later, because they had it up for 1 or 2 days. I had just been in the store. I was like, I should get that while I see it right now, and I didn't, and then I went right back because I mean I like to kind of fill my. And here's the thing, folks. Like I like to fill my library with different opinions. I'm not of just. I mean, if you were, of course, like half the stuff. If you were to look at my bookshelf now, you'd be like, "Oh, he's a conservative." I'm like, by any means, I am not, because right now that means something completely different than what it should entail. But anyway, so yeah, I have all types of different books to kind of give me more or less like a moderate kind of well-rounded opinion on a topic, so I don't sound like, oh yeah, no, he's left or he's right. No, I kind of like to know all sides of the argument. So if I have to take an opposing side to someone else making an argument, I can make an argument that is strong. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you go into any type of discourse or debate, you want to know what you're talking about. So if someone tosses out something, you can say, "Well, I know where that number's from, and this is why you're wrong."
Yeah.
But case in
Also,
point,
you'll feel right at home at Gothics if you fall
yeah,
if you ever check her out,
yeah,
because she's as she put herself politically homeless, but she's also
yeah,
of the
yeah.
opinion
I
that,
think we,
that
there's a lot of people that are politically homeless. Um, I can tell you, I definitely was politically homeless right after this election. In terms of if the process doesn't work, where do we all fall into now? It doesn't matter how you registered, whether you're independent, whether you're an R, or whether you put a D after your last name. It's like, where do we all fall now? Because it's very apparent that nobody wants to talk about these audits. It's very apparent that no one wants to have a conversation about um, just how we go about choosing our leaders, or rather, who chooses them for us. And we were having this discussion, off backstage when it came up to say, like, voter registration cards. And I was telling you, I'm like, voter registration cards are very common in second world nations. I mean, heck, I mean, we went to, I mean, we've reformed elections, in other countries, but yet ours are so open ended. But getting off that, it it seems to me,
let me pump the black brakes real quick to
yeah,
address some of the Oki. Yeah, he says I've been liking the 2006 Guyver series, checking out Paranoid Agent tomorrow. Got the Blu-ray at last, dude. Me and Owen did a whole entire stream series about a rewatch, if you will, about that series. That series is actually really good. Like if anybody
yeah,
who's ever a Guyver fan, definitely check
hmm
out the 2006 Guyver series, which for a specific title, it's called Guyver the Bio Boosted Armor. Um,
right,
definitely check out the previous original series, Sunny Lee,
hmm
and definitely check out Out of Control. Um, they vary in quality, mind you. They vary in quality, but
yeah.
yeah, me and Owen both had agreed that 2006 Guyver series was the closest it ever got to adapting the manga that of its namesake. Definitely
Well, here's the
a
thing.
good adaptation.
Yeah, here's the thing. In order to find a more mild, more moderate opinion, I'm literally having to turn to content creators that are overseas, because the content creators that are here are literally like one big echo chamber now, in terms of how everyone just parrots the same thing. And now, mind you, YouTube itself, in and of itself, when it first came out, and I want to say it was around 2009, it was supposed to be just your regular little cat meme. We didn't know what it was, um, but again, no one knew these
You want to take
platforms
this
were
one?
going to blow up the way they did. So
You want to take that one?
let's see.
The three
Your
questions.
question. Uh-huh.
Yeah, the three questions that stump woke SJ hobos, etc., are compared to what, at what cost, what hard evidence do you have? Usually, most statements they make cannot answer one or two of those. Yeah, they tend to go on a
Well,
long diatribe when they try to
well,
answer, don't they?
well. Here's the thing: they're spoon fed all the talking points. Like if they watch that Obama video, I mean, they're going to get their talking points from that. They're not going to be able to substantiate any numbers because they're not doing any of the research, which a lot of these, politicians don't want you to do the research because if you do, you go down a rabbit hole. Um, which, like, okay, so good example is Israel Palestine. If you talk to any neocon or any boomer, they're going to tell you that, oh, you got to be for one. If you're not for one, then you're for the other. Um, and this is where I have to put the kibosh on that. And my opinion is, how about you can be for neither? Uh, and it kind of goes along with this whole thing with all this propaganda that's coming out. Either you're for it or you're against it. Same thing. I'm for neither because one, you start doing that. Guess what? The next wave of propaganda is going to, come around. Is going to swing in the, it's going to swing the pendulum the other direction, and no one's going to like it. No one's going to like
Hmm.
the rhetoric that's going to be coming out of it because if we're already seeing where woke is going, well, when unwoke comes around,
I'll
it's
give
going to
this
be even worse.
this chat a few examples of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So we're for black rights. Then it later becomes, oh, we're for black trans rights. And
Hmm.
then you go to, oh, we're for black indigenous rights. I'm like,
Well, you and I have
but
had
black.
this
Well,
discussion
here's the thing. I was like, wait a
about
minute. Last time I checked, the word black person was a unifying term, which means
yeah.
like you shouldn't be putting a and at the end of a
Well,
black
here's the
person.
thing: you can't be black anymore. And I think I talked about this, and I touched upon this with you privately. You can't be black anymore. You have to be
Hmm.
black something. It's like so. Either you're okay, black Filipino, black trans. Uh, go ahead and add something else to it because that oppression pie gets really juicy the more that you
Black
add to.
non-binary.
Yeah, exactly. You just can't, because just saying that you're black, right now, because I mean, for anyone who,
It's very exclusive to other people that wear the same skin color, but they identify as something. I'm like, dude,
well, here's the thing:
black is a
you tell
unifying
someone,
term.
you go up to Pink Scalp and you say, hey, I'm black. That's the first thing they pick up on is that you're not putting something else on it, and guess what? That tells them that you're, quote, a non common sense individual, meaning that you're a common sense individual. I mean, you literally have to play word salad with these people to understand what they're getting at. So,
Mhm.
by you saying that you're a mild mannered man who's willing to listen to any opinion, you're already putting yourself in that column to be canceled because you're willing to hear the opposing argument. So, and all the propaganda that's just been thrown towards the black community has just been mountains and mountains of it just has been thrown, just heaped and
Copious,
piled on and piled on and
copious
piled on.
amounts.
Yeah, like I mean, what does black even mean now? I
Yeah,
like I don't understand it because me as me me
bruh.
not being black,
Imagine
I
them.
couldn't
Look,
answer that
look.
question.
Imagine them getting the torches and pitchforks on me if I shout, "I'm black and I'm proud," because they know that proud thing ain't
Yeah.
signifying me saying that I'm black and I'm celebrating Pride Month.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Look,
I
look, look,
posted
look,
some memes.
they'll try to mistake it as me, coming out. I'm like, no, this is me loudly proclaiming that I feel
Yeah,
good being a black person. I
you
feel
should.
like James Brown told me to say
Yeah,
it loud. I'm saying it loud. I'm black and I'm proud.
yeah, you should. Yeah, like anything, you should take pride in the things that you do. So whether if let's say you're a low level cashier, if you're the best low level cashier in that cashier line at the grocery store, then you do your best because when you're done
Hang
at the
on,
end of the day, you feel accomplished.
Daniel here
You
just
really
popped
do.
in. He done got lost in the jungle. Daniel, we're doing an impromptu stream, man.
Yeah, this is just like last minute. We're just talking at this point.
Not
Like,
last minute, just off the cuff. I just felt like talking
yeah,
today. Well,
I woke up
trying to get my
and I saw. a thing on MeWe, I'm bored, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm bored too, and I got some banging
Yep,
going on
yep,
in my
yep,
master bath.
yep.
So
That's basically what we communicate each other privately on me. We're like, hey, I'm bored.
I
Interesting.
literally woke up to. That's what I woke up to. I was like, oh my gosh, and my cat's like looking all weird, like wondering what's going on in the bathroom, and it's for anyone who wants to know what a day in the life of Trooper is like. So there's been this leak in my master bath that's been going on for at least a month and a half now. Ended up going through two different contractors. The one contractor tried to milk more work out of the project than just cutting a square and being able to see, oh, it's your upstairs neighbor, which, well, when you got a big old bubble half the size of a golf ball, it's going to be your upstairs neighbor. I'm like, oh, thanks, Sherlock. I really needed to pay you $700 to do that. That quickly went up in price. So that, we put the kibosh on that. We got a hold of the upstairs neighbor. Upstairs neighbor was like, oh, well, it's going to take a while. And I'm thinking to myself, no mess, Sherlock, no mess. So
Mm-hmm.
finally, she got her act together, and she's starting to demo that stuff now. But I woke up and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because normally it's my cat who wakes me up, and it's usually around the same time. He's my alarm clock. So I just happened to stay up really late last night, just doing stuff. Like, I found a really cool game. Like, you and I were talking. I was like, oh, I'm bored. I want to get some on Steam. So I went on Steam. I found this game called Trials of Fire. I hate it, but I like it. It's like if
Mm-hmm.
your whole party dies, you got to start all over again. But like your overall progression of your character stays with you, but just not that particular storyline. And you got to redo it, and you got to redo it, and you got to redo it. So it really has. It kind of reminds me of Dark Souls somewhat, and I
Or
can.
darkest dungeon.
Yeah, I hate that shit. I really do.
You're,
But
you're one of the
I
few
I
people I've
couldn't
ever
find
talked to
any
about
good
that
game, and I'm
that actually
sitting
said
here
that.
bitching on MeWe. I'm bitching on MeWe. I'm like, if and I'm just gonna put it succinctly. If you're bitching about how these freaking IPs are being taken over, you need to get in there and change them. And I literally put that on MeWe, and I'm thinking, man, I gotta eat my own. I gotta eat my own words. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so $13 later, I found a really cool game and I was playing it, but I stayed up late and
I'm just like,
late to the
nobody
point.
should change Dark Souls. Nobody.
Well, late to the
Dark Souls
point that
is a genre in itself, and it stays the way it should be. That's how I enjoyed it the first time, and that's how ever going to be. That's how it's ever going to stay. If they change Dark Souls and give it an easy mode, or if some of the enemies are crazily easy to
yeah.
kill, I'm gonna be like, this is not Dark Souls. What did you do to my Dark Souls? This is not
Well,
Dark Souls.
okay. So I listen to in terms of my everyday stuff. Like I said before, you got to find content creators that kind of give you a little levity, right? All my levity is
Hmm.
literally coming from Europe. Now, mind you, they're about 5 to 10 years ahead of where we're at. They're always about 5 to 10 years because it happens in Europe first, and then it makes its way here. So you know, I the best way to put it, and I know I keep trying to find words so I don't start having like these meltdowns on YouTube because they make for great content, but um, when it comes to this stuff, when it comes to games, when it comes to uh, politics and stuff like that, I always like finding a voice that is more akin to where my stream of thinking would logically go. So um, just to just to do a quick political science, mini
Hmm.
lesson, trooper 101. Okay, so we we spend foreign aid on Israel. They're on the top of that foreign aid list. Before our budget gets done, they get X amount of money that we have to borrow from someone else that we don't have. So they not only get that, they get it as they more or less get it as free money. Like if we were to do it as a loan, we'd actually have to track where the money goes, right? Cool, whatever. So
Right.
if you know anything about 44 before 45 came in, you know about the big sums of money that made their way into Iran. So that being said, we all saw the rocket situation, and the first thing that came to my mind is we're literally spending money to watch it all burn up in rockets. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, I'm like, I really do live in clown world because not only are we spending our money on rockets to see them blow up in the air, we're watching Batwoman go through all her iterations, and no one still likes Batwoman, even though she's been black at this point. She's gone from Ruby Rose to what's her face to a new face. I mean, that's how tuned
They
people
even
are to
got rid of
black.
the black woman.
Yeah, yeah, she couldn't cut
Damn,
it. She
I've been
couldn't
under the
cut it.
rock.
She could not cut it. Like like the one show on on the Constantly Woke network that's actually doing really well is Superman and Lois. That's the only show
Not even
that's actually
Legends.
doing. Yeah, well, that whatever you want to call it. It's the iteration of Superman and Lois where their kid
No,
has
no,
social
Legends of
anxiety
Tomorrow. It's
disorder.
that's starting to fail now.
Uh, no, no, no. Actually, so Superman and Lois went on hiatus.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they went ahead and they subbed it with Bat. I'm gonna say Batquisha. I'm gonna say it. So they did that.
Baquisha,
Yeah,
Bokiki.
Baquisha. Yeah, Boom Kiki. Yeah, so they subbed it with Boom Kiki. Well, the ratings started to tank because, like, most boomers, they don't know how to look at the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And so it finally came back from hiatus, and the numbers are still good. I mean, they're not as good as they were at first because it's kind of like the Buffy situation and Star Trek Voyager situation. Right at the end of Buffy, it got picked up by the United Paramount Network, which now we know is CW. Um, so, like, it went through all its 6 seasons, and then they bought it so they could show it. Oh, please, 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 please! We're gonna do Goodbye Buffy, blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, when he was still doing his thing with his actresses, before we knew he was a male, feminist or whatever. So it's like, all right, cool, cool. We'll do another season. They bring her back from the dead only to kill her off. Well, I don't think they killed her off, but they killed off the show right after that. So, I mean, that's how you got your 7-year run. But with Voyager, Voyager was one of the flagship shows on the United Paramount Network, and it was hard to find a solid time slot for that show because it kept moving around. Because, I mean, growing up, that was my exposure to Star Trek. So yeah, I grew up with Janeway. I grew up with Chakotay. I grew up with B'Elanna. I grew up with Captain
Mm-hmm.
Proton. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I grew up with Harry. I grew up with Neelix. I grew up with Kess. So I mean, that was that. That to me was
I love I love me some Balana.
what's really cool, and no one's ever talked about this, and I'm going to talk about it. Like, I actually liked. Um, I liked B'Elanna's makeup in the first. I
Yeah.
want to say, I want to say the first season, because I would actually have to go back and see if I could remember the name of the episode. I can tell you when her makeup changed.
Mm-hmm.
It was when B'Elanna was more or less separated, if you will. Her human and her Klingon side were separated. Because prior to that, the Klingon makeup on her just looked awesome. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it was Roxanne Dawson who just brought like a lot of just strong female, like to that character. And right after that
She's
episode,
got that sass.
yeah, right after that episode, like her hair and makeup changed. Like her forehead crest and the makeup went from being a little lighter to being a little darker, and then the hair went from being a little more wavy, which kind of
Mm-hmm.
gave her more of it gave her more of a Latin feel to like just her dark features. Her hair went straight because it was obviously a mix of her own hair and the prosthetic wig or whatnot. But I mean, those are the characters that I used to love and used to adore, and now we're seeing people talking about, hey, blah 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 blah, Discovery, blah 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 blah. Here's my thing: Discovery takes place in the JJ verse, so yeah, granted, a lot of those actors are a little older now, and it would be kind
I'm
of
looking at it
hard
right
to kind of
now.
bring some of them back.
I'm looking at it right
Uh,
now.
do like
I see your
Roxanne
point.
Dawson, Balana season one, and then do the subsequent because it was also right around the time too no, I want to say that was mid-season. Mid-season was around the time Roxanne had her baby, and they kind of worked that into
Hmm.
the arc too. And that was very different. That was very different, but they still weren't pushing. They weren't pushing this biracial agenda. Back then. Now it's biracial person of color, but they weren't pushing that back then. Back then it was almost like telling Spock's story, if you will, where
Hmm.
Spock is half human, half Vulcan. But those were the types of stories I gravitated to because they already had that depth. You already knew what a Vulcan was. If you had never been exposed to a Vulcan, then you were going to inevitably be exposed to one. And no one really cared that Tim Russ was a Vulcan. I mean, you know, he was a Vulcan and that was it. I mean,
Yeah,
Hollywood tried to make
he
this
wasn't no
big
black.
to do. Yeah, yeah.
Nobody
Tried to.
like if they ever saw Tuvok
Yeah.
now, they would automatically just make all the they'll try to automatically make all the Vulcans black because you got one black Vulcan from one Star
Yeah.
Trek.
Yeah.
Now suddenly Vulcans are analogs to black people. I'm like,
Yeah.
no. And
Yeah.
then that further goes to my point. Whenever time I see race swapping in a movie,
Mm.
see a trooper, a trooper, see a schooner.
All
Y'all
right,
names are
Schooner,
bleeding
go back to work.
in. But no, what I was gonna say was that's why I dread whenever time I see a race swap of an original character that wasn't originally black or any other other race that they decided to switch on because these yahoos with an identity crisis, if you will, as I like to
Yeah.
call it, identity crisis.
Well, it
They
is.
see that and here's the thing. This is not this is not this is not this is not strictly geared towards the cosplaying community specifically, but like I see it when they attack the cosplayers. Like you get the cosplayers that are cosplaying the original look of the character, and they slam on the cosplayer saying, "No, they're black." Like,
Oh
no,
yeah, yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
look,
Here's my thing.
just because they got race swapped and played by black actress does not automatically make this character now the original character. The character was taking Starfire for example. Here's the thing about Starfire. Starfire is first and foremost a Tamaranian, an alien, not a
Oh, well,
human
here's my thing.
being.
Let's say you want to cosplay Tuvok and you're not black. You have to go through all that process of one, actually trying to get a hold of a uniform. If you're lucky enough, you might find maybe someone on eBay who's still selling one. I remember what was it? There was a command uniform. Like when a lot of this stuff from Voyager got sold off, a lot of it ended up on eBay. Like the there was a command suit that ended up on there. I, of course, was like, oh, I want to get it, but I don't want to spend all the money like that. But think of how much money a cosplayer has to go through in order to recreate literally these studios have a particular budget and they get a group of people and they put the makeup together and they put the costume together. You don't have any of that as a cosplayer. You're the wardrobe director, you're the makeup designer, you're the supervising you're the supervising director of that entire project. So you have to put Tuvok's uniform together as best you can. You have to recreate the makeup as best you can, and then there's certain things that you have to do to recreate Tuvok. And now in 2021, oh well, blah blah blah, that's racist, blah blah blah, blackface. Absolutely not.
Mm-mm.
You're trying to do a service to your favorite characters. I mean, um, it's kind of why I wanted to go to Anime Matsuri this year. It's literally right around the corner. I'm like, okay, I could jump on a plane, go do it, come right back. But because I understand the whole cosplay process. I remember at the very beginning you had asked me, you have a trooper costume. I'm like, yeah, and it's sitting there, and obviously now that I've become a little bit more informed, I can go ahead and start finding the parts that I need, which
Hmm.
it's not easy. You have to go through a lot of people because unless you're doing the molding yourself, guess what? You're going to have to go through someone else who might actually have the molding that you want for the particular piece of your costume. And you got to come up with an arrangement. You got to come up with a dollar amount. Especially if you're going to join the 501st, your trooper suit has to meet the standard. There's a certain dress code that you have to do to literally just be able to be called a member of the 501st. And it's not an easy process to so my hat's off to any cosplayer that's willing to take on that task of being their own wardrobe designer, their own makeup director, their own special effects coordinator, because you're it. You and
Hmm.
Dr. Internet have to come up with how you're going to recreate this, and then you have to literally learn how to do that. I mean, some of these cosplayers literally learn how to do special effects makeup in order to be able to recreate a character. And it used to be back in the day, if you did something like that, a studio was willing to freaking hire you. Like, okay, cool, this is like the best stuff we found so far. You're better than the people that are out there that call themselves special effects artists. And you got on with the company, and that's how you went into the whole special effects side of movie making. Now it's not like that. Now it's this old boys club, because a lot of these people have started to age, and they you know you get to a certain age, once you've become a fossil, you suddenly decide that all your views, which would be considered contemporary conservative, are wrong, and you literally go off the cliff. I mean, you've seen some of the comments that have come out of these Star Trek actors too, and I think to myself, hey, you know what? You've been around forever. I don't care. You're a fossil. I still respect your opinion because you're allowed to have it, but my opinion is always going to be different. But going back to Voyager or whatnot, it's that was literally Voyager was. I don't want to say the crest, because if you ask different people, they're going to give you a different opinion. They'll say that DS9 was the peak of Star Trek. Some people say the Next Generation was. I tend to think that the peak for that particular franchise was Next Generation. It kind of started, once it hit its peak, it started to come down a little bit, and you know, right as it was starting to come down, you had Babylon 5 coming in, by Michael Straczynski. And prior to DS9, he had actually pitched his show to Paramount, and suddenly, and there's always going to be a debate on that DS9 was more or less a knockoff of Babylon 5. But anyway, um, you'll ask someone and they'll tell you, no, 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 it was DS5, because DS5 finally had the episodic pace down, and they maybe went one or two or three shows with a particular arc. Sort of like the romance between Cisco and Cassidy, Cassidy Yates. We knew it was there. We saw it from episode to episode, but it wasn't one long-winded arc. Um, that's what Babylon 5 did. Like, Babylon 5 actually
Hmm.
had an arc to their characters. So you knew where Londo and you knew where Jakar always stood with each other. You knew there were things going on within the station all the time, and you could literally piece stuff together if you kept watching, and that was the reward. Is that the more you kept watching, the more you knew about something. But I want to say that it's second peak. And artists, even movie artists, have this, or and even music artists have this, where they'll peak, they'll have their peak album, and then they have a resurgence, and they may have another one and another one, but it's never going to be as that first. It's never going to be as high as that first peak. So me, if you were to ask me, I would say their second peak was Voyager, and it was in the sense of, I'm not going to say they were breaking new territory, because a lot of it wasn't new territory. But what they did manage to do was able to write a story about a ship stranded in the Delta Quadrant, and that kind of made it a little tough to bring in some of the canonical aliens that we already knew, but they were able to
Hmm.
pull from subsequent stories you know, they were able to get a Romulan on the show. They were able to get a Ferengi on the show. I mean, all the aliens that we were used to seeing, but we got to see other things also. So, but yeah, I'm kind of glad we jumped on this, today, because I mean, this is kind of impromptu, but it was kind of nice just to be able to talk about production value and
But you leave me now? You getting soft on me?
no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. All I'm saying is, you got these SJWs who are willing to criticize cosplayers for doing cosplay when they don't know what actually goes into it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you end up meeting people in the process of creating your costume, you know, that you may decide, you know, hey, you know what, this is a good cosplay, or you may decide, hey, you know what, I like this particular technique that they do. I'm going to incorporate it into mine. And then that's how you improve your costume. You'll notice that a lot of these cosplay costumes improve over time because granted skill level improves. So,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
that's
Plus,
my
size
tangent
should
on
be
Star
coming in
Trek.
pretty soon, or at
Yeah,
least if she's too tired with what she's doing, then
yeah,
it's perfectly fine.
it wouldn't matter. We could still keep going.
Unless she
But
don't show up.
here's my thing. Like, okay, in order to bring back Star Trek to the screen, they did it. And they had to do it this way because when you had Viacom and Paramount split, you know, some of these intellectual properties were kind of split in terms, I mean, in order to sell off stuff, they sold off certain things. Just like kind of Marvel has that weird thing with Spider-Man where um, Sony has had it for the longest time, and suddenly now they want it. Now that they're big, it's like, well, yeah, now that you're big, suddenly you want it. So how are you going to bring Spider-Man to the screen? And I hear these opinions from either people I know or just YouTubers, all blah 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 blah. I don't like Tom Holland. It's like, do you realize the type of negotiations it takes to bring something like that to a screen when it's a separate company? Now, I'm not making an argument for the companies, but it's one of these things where it's like it's a group of people that literally have to kind of hash out, hey, this is what we're going to do. Um, and you can do this, but you can't do that. And, we got that with Star Trek too. I don't really like the JJ verse. I mean, I like the 2009 film because it was nice to take a romp with the, crew of the Enterprise and to be on the Enterprise, if you will, while you're watching the film. It was nice to revisit that IP. Uh,
My experience was that the time travel was unnecessary. The time travel aspect was unnecessary. It should have been. Truth be told, I I don't see it as a reboot. I didn't want to see it as a reboot specifically because I wanted to be a new its own movie basically. I wanted it to be its
it could
own
have
movie. Yes,
it could have
it
been a
stars.
mirror universe film too, and that's
Yes,
the thing. Like, you
it
could have
stars the
gone
original
anywhere
cast,
with this.
recast it. Hang on, Trooper. Yes, it start the original cast, recast it, of course, yes, but at the end of the day, it was its own movie and onto its own adventures, or at least like it's like it could have been just
Could have been a
it
different
wouldn't be
ship.
a reboot. It just would have been just been a continuation. Yeah, it could fit in with the other movies and the series itself, but like it should have
It,
been its own adventure for that
yeah,
matter.
it should have been its own adventure. It could have been either the USS Titan, or it could have been, anything from the New Frontier novels. There's a lot of soft canon out there with the extended universe, and I put a post on MeWe saying, hey, about a month ago, just if anyone is not paying attention, uh, and that's what the whole post was about. Hey, if anyone's not paying attention, Paramount is getting ready to do what Disney's having to do with their EU to get out of their EU. They're going to cancel it. So I anticipate this, flurry of voices. Oh, this is what we need to do to fix it. No, no, you don't need to fix it. It's done. It's over with. The movie studios have already decided what they're going to do. They've signed the paperwork. The EU is going to go away. It's going to be more or less like Star Wars Legends. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, well, great. So I've been trying to kind of put pieces of the expanded universe together because it's a little different. It's a little different than Star Wars. Star Wars you break up, with New
And there she
Republic,
is.
Galactic Empire. Oh, cool. But the Star Trek novels aren't like that. They tend to be their own separate
Hey,
story
Leia.
arcs.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Pretty
I
good, pretty
stopped
good,
by.
pretty good.
Well, it sounds like you have a good conversation going, so I won't interrupt.
It's
Oh,
But
mostly me.
you
It's mostly me going on about Star Trek IPs and being canceled and people
his
wanting to
usual
fix something.
diatribe.
People wanting to fix IPs that there's no fixing to. It's I get tired of hearing the consensus of, oh, we need to fix this, we need to rewrite that. Well, while you do that, these companies are moving on without you. So
Hmm.
it's one of these things
That's why I
where
did.
either
That's why I structured the That's why I structured the fantasy studio office the way I did. It's not
yeah.
that we're coming in to fix anything. We're that's why I said we're going to start phase 4 based on my rewrite. Not That's not me fixing what they broke, but me rewriting something.
Well,
Oh,
Leia,
already,
you missed.
already did the rewrite, but like we're starting off, and we're gonna
Yeah.
do what we would do, not fixing Shang-Chi or fixing Captain Marvel
But it's
or
Fu
fixing.
Manchu. I want Fu Manchu.
I don't care about no Fu Manchu or
Rah rah
or
rah
Fu
rah
Man Chow
rah
Chow.
rah 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 rah. So, and
But
that's what
other
they
than
were
that,
looking
like,
to avoid. They were looking to avoid all the stereotypes. Oh, we can't do that. I'm like, that's Americana. Hate to tell you. So, but yeah, no, Leia, you missed it. So you
we were
sent
talking
out
about
that link
Spike
to
Lee
the
in the
video
background
from
for a
Trey.
while.
Like Trey did a review, right? So I watched it. I laughed really hard, and then I was texting back at both of you guys. Hey, so we got. I said so. We got Manga Girl. We got
Ballsack Hero.
yeah. We got Joe Gomez, the what is it? The biracial indigenous person of color who's supposed to be Hispanic and Native American, whatever. And then you got Aaron Fisher.
Durana America.
Yeah,
yeah.
your gay clubboy twink America, and then you got America Chavez, who's like this like space Latina. I don't. Her moms are lesbian. I don't know if she is. And then you got to cancel. You got to cancel the Ruski, which is obviously Bucky. And then you got to cancel Steve, which is Captain America. And then Wolf's wife
So I
was
shared
saying
before
Captain
you
doesn't look
continue
good unless
on.
he's white.
Before you continue on, Trooper, let me address something. I already shared the VR record of my wife talking about the Filipino Captain America and the Black Captain America, and Leia was very elated to hear that I picked out a woman that ain't absorbed into the wokeness. She she was very
Yes.
proud of that.
You have a good wife there, Wolfman, a very smart, intelligent woman. So you be good to her. I like her already.
Right,
I
right.
try. I try. I try. It's never easy, but a man will admit it's never easy to please one's woman. You know what I'm saying? So I
but
try.
but also you have to protect her because if the woke community saw that video, they would come for her,
Right.
re-educate
Well,
her, because
well,
she.
again, I only shared it in the Facebook group. I don't know how public it is per se, but so far I've shared things on that, and so far none of my family or friends have ever picked up on it. So I'm like, is it really public, or is it just the fact that my family and friends have not co-signed to it, or I have not never invited them to it so they don't catch it specifically. I I I don't know how that works on Facebook per se. I just
Yeah.
know that I know I feel comfortable posting on the Professor Geek Facebook group because it's a private group. So obviously nobody's not gonna pick up on that one
But
because they
yeah,
um,
like
because but other than that, yeah, like here's the thing, my wife ain't afraid of nobody, anybody
sounds like
whatsoever.
so So yeah, you were like
Was
the second voice that actually talked about, Captain Ballsack. I think like Trey had just put out the video, and then you picked up on it. I watched it and laughed, and then over the weekend, echo chamber. Everybody started, and that's what I was saying earlier. Everybody and their mom started popping out videos. Oh, look at this! Oh, look at this! Oh, look at this! Oh, look at this! And that's what I was.
I bet you if I share it on Twitter, oh, people will be flying off the handle.
Oh
Well, of
yes,
course,
they would. Yes, because they would come after you personally. They would hunt you down, you and your wife, saying that you both need
yeah.
to be
So
you're not you need to be educated. You're not thinking straight because being that you both are ethnic, if you don't mind me saying that, Commander, Twitter just
No,
assumes.
ethnic is
you,
more appropriate than what they call us, which is color
yeah,
folk in a polite way.
Twitter would just assume that you would be on their side, so they would just have an absolute heart attack if they saw that video. What do you mean? They're both
right,
ethnic. They should be thinking woke. How could your wife
yeah.
say that
I
the shield
look,
belongs to
you hear
Bucky?
in the background. I said I don't like him to be black either. I straight up admit that. I don't even look. It doesn't even say I'm saying that half heartedly either. If you hear the tone of my voice, I don't even say it half heartedly.
Well, did you
It's like
see my? Did you see my? I know you saw my South Side video. I mean, that's how
yeah.
propagandized they have these people. That's how propagandized they are. So it's like you can't save everyone, but it's like you see that video and you realize, oh wow, this is
But
very
yeah,
prevalent. So
I'll explain I'll explain to why I explained to Trooper what triggered me to record my wife about
yeah,
that
Hmm.
because we were leaving like and this bears repeating we were leaving A Quiet Place too. We just got done watching that movie and we didn't really say much about Quiet Place too. We just knew that it was a good movie.
right.
We both liked it. We came satisfied. She wasn't feeling pain in her chest because apparently when she's talking about scary movies, she was like I can't watch scary movies no more because every time I watch it I get a pain in my chest. It's like I'm gonna die or something like due to the jump scares and all that stuff. You know jump scare effects, but surprisingly when we watched that movie, we didn't really get that many jump scares or any jump false scares like most of these ghost story movies be doing. And,
Yes.
but in any case, like we were heading out. She was obviously you can tell by the video she was driving,
Hmm.
but
Hmm.
she was driving, and she asked me she was asking about Chris Evans Captain America,
Hmm.
and she's like what happened? What's like why are they not showing Captain America anymore? Now usually had Endgame ended the way it should. I'm saying that loosely, by the way. Ended the way it should have ended,
Hmm.
in a proper send off. I would have said, well, Chris Evans don't want to do Captain America no more, so leave him alone. Like he want to go somewhere else. Let him go somewhere else. Something like that, right? No,
Right, right,
no, I blatantly said they want to replace him with a black man, and she's like, why they want to do that? She's like, why they want to do that? I said because they just want to they want to they want a black face to wear the mask. She's like a black like 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 he don't look good Captain America. A black man don't look good Captain America. And I was like, okay. I said this to my mind like okay I gotta record this. And post this in the Facebook group so they can hear what she has to say because I talk about her a lot and her viewpoints, right? I was like, you know
right,
what,
right,
let me put it on video and show what conversations we have, me and my wife, when we talk about this type of stuff. Granted,
right.
I don't really show my face, of course, but that's because I'm shy about my face. But anyways,
Oh, are you?
yeah, I'm pretty shy about my face. Like
Oh, you see mine
like
all over
I
me. I look good.
I know you sexy devil you. Anyways,
Right. I get a lot of play. That's all I'm
anyways,
saying, YouTube. That's all I'm saying, YouTube.
I get it. You like the a hole from Dawn of the Dead sometimes. The remake.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much, pretty much.
Steve, that was
So,
his name. Steve of all names. Anyways,
no.
well, yeah, she was going on with why she didn't like that. And I was like, okay, I gotta record this,
Mhm.
and you're basically kind of you didn't really catch the beginning of how I wasn't quick enough to record the very beginning of how she started her conversation. So you're basically coming in like at least like two sentences in. Cause like the more she was going, I was like, you know what? Let me record this, and, and I'm just sitting here letting her go, and she just like the more she usually says her swear words in such a way, I just start cracking up. Cause not necessarily like I was cracking up because of what she how she ends her sentence on certain things. It's because
Hmm.
I'm laughing because this is like she's voicing my thoughts at the same time, and she doesn't even know how deep I am with this whole counterculture stuff that we all are, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because as far as all we can tell, whenever time I begin streaming, she asked me beforehand, like, "Are you gonna do the talk today?" That's basically how she sits. That's how she says it. She's like, "Are you doing the talk today?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm doing the talk today," and she'll back off so that
Right.
she don't try to be as noisy in the background.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I can't guarantee that if we do stream around evening because she's the busiest around the evening time. She does cooking and all that stuff, cooking and cleaning as how Medea says it.
Traditional wife stuff. You can say traditional wife stuff.
Basically, yeah, traditional wife
Yeah,
stuff. But yeah,
yeah.
like that that right there was like, yeah, this is. I even mentioned the Filipino Captain America. She's like, what? I love that reaction she gave me when I said, you know that I said I should have said, you know they're making a Filipino Captain America, right? She's like, what?
Yeah, cat
I love
filling
that.
girl. So
I love that reaction she gave me because I'm like, oh, you like one. She obviously she don't catch on geek news like I do, but I'm like she's per. Let's just say this:
hmm.
she loves her culture, but at the same time she dislike it too. She recognized both the good aspects of the Filipino culture. She also can recognize the darker aspects of Filipino culture.
Oh
So
well, yeah.
when like if you claim that she hates her own people, you could be partially right about that. But at the same token, she still harbors some love for it as well. That's like the same thing you can lob at me when I
Mhm.
criticize black culture. It's like dang, dang Wolftan, sounds like you hate your own race. On the contrary, I still love them. I still got hope for them. But as of right now, I'm not accepting anything that they have to give because all they give is hate.
Well, let me put it in a better perspective. There's a difference between Antoine Fuqua and Spike Lee in
Yeah,
terms of that's
which
the best way to put it. So
you know what? Let me segue back to that because that's how I began the stream. Where we're basically we're in the middle of talking. I started the stream without no cadence, but we were I was waiting for I was actually waiting for Leia to come back here to come in here so I could talk more about this. But we were in the middle of criticizing Spike Lee, and what trudged this up was he Trooper brought up that of what I said about Mackie. Basically, I said Anthony Mackie is dead to me at this point, and the reason why I bring up Spike Lee because I said all the stuff that he's saying reminds me so much of Spike Lee. And
mhm.
he's basically it's kind of funny that I say that because he worked with Spike Lee in a movie called She Hate Me,
Yeah.
and She Hate Me, and I was explaining to the trooper like She Hate Me was like now I wish I knew back then when I was younger that She Hate Me was the beginning of how Spike Lee is going to write his movies from now on. From now on, this is how he's going to structure his movies and his stories. Black
Mhm.
Klansman, black. Let's just say this: Klansman was kind of spared that writing style until the whole Trump ending.
Yeah,
When
that's
he
what
brought,
everybody said. Yeah, yeah. When he,
yeah, like like I said, it got spared, which is what was the reason why I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna own it. I love Black
Mhm.
Klansman. Bruh, I was ready to say it. Like I'm ready to buy this movie off the shelf when I get done watching this movie in the theater. And then I
Mhm.
saw a Trump foot. Like, nope, not getting my money. You got my money
Yeah.
in the you got my money in the big screen, Spike, but you're not gonna get my money again after back sales. Screw that, man. Nah,
Well, yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. That kind of stuff happened with a lot of these Star Trek actors. It happened with Patrick Stewart. It happened with
and
Kate
I should
Mulgrew. They all jumped on the train of, yeah, everyone's oppressed and blah 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 blah. And I'm thinking to myself,
Deanna Troy.
yeah,
She got on that too.
Yeah,
and here's my
Jonathan
thing. Here's my thing.
Commander
Have you
I
noticed?
Riker.
get,
Have you noticed? It's the recent Star Trek cast that got on that stuff.
Yeah,
Lavar's the latest one. I'm
yeah.
like,
well, I
what?
mean, he held out to the last minute because he's still making money off them reading Rainbow royalties. So I mean, all that stuff is hard to come by. I
Bro,
mean,
is Brett
I used
Spiner
to.
even spared this? Like Brett Spiner, you bro. I hope you haven't gone traitor on me too.
I haven't heard
Well,
Data.
anything from Brett
you're not
Spine.
going to hear
Data.
anything from him because
Mm-mm.
once he was done with Star Trek, he was done with Star Trek. Like he was done.
He had nothing to
So,
say. So good,
well, I
very
mean, think
good.
about it: hours and hours on end under a hot lamp with that makeup, feeling like goo for like 7 years. I'd be done with it too. So,
hmm
but
I'm just saying, man. Hopefully Brett Spiner has if he gonna blow a whistle on anything, he at least let's hear about what you dislike about being on the production of Star Trek. At least,
yeah, yeah, like
tell me some ins and outs about the production.
in
But everybody
in
else, they
order.
just like,
Yeah,
I lost
oh,
in line.
Picard is
well, here's
about
the thing. Here's
Brexit.
the thing.
Is
And
about the fight against Brexit, or 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 in the case of what Deanna Troy said about Texas. I'm like, okay, so if somehow you have a problem with whatever pregnancy that you decide to have, so you can support brownie points, and you having trouble with the pregnancy, I can say the same thing to you too, right? F that broad.
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When it
Thank
comes
you,
to all this stuff,
Marina Sirtis.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. When it comes to all this stuff, like I understand that in Hollywood you have to say a certain amount of things or be of a certain opinion to be able to work in Hollywood, and I get that that's what's going on here. So I mean, I tend to kind of dismiss a lot of this stuff because it really comes down to, well, if you don't put yourself out there as, oh, I'm woke too, then you're not going to get any work. So
You're saying we should forgive them, and
no,
I'm all
no,
for that.
not at all, not at all. I'm towing a similar line to what Professor said when he was having his based.
Diatribes.
Oh yeah, when he was having his last video or whatnot, he was saying, hey, you know what? It's okay to have a different opinion.
Which is
You
true.
should have, and you should have a different opinion. But if you're
Hey,
literally
Crispy.
towing the same opinion and someone else is parroting, is it really your opinion or is it someone else's opinion? So
Well, the thing is, I think Bill Maher touched on this a little bit in one of his commentary on his shows, and I don't really like Bill Maher. I don't like him at all, and I think he's full of crap. I don't really watch him. But when I looked at a video of his comment, he actually was right about something. He did say that in Hollywood, it seems to be one view, one opinion is the only way you're going to make it. If you've noticed, he said, look at the Oscars for over the last 20 years about
well, yeah,
what kind of movies have won. Look at who wins what kind of awards. Mostly it's people under the same political, which is mostly liberal or democratic. But if
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
are
absolutely,
Republican or
absolutely.
different from that, you are absolutely out of the picture, or you are
Well,
absolutely ostracized. And I think that that even going back to what you were saying, Trooper, I think that there are some. It's sad, but I think there are some actors that feel if I don't go along with this, I won't work. If I don't go
yeah,
along with this, I won't get an acting job. Even though I don't believe the words I'm saying, I've got to work. I've got to get an acting job. I've got to do
into
something.
that, into
I
them,
like to
I
I
would
like to
say,
think I like to think when they say that I envision them under mind control and shedding a tear because
well,
that's not their true selves speaking, and they know,
Right.
and
right.
just imagine feeling that you're not your true self, that can really just like mess you up.
Yeah,
I
because
remember
But
I harken back
to them, I
to
say you should have
sorry
gotten
guys,
Geico.
hang on trooper, hang
That's what
on,
I say to those people.
trooper, hang on. I'm gonna let you finish. But
Mm,
I harken back to this podcast I shared you guys with in the MeWe private chat with Jordan
right, right.
Peterson and Yeon Mi and her experience with communist South North Korea.
Mm,
That's that is a horror movie, or at least a very 6 season horror show what she
okay,
went through.
okay, so to add to that,
Especially
you
no,
also
no,
you also
I'm
watched
getting
the
there. I'm getting
video.
there. I'm gonna get there. One thing that stood out to me. One thing that stood out to me.
Mm,
One thing most of all that stood out to me is when she mentioned about her dad. That's what I mean by your true self, and you can't speak your true self anymore.
mhm.
You're just basically an empty. You're basically like he. It's like he did not recognize her as his daughter anymore. What they did to him in the prison camp.
Right.
That's I'm like, oh my goodness. That's what dehumanizing feels like. Like I can make the word I can say the word dehumanizing here and there, but to feel the dehumanization and
Mm,
through her words, I was like, whoa. Like this is why whenever time I come across stuff like this, like the Holocaust or communist, hearing what they do in communist China now, or
mm.
the same token of communist North Korea, and hearing what she had to say about that form of communism from North Korea, I'm like, whoa, just whoa, like that's a humbling experience right there, and I think I reserve the right to say any of you guys whoever bring up the Holocaust, whoever bring up the Nazi Germany, or try to call anybody Nazi, like you don't even know what it feels like to live in a communist country. Shut your
Well,
mouth about anything about America being a communist state, especially if you're the one who's ushering it in.
yeah, that, and I was gonna say, right now you can still turn your back on all this stuff right now and still live a fairly good life right now. I mean,
Hmm.
that's how well of a political system we have. But in any type of discourse, you can't have golden calves. And I evoke
Right.
that in any, if it brings up any religious images, it should. There are no sacred cows in any discussion, because the moment that you make something sacred, you can't talk about it. And you
Hmm.
watch these people literally doing that. You can't talk about this, you can't talk about that. You got to censor this, got to censor that. So I mean, it really tells you that there is a demographic of people that are, and I was going to bring this up earlier, that are very hegemonic in their thinking, that you can't have a differing opinion, because then you're not part of that crowd. And that, going back to Hollywood, like I said, to all those people that have a differing opinion, oh well, I said, then you should have bought Geico. Um, be, yeah, because here's my thing: it's like you're going into an industry where it's a bunch of weirdos, and they all tend to they lean towards the party that gives them the most tax cuts and most benefits and most handouts and makes it easy for them to have their lifestyle, while at the same time that particular group is telling you that you don't know how to use the internet and that you don't know how to actually go get a voter registration card. It's the same group. It's the same group. And I know we had
Hmm.
this discussion on MeWe. It's like the state tells you need a driver's license, you need a social security number. Oh well, that's federal. That you need insurance to operate a car. Even though a lot of those constitutionally, technically, if we were looking at constitutional laws, a lot of that stuff you don't need. But the state says you have to have it to operate a vehicle, sure, whatever. Um, when you go to a bank, you present an ID. When you go to a point of
Hmm.
sale, you present your ID. So what's the difference between that and a voter registration card? Well, the difference is that it allows for more fraud by not having one. If we're going down that road, but I don't want to go too far down that road. My whole thing, you know,
Dude, I just
my,
wanted to talk about how Mackie was just like
oh yeah,
Spike
no,
Lee, and
dude, it's
I was trying to
like,
get there.
yeah, that's a crazy part,
Yeah.
because I'm like, we're back in the 90s. with a lot of this stuff. You know, a lot of these actors suddenly now are toting the Spike Lee line. It's like, okay,
Mm.
problem with that is a lot of people are going to love that, and they're going to literally start emulating that. And you know, there's a big difference between. Oh, that's what I was going to bring up. That actually dovetails into Leia coming in. You know, Leia, I was asking, well, what does it mean to be black now? Because you can't be
Mhm.
just black. You have to be black and something else. So either you're a black woman,
Black
or you're
trans.
black
Right,
trans, or
right.
you got to add something else. You know, so you can dip your finger in the oppression pie, because just quote being black, just by saying I'm black and not adding anything else to it, you're already letting them know you're of a more moderate mind. And if you are more of a moderate mind that has a moderate opinion on things, like traditional things are there for a reason, then they don't want to deal with you. They already throw you out. You're part of that out crowd already. And like I was telling, well, I don't know how to answer that question, because I'm literally watching uh, the culture around minorities being rewritten as we speak.
Hmm.
So
And my
yeah,
people don't even see that. Most of my people, I'm sorry, most of my people don't see that.
yep,
As many times as I've seen it, I'm always equating it back to slavery days, doing
yeah,
basically playing their game in a way, playing their
yeah.
game in a way.
I
It's
mean
like
that's why I
the moment
posted.
you
Yeah,
the moment
that Southside video. It's crazy, dude.
the moment they start giving themselves to giving their children to the government, I'm like slave auction. That's
Yeah,
a slave auction. You let them like what was the first thing that they taught us about slavery when it came to the slave trade, or at least in the slave auction. First thing they do, they separate the children from the parents, from the mommies and the daddies. They separate the men from the women, so the women are vulnerable for the system to exploit, specifically the women, mainly the women. Um,
yeah, yeah,
Leia can also back me up on this one too. Trooper can back me up on this one as well. But that's the one thing that's the one commodity that they try to really grand.
exploit.
Well, yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah,
I was gonna give it a fancy name, but let's just keep it simple.
yeah,
Exploit. Well, it's the women,
yeah. Hmm.
because as I pointed out many times before when we talk about the gender roles, and the gender roles, the man is the first line of defense. First and foremost, the first line of defense. He's the one that protects his household, protects his woman and his child. The woman is the second line that protects the child. That's the biggest treasure that they protect first and foremost, because that future mind is shaped by the very foundation of who is protecting it. So
Yeah, yeah,
once you remove that out of the way, that treasure is free to be pillaged at that
yep,
point.
yep,
You basically have the tomb raiders that raid your tomb, or at least in this case the treasurers that the treasure hunters that raid your treasury and take you for what you're worth, which is your child.
right.
And now that once you lose that child, that child ceases to be your child now, because they're now raised with different values from other people that can freely do whatever they will with that child. Horrible things, even
Oh yeah,
if the need suits them, is what I'm saying. Not need be. If the need suits them, which
yep.
is horrible. When I witness it, when I'm seeing it, and you hear the baby birthing parent, they want to remove mother and father. So
Yeah,
in their quest for removing the genders, they want to parent first. First they start off with parent one, parent two. Then they increase it to baby birthing parent in the case of the woman. I still don't know what terminology they're using for the males. I'm just discussing at the terminology they use for for the women. Let's not use female for one. Women, respectable women, if you will, traditional women, or women
hmm,
that do pursue a career, but also understand the value of of their womanhood.
Well, what'll end up happening is, like most things, they'll end up getting pushed out of the workforce. I mean, we're not
Oh,
there yet, but it's one of those things where the moment it comes out that you're not like screaming pink scalp
now,
lunatic, and they make the work setting very difficult.
now
They really do.
I want now I would like for Leia to jump in, but I'm gonna end it with this too. I did spark another conversation about affirmative action with my wife too on that same trip.
Right.
And I told her this time because she she loves to talk about 45 a lot.
Oh,
Okay.
She she she
that's
brought
fine.
Uh-huh. Hmm.
wait, who's 44 again?
Uh,
That was
uh,
Obama, right?
yeah, yeah. That was
Okay.
mhm.
I want to get my terminology. I want to get my
That was
terminology
Barry
correct
O. That was Barry O and Big Mike. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I want to get my terminology correct because I don't want to speak highly of the potato. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Because yeah,
that
I
yeah.
hope he
Well, I mean,
knows.
you
But
had Max
anyways,
Payne going around getting like MTV Teen Awards, with Impeach 45, Impeach 45. I'm going to take him out tonight, and I'm thinking to myself, woman, I'm
anyways,
like, don't you got something else to do? So,
but yeah, I mentioned to her like if I was running president or at least if I was sitting president or even the president of the United States, first thing I would do would be to abolish affirmative action right then and there.
oh
I
yeah,
would I loudly said that I was like I would abolish affirmative action. Here's my reasoning, and she asked me why would you do that? I said I said this affirmative action has been diluted. It lost its value the more we had a lot of minorities working at this point. Now it's been used for it's basically a placeholder now.
hmm
I explained to her in great detail. Say for instance, if I did the lead work, I put in the studies, I did everything I can to get this specific job right, and I go
hmm
in there based on merit because that's what affirmative action was originally put in place, which is you as an ethnic put in all the due diligent work into getting a job. They can, but they outright refuse you to work because of your race,
hmm
right?
hmm
Regardless of you did everything by the system, right? That's the
yeah,
whole point of affirmative action is supposed to be. Affirmative action is supposed to prevent them from refusing to hire you, regardless of whether they need help or not, regardless of whether you did the legwork based on your race. But now
hmm
it's now used to hire you based on your race. You see how that sounds?
Well,
You now with affirmative action, you're being hired based on your race. You don't even need to do anything no more. Like they see your skin color, all back in. Now take this for an example. Take this for an example. I still did the leg work. I still did the I still did everything, right? Let's keep it
hmm
short. I did everything, but they still hired me because they need a black man.
hmm
Okay, look, I'm gonna feel I'm gonna feel grudge about it because you didn't even look. It's telling me you didn't have to look at my portfolio. You just need a black person. You didn't even care whether I did the work or did the leg work to train or not whatsoever. Like you see me as a weakling to hire me in. That's one of the reasons. Here's another reason of why affirmative action has been diluted now, and
hmm
now is used as a way to as placement. You know what I'm saying? Um, let's just say again, take that same scenario. Take that same scenario. I did the I did the leg work again. I did the leg work. I get in. You know, I'm in the interview. I come back. They say we're not going to hire you because we need a woman.
Yeah, that's usually how it works. Or what ends up happening is you end up being supervised by someone who has less certifications than you, and most oftentimes that tends to be it.
That
Most
or
oftentimes with a lot of these
that
specialty
or
grades, it's usually you
here's
got a
another thing.
supervisor who's less qualified telling you how to do your job. So,
I'll give you another example, Trooper.
mm,
I think you hit the nail on the head, but I'm gonna chances are I'm gonna be reiterating what you're saying. But
yeah.
what they say they felt sorry for this illegal immigrant and they just They just hired them based on like she had no prior. There's a woman too, no prior training whatsoever, and they hire her because they want to look virtuous, if you will, virtual
Oh yeah,
signature.
that happens a lot. That happens a lot with hospitality more than anything. And here's the thing that we don't talk about when we talk about this kind of stuff. So uh, there's the job market being what it is. There's always certain trades and certain professions and certain jobs that usually tend to be filled by certain groups. Okay, well, you bring in another group, say like a group of illegal aliens, say you give them their special status, which is DACA at this point, or DAPA, if you will, and it's displacing the existing group of people that normally would fill those jobs. And most people usually get their health care through their employment. So you're already displacing that demographic, whether it be Hispanic, Black, Asian, whatnot. You're already displacing those jobs for that first original group, which means they have to try to find alternative work, which means they might not have access to this healthcare that everyone talks about. And then the opposing argument I usually get, oh, well, that's what O Care was supposed to be for. And most oftentimes it's more expensive. It's more expensive than what you actually get through your employer because
the wife loves talking about her misgivings about Obamacare.
Oh yeah. It's in some cases it was for people.
In so many cases, I agree with her. I used to be a blind defender of him for a while until I heard a lot of things what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Even from another black face to another black face, you know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, I'm actually waking up to this.
Well,
So, F him.
Me personally, I see something like that, and it's like, oh, it's a pretty face that they're selling socialism with this time, and that's how I saw it. So,
that's why I call him a figurehead now.
Yeah, everyone welcomed that in with open arms, and I'm thinking to myself, and mind you, that was around the time that we started having political correctness invade the workplace, invade popular culture. So it trends. Everything trends together. So
now,
going back
let me ask. Let me ask the Leia Valor's opinion about affirmative action.
Well, the way I see it, I think it's been abused. The purpose of affirmative action, from what I was told and what my mother told from history, was to give equal opportunity for people of color who are equally as talented or skilled, and to corrupt anyone that is being hired on the basis of your skin color, religion, race, or gender. If you are qualified, it is not to be used as a tool just to let anyone in the door because you feel you're supposed to be there. I think Hollywood. I'm bringing it down to now. I think Hollywood and this SJW woke babble culture. You see it now more than ever. And I'm just going to come right out and say this. There are a lot of Black actors and females, those of the LGBT, who are getting parts because of what they are and not their talent. There's a ton of them out there, a ton of them. They're getting roles because of what they are and not their talent. They are getting these parts.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of Black actors out there. I mean, I could name you some. I can't think of her name right now. They'll come to me later on.
Demi Lovato. You got that one.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
You got Meghan Markle. You got Meghan Markle, who's feeling oppressed, and Oprah's like, really? Tell us how. And I'm thinking to myself,
yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, Meghan Markle. That's Harry's wife, right? The one am I getting her right?
Meghan Markle, Harry's wife. She got she got him to give up his title and move to like some remote location.
Guess
and she's still oppressed, even with her. I don't know if she had a Filipino nanny. I don't know. Like it's one of those things. Like
she is playing that biracial card like a gangster. And everybody's falling for it. She is playing that, except for that. What's the name? Philip. I can't think of nobody's name today. Pierce Morgan is not buying it. That's why everybody hates her. But she is playing people like a dog. I can't see. She is playing that biracial card like I don't know.
You have to admit, I played this man like a heart from hell.
But you know what?
You're right.
You know what? freaking Jay-Z and Beyonce used to be all anti-system
Be right
until
back,
they
guys.
became the system. Until they became the system, they were all anti-system,
Yes.
and their material just done changed. Like once she made it big, and once Jay Z like hit the big time, their tune changed. Their tune changed. And now they're
Oh
telling
yes.
everyone how to be oppressed. It's like, excuse you, you went through the system and you became one of those success stories, but you're telling me that I can't be a success now, given that you also went up the ladder in the same climate, but you're telling me that ladder doesn't work anymore, and then I need to feel enraged about whatever you tell me is the boogie monster, this season.
Oh yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. They were, but the more money they
Mm-hmm.
made and the more higher up they got in the social system and the social ladder, they changed. Beyonce
Mm-hmm.
decided she wants to do Super Bowl performance about being black, as if we don't have a TV screen and we can't see her.
Right.
Wants to empower women now and all about
Mm-hmm.
defund the police, and she's all into that sort of stuff. So
Yeah.
now when Trooper said affirmative action, it's happening now. It's doing the opposite of what's supposed to be done. Tiffany
Mm-hmm.
Haddish, that's what I want to name. I don't like Tiffany Haddish. I don't care if nobody don't like what I say. I think she is so overrated as a, I don't know, black comedian actress. You can call her whatever she wants. I am not a
Mm-hmm.
fan of hers. I'm not a fan of her stick. I don't find her funny. I don't find her that talented. And I think right now she's the token black woman that everybody runs to when they want to say, hey, we got this black chick, because Hollywood thinks every black female is Tiffany Haddish. And we're not.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Or Cardi B.
so Cardi
You could
B, Tiffany
almost
Haddish.
pass off as Tiffany Haddish, Leia, in your own good way. Though. You be the Tiffany Haddish that we should have gotten.
Well,
Oh,
here's the
okay. Well,
thing.
I think I was about to say, oh no, I'm not. I don't want her to rub off on me, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
Or
Everybody
at
was.
least you'll be at least you'll be what's another good
Well,
lady
she's the.
comedian? You be uh what was her name? She was in National Security, the truck driver. I don't want to reference
Uh,
she because I know she was in Ghostbusters. I want to reference Ghostbusters.
I'm trying to
oh,
think.
the one that was on
Leslie.
Saturday Night. Leslie. I forgot her last name, but that's what I
Nelson,
thought. No, it's not
No,
Leslie
Nelson.
Nelson.
no, it's
The power.
I'd have to
Leslie
think. Leslie
Jones.
Jones.
Leslie
Leslie
Jones.
Jones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're the much better Leslie Jones. Let's just
Well,
say that.
I,
But
I,
if I had to pick out a positive black comedian, it would
Are
have
there
to
any
be
left at this point?
I don't know, man. The only people I can think of are raunchy as hell.
Yeah, it is.
It's between Samora and what's her face? Cheryl
That's like Chris
Underwood.
Rock saying.
yeah.
Was it Chris
And them
Rock saying that he
and them
he
some
tired
nasty
of it, or was it?
broads.
Or, yeah, it was Chris Rock. I don't think it was Chris Tucker. Like saying that he was just tired of the current state of comedy.
Yeah, Chris Rock has
Chris Rock.
opened
Yeah.
up about the way how he didn't really mention it being woke or anything. Same thing with
No.
Donald Glover has brought it up too as
Yeah.
well with the
Well,
entertainment issue.
he
Dave
They
has
didn't
no
Chappelle.
really,
room to talk
Dave
because he was
Chappelle
on
just
that
came out
train
and
for a
said it.
hot minute. The moment the money was coming in, he was on that freaking he was on that train with the little Gambino hoo ha he was doing. So Don Glover
No,
mhm.
has nothing to talk about. So
no,
I
Donald
know.
Glover is quiet.
I'm like, bruh, you saying that you basically just tell me what I want to hear from your behind, but I'm still keeping a close eye on you.
be like they gave you big money to smash a toaster. So
Mm,
Dave, Ch-
that's
Dave Chappelle just came right out and said everything is woke. Well, when he did his stand up
yeah,
on Netflix, his stand up spoke for it, but he's also said in his comments that everything has gone woke. I think he even came out and just said it, you know. And then when he did it with his TV special, it
hmm
was the same thing. He came out and said it. But back to what Commander was saying, yeah, it's now what it is. It's
and
actors
from
being
where I'm
hired.
standing, Marlon is also a lost cause too. Marlon Wayans.
really
Yeah. Oh
didn't know that.
yeah. Oh yeah,
He's on
that
that
that's
train. That's terrible.
I haven't
I
seen his recent that one comedy special that he did that seems called what Blokish or Blackish or something like that. I
something.
was
He
like,
had one TV show that I don't think did well, and the
he even
thing
came out with that movie called Sextuplets. Look, I only watched that one only because my wife had it on, and some you and it was usually when she puts some stuff on like that, it's like one ear out of the other. That movie was horrible.
Well, one of these days they'll come after him for white chicks. It's gonna be a while
I
though.
hope so. I hope so.
It's gonna be later down the line when it gets to white face
Not
being
just him,
racist.
him and Sean both did that movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
him and Sean did one film that I thought was funny, and that was "Don't Be a Menace to Society" by drinking your juice in the hood. That
And that
one,
was
I'm
mostly
not gonna
written
lie.
by their better brother Keenan Ivory.
Keenan, yeah,
Right.
that's probably why it was better. I will admit that when I saw that, I laughed, I cracked up, I thought it was funny. I liked how they spoofed those hood movies because most black
Hmm.
comedians
Hmm.
don't spoof other movies, but I like the fact that they said we're going to spoof all of these films. I like that. It made me funny, and I actually thought Marlon was funny in it, and I actually thought that. I thought he was going places because he had the talent, but God, he just wasted it on crappy, stupid, intelligent, dumb films. I mean, after Don't Drink Your Juices, I mean, all his films were stupid. I'm sorry, all of them, and the thing is, there was talent there, but he just wasted it. So,
Yeah.
I like
Couldn't
you
take
Yeah.
him
said,
seriously
No, I
past
agree.
what
I
yeah,
agree.
point
yeah.
GI Joe Rise of Cobra
Oh no, I couldn't take
Because
that one at all.
you had
when he
movies
shot
like that.
busted cap trying to get the word in right to activate the weapon system in that one jet that he was flying. I was like, oh no, shut up.
Like all those dudes that were doing in Living Color, like they all went to do really cool projects, and they were fun projects. Like they were tongue in cheek. I mean, you had Friday, you know,
Yes, which was
and
funny. Yeah,
yeah, you had all these fun films that weren't all out to make a point. I mean, granted, you had a few like other films that
Speaking of
came out
Friday,
during during
Ice
that
Cube, I
decade.
want to hear not another. I'm sorry, Trooper. Speaking of Friday, I ain't trying to hear not another word you trying to say until you bring out that supposed next Friday movie that you're making. As far as I could tell, I'm
Oh
keeping a close eye
no!
on your son. Look, it's good that you got your son in showbiz, so I'm keeping a close eye
Oh, they all
on
got to
him.
do it. They all
I,
got to do it.
I'm
They got to keep the
look,
money coming in.
look. I'm more interested in what your son is doing, way more so than what you are doing. Look, if you want to do a prequel Friday with your son as you as Craig, go and do that. But until then, sit down and shut the up.
Well, look at how well it worked for freaking Will Smith when he tried breaking his kid in, and freaking his marriage with Jada like totally messed up that kid. So I mean, what
yeah,
she's non-binary now, and it's like,
they are
how does
really.
Oh,
that
Yeah,
work?
he on that too.
How does that work?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. He want to dress up like look like a little doll.
I
Yeah,
I
think he.
guess.
I think he wears skirts. I think he wears skirts and
Yeah,
he
he
does.
dresses.
does.
He's
He
on that
does. He
He
does.
train.
does.
He does. He's on that train, and I'm like, okay, if that's,
Look,
I'm
I would have been
like,
okay if the boy was a cross dresser, but I'm not going to accept his whatever pronouns he decides to go by.
Oh, I
well,
think that's
I put that on the mother because I mean, that's a mother's job to raise a kid. Like,
right.
a man's job was always traditionally go and make the bread and butter, like make that happen, make it happen. It's like, so they tried breaking him into the business. I mean, what, Karate Kid, and he did it.
Which was an awful remake. It wasn't a good one. I'm sorry. I just had to skip that in there. Go ahead, Trooper.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you have these string of really bad films. I think. Well, he was even in the readaptation of The Day the Earth Stood Still,
Yeah,
which
he
I
was
thought was
terrible in that.
actually wasn't bad at all. But I thought that role for him was a little whiny, just like what they
It
did with
was hokey,
just like
very
what they did
hokey.
with Dakota Fanning and freaking War of the Worlds. I mean, it becomes whiny at one point. Like
Right.
Hmm.
it's why I can't watch Tom Cruise War of the Worlds, even though technically it's a good film. Dakota Fanning is just the screaming
Hmm.
gets to me that I got to turn it off.
Hmm.
It
Yeah.
She
it
was.
it
She, in a way, she was acting like an M. Night Shyamalan character in that movie. I don't know
Well, here's the thing.
what,
That was the
what I.
phase of Hollywood when suddenly the kids were smarter than the parents. It just were.
Yes.
Well,
So
here's the thing. It was acceptable back then because they kind of had this this way of telling it in a way. But
yeah, yeah.
like I said, when every time I look back into Dakota Fan's acting in that one, and then you go to the kids with the M. Night Shyamalan, I'm like, she sounds like a kid from an M. Night Shyamalan film, and this is a Steven Spielberg production. He's he's done well directing kids.
Well,
Well,
here's the thing. Here's the
that's
like,
what he was good at.
yeah, Spielberg probably did it the best in terms of
Yes.
E.T. And then there were
Hmm.
other kid films. There were other kid films out there too, like what Stand by Me, I think it was. I mean,
Hmm.
there were a whole bunch of kid films, Explorers, Goonies. I mean, those were all fun, and I don't think anyone's really replicated being able to see the world through a childlike lens like that in a very long time. We haven't had films like that where it's literally about kids being kids in a big world, and it's
Hey,
big and
Dominic.
you can get lost in it. So um, I don't know. I mean, the 80s were good for that. 80s were definitely good for that. The 90s was a little bit more tongue in cheek. I think.
Hmm.
I mean, we were all growing up in it, so of course, it was more melancholy. We were a little bit more anti-establishment because that's what the culture was at the time. So we got the movies that we got at that time. But I mean, now these kid films are, you know, they're a
Well,
little too upfront with a lot of the topics that they want to touch. And I'm thinking to myself, let kids be kids. You're turning them into stressed out adults
Hmm.
I was
You're
just
without
about to
really,
say.
basically.
yeah,
This is
without
what I
touching
said to
the
my.
cuties, part of it. So,
This is what I told my coworker too. They're training them for an enemy that will never come.
hmm
Exactly.
Like punch a Nazi. The Nazis were finished way further back. Oh well, we're still fighting racism. Um, Racism on life support. It's not going to wake back up. It's not getting off that chair. It's not getting off that bed anytime soon. Like the,
well, I
the
mean,
racism that our ancestors and our previous generation had faced way back when. That's still in the life bed right now. You're
well,
you're
the
you're just perpetuating a new form of racism.
the reason that they're pushing this collectivism on these kids is because, I mean, we just finished a whole term of what populism can look like, and I think I mentioned it before on MeWe, in our private chat. It's, there's a reason why they do the things that they do, because once topics like nationalism, populism come up, those are all economic issues. Those are all, how do we spend our money? And the moment we start saying, hey, we need to go ahead and fix our
Hey
problems
Sam.
first and not take on the debt of the world, the people that are in power freak out because, I mean, that's how they've made their money by the current model. So if you hear banging in the background, that's they're fixing the master bath, so they're doing a demolition. So
Let's hope
upstairs.
nothing blows up then.
I hope not. I hope not. But that needed to happen a month and a half ago.
Knock on
As of
wood there.
well, I mean, that's why they're pushing this stuff so hard, is because they need to have more people with a collectivist mindset. They need to have more individuals that don't have their own opinion. And I mean, going
Useful
back
is,
to
as we
that
like to call
video.
them.
Oh, hey Leia, did you see that video that the Obamas are going to be in? The Netflix trailer. Did you see that?
We the people.
Yeah, I saw something like that. I got to be honest, I wasn't paying attention because I was not in the mood for some political crap. But
Oh, it's drenched in it. It's drenched in it.
yeah, I did see a part of that. I have to watch it again, but I
Well,
I didn't watch the whole. What is it supposed to be about?
This is
well,
as much as you would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
suspected it's all
yeah.
about.
Let me
about
put it to you this way: it's just like the Run DMC vaccine video. It's the same thing. It's more the
Yeah,
same.
that's what, bruh. That's what. That's what. Look, when I watched that trailer, I was like,
You
something
got the
seems so
vaccine. We
familiar.
got the vaccine. Like,
This, I was
no,
like,
that's
this is
okay, bro.
looking too familiar about something. I'm like, and then when you bring it up that jab, I was like, that's what it
Yeah,
reminded me of.
yeah. That's how they slip. That's how they slip the message in. That's how it gets past your subconscious barrier.
Subconscious,
That's how
yeah.
they slip it in. So, in that,
I
oh,
Did
it's
you get?
animated. Let me watch. Let me watch. So,
I thought it had that kind of vibe. I really wasn't paying much attention to it, but when I saw the first 3 seconds of it, I'm like, oh, I rolled my eyes. I said, I'm not in the mood for this. I'm not in the mood for
yeah.
this. Please stop.
Oh,
Obama's go
then,
somewhere.
then give me. Then y'all
You
might as well give me
know.
credit. Look, y'all might as well give me credit for being strong because I sat through that whole thing just looking at
Oh,
it and stuff, and I'm
So
just like just analyzing it.
what are they talking about? Was it about getting people the vaccination or pushing for Joe Biden's
no, no.
package or
Let me
It's about
explain what
talking
I.
current social climate and how we combat racism.
I thought, oh, here we go. I knew it. I knew it was something like that. I knew it was
Yeah,
something
yeah.
To
like
put
that.
it in
Yeah.
simplest
Yeah.
terms, I'm gonna explain in detail what I saw so far. That
Okay.
it's some people compare it to Schoolhouse Rock, which is a total disrespect. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna let them have that. I'm gonna let them have that. Like it does kind the art style does kind of mirrors that a bit.
I knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
Go
in a
ahead.
way. So they're like they list the songs they're gonna sing. Like some say "Stay Strong" or "We Are Citizens." The "We Are Citizens" music video had them showing off people of different cultures, different races, different disabilities and backgrounds and stuff.
Oh,
And I'm looking at
Except the
like yeah,
one,
okay.
except the one demographic group that we're all,
Yeah,
learning
yeah. But
about.
what I was saying was, well, I would say w- one thing I will say is, when I saw, I was like, yeah, okay, keep going. I was like, yeah, okay, keep going. Um, the next one was taxes, and it's a cat that's like sitting in a
Oh yeah, I had forgotten about that. Yeah, 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 yeah.
sitting in
Explaining how taxes work.
a
Oh
psychic
goodness.
a full psychic household with a crystal ball and everything. I'm like, how does that got what does that got to do with doing taxes? A cat singing that mumble rap about taxes.
Oh, it has absolutely nothing to do with taxes, but they're getting that message out. Oh,
Um,
we got to tax all these fat
um,
cats. Not Beyonce and Jay Z. They're
something
the good people.
some
So
something to do about breaking down barriers or something like that, or I think it was called
yeah.
barriers. And it's got people. It's got only one. Mind you, it's only got one demographic that's like highlighted like completely. It got everybody else, but they're a tiny few. But you got a whole army of people about ready to go down and break down a wall.
Yep. Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. When we start talking about money, we literally can have a common dialogue because we all deal with money on an everyday basis.
Hmm.
In terms of
But
price of gas,
then
in
then
terms of
then, then it
food.
in one scene it's got a whole army of people raising their fists up. I'm like, would you guys stop raising
Yeah,
your fists up?
yeah.
You're gonna get a dislocated shoulder eventually.
They're all
Y'all,
doing it. They're all doing it.
I'm like for every time I see I hate to say voice mutilation, but every time I see them throw their fist up, I'm ready to throw a predator smart disc at their arm. I'm like,
Mm.
yeah, not looking so good now. Look at you, you talking all that, you spitting all that good shit with your fist all over there. Now you got your hand all on your floor and you bleeding out.
Well, you got to remember. I mean, for the last 4 years, I mean, we were watching the best reality show on in television history. Like everyone was peeled to the television. What is this man going to do next? So, I mean, we were finally starting to talk about the stuff that kind of binds us all together. We're talking about money. It's something that we all can relate to. The price of gas. Food availability.
Money,
You know, are we?
money,
Yeah,
money, money,
like are
money,
we going to
money.
be ill dependent or are we going to be self sustaining? All that type of stuff. So they got to throw this stuff out so that we stop talking about this stuff and start talking about superficial shit. oh, we the people,
Well,
blah 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 blah. Yeah, you're talking about everybody else, but one group that you're excluding. I'm like, it's a reverse type of racism that doesn't really work because the coalition of people that are pushing this stuff now is just a coalition of fringe groups. So everyone has their own agenda, but they're all on the same page when it comes to one demographic is bad, and it's they're responsible for all original sin in the world at this point. Um, because I even
well,
put
Disregard
up a
every race has ever committed all kinds of atrocities, but then when you
right, right,
once,
right, right.
once you bring it up,
But the whole point,
especially when they push back on it, but when they finally when let some male version of that demographic do something, then they switch gears on that person because he's a man. He's a
well, here's
man.
the thing. Here's the thing. Like and even political conservatives are doing it. The ones that are in office. Everyone's like, oh, look this way. Oh, look that way. Oh, look at Russia. Oh,
Hmm.
look at China. Blah 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 bad. Blah 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 bad. Our biggest problem right now is the current coalition in power. That's the real problem right now, and everyone is trying to deflect having everyone's attention on China or having everyone's attention on Russia. While meanwhile, this same group of people that's in power right now are all about taking away your speech, and they're
Hmm.
doing it through these big tech companies so that you can't say certain things and you can't discuss certain things like we are on a round table setting. The only way you can discuss it is in your own home. And guess what? Leia lives across the country. You live in another state, so we couldn't have this conversation. So even more ways to kind of
Leia
stifle the
literally lives at the top of the
will.
world.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's why these things are
I,
going on. Is
bruh, I was looking
even
at the stage. I had to look at the American map just to refresh my memory of where everybody was in relation to me. I was like, if I have to visit Leia, I have to go literally to the top. I'm like, dang, Leia at the top of the world.
yeah,
Oh shit!
you gotta take
I really gotta take a
a
plane to get to
two.
her.
It's like a 2 or a 3 hour flight, depending on how you do it. So, but
Mm, if they allow
yeah,
me to, because I'm not I'll openly admit I'm not
that's the other
vaccinated.
one. Well, that's the other one too. I mean, in Nevada, they're all like, "Oh, well, we strongly encourage." I'm like, look, I wore a rag on my face when y'all were freaking out, and all the science came out that a rag on my face did nothing for the current quote pandemic. It did nothing, but for the algorithm, you should always follow the directives of your professional. You should seek out all the proper information of the CDC and WHO guidelines, and then make your own informed decision. So there you go. But yeah, so I mean, our problem right now is not China. Our problem right now is not Russia. Our problem right now are the political Democrats in power empowering themselves, and they're doing everything to deflect from you paying attention to that. And even conservatives are doing it, on all these news stations. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, we're in this situation because both teams decided they were going to play,
Let me
you
address
know,
Sam Proctor real quick.
yeah,
You know that raised fist used to be Assalamu or power to the people.
yep.
It's starting to it's like something. Power to the people is starting to sound very dark now because at
Well,
this
yeah,
point I'm
yeah.
like whenever time people say when they always want to when these SJ hobos want to bring up the we the people, or they try to bring up all these other stuff that we basically spit the real truth about what their function is. I'm like, well, here's the thing, you guys. You guys want to overturn that so you can have a sort of freedom, but you're also issuing your own freedom to a higher power. But you say you're above all that. Here's another thing: is that you talking about you want to quote the "we the people" thing. I'm like,
Oh, yeah,
you
they
the
do.
people don't even know what to do with it if you even
Well,
had it.
well,
It's
well.
like I mentioned years ago, last year. These is don't even
Feels like years ago,
these
right?
is Yeah, right. Years ago, I just start this mess last
Feels
year.
like that. It feels like that. It really
Let's
does.
just go with months ago. Months ago, I
Yeah.
said these is don't even know how to win, or at least they don't know how to recognize a win. They say this is a win. I'm like, you don't even know how to be satisfied with a win. So how you recognize anything as a win when at the same time in the same breath, in the same sentence, but the fight's not over yet. I'm like,
Yep.
so you just want to continue to play war? Is that what you're
Well, yeah.
saying? You know who used to you know who also said that too? And this is a fictional character, by the way. The I could be saying his name wrong. Either the master or the not the leader, but the general. I think the colonel. One of those. He was a Nazi. He was a Nazi leader in Helsing Ultimate. I love war. Hate war. Evil war. Atrocities. Bombings. Fire bombings. War. That is what we love, gentlemen. War. I'm
Yeah.
paraphrasing, but that's the gist of what his whole speech
Yeah,
was.
well, you got these dudes in power telling you, don't hate the dude, hate the game. Like, it's, and here's my thing, they peddle we the people with the fist and all that, and it's like it's the same group of people that are pushing pro-abortion and all these government entitlement initiatives, and it's being pushed to the same demographic that is a victim to abortion all the time. So while they're telling you we the people, we the people, we the people, they're also encouraging immigration. So you're already being displaced by another ethnic minority that will come into power by at least 2060, 2066, and it'll end up diluting your opinion anyway. So
Hmm.
all this fist pumping in the air is not going to get you anything uh, other than brownie points. But those brownie points don't translate to political or election power. They don't. So, and it's stuff we don't talk about because we're so distracted with everything in pop culture as it's
These
being
children don't benefit
instrumental.
from it either, and I call them children.
And Professor Geek was talking about this, the deconstruction of pop culture, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, it's happening anyway. It's like you got to see it for what it is, and then you got to make up your own opinion, and then you got to make a list of all the old franchises you used to love and try to get all that stuff, because and this is where I think I've said it before. I think once this whole thing with Warner and Discovery takes hold or whatever, after AT&T couldn't do anything with Warner, if everyone is successful, digital media, hard media is going to go away. Everything will just be paywall,
Hmm.
and then you can't have your content because guess what? They control the content. And if they control the content, they control the message. So, and that's where you're getting all these like propaganda shows. So, you know, I I can tell you this much that this is not something that's going to go away within the next 5-10 years.
Mm-mm.
Maybe in 15 years we'll start seeing what the opposing view looks like, but for right now we're going to get more of the same. We're going to get more Captain Ballsacks. I don't know. I don't know what other captain is missing. They've done all the captains already that I can think of. So,
Captain Non-Gender.
oh yeah, they haven't done that yet. Captain Non-Binary.
As a matter of fact, they won't even bother with the America at this point. They'll just call it Captain.
That's
Captain of
going to
what?
be that'll be. Now that you bring it
It's
up,
like
that'll.
what once they continue, they're going to remove the America and worse, they're going to cease the American themed costume. If you
Oh
really
yeah,
think
that's
about
going
it,
away.
over time,
Yeah, that's going to go away.
that flag is going because they sure are about flag burning too. Hey, Eloise, they're all about
Well,
that
and here's
too.
the
They're all
thing.
about that flag
Yeah.
burning too. So they want to figuratively burn the flag by the next iteration of their captain, if you will, because by that time they'll eliminate the America out of the name, and next will be the flag, which is the symbol of our nation, which is really interesting because no other nation do that apart from
Well, and
from
here's the
um
thing.
across the seas.
Here's
Yet
the
we're
thing.
doing it.
The Captain America treatment that that they're giving him. Iron Man hasn't even gotten that type of treatment. I haven't seen it on Wonder Woman really. Like only seen maybe something similar to it with
Be
Superman.
a matter of
That's it.
time. It'll
Yeah,
be a matter of time.
like with Superman,
Once they
they've messed with Superman a
they're
few
they're
times,
like they're
but
like
like,
cancer, dude.
yeah,
Once they go and destroy something, they'll find somewhere else to destroy. Then it's not going to stop with them.
yep,
They're going to destroy. I said this in Ishi stream last night. I'm paraphrasing Alucard from Netflix Castlevania. We're basically fighting the world's biggest suicide note, or at least society's
yeah,
suicide
yeah.
note.
It is. It is.
Our society's suicide note. They're literally trying to commit suicide of society by wanting everybody to come along with them. But we all know that nobody ain't for that. Even whether you believe in Christian religion or any other religion, we're not for that. Nobody
Yeah,
nobody
yeah,
nobody ever plans to kill themselves unless they really had
yeah. Not
had
willingly.
reached
Yeah,
their, yeah, basically what you're saying, but they have reached their they think they have reached their limit
yeah.
in life.
Well, yeah,
But
because look at
nobody
what
ever
we're
grows up
pushing now.
nobody ever grows up planning to kill themselves, or at least they're never born planning to kill themselves.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you're on Telegram, I'm on Telegram. I don't know about you guys, but like a lot of the people that I follow are posting videos of how these first world countries are suddenly, celebrating Pride Month. And if there was any sure 100% way of, that suicide note that you're talking about, it's literally, promoting transgenderism, which is chemical, castration, or pro-abortion, which is literally you know, you're culling your own demographic. Um, and there's other stuff again that's considered liberal. That's considered, oh well, it's my right. No, no, you need to call it what it is. It's a privilege. We don't. And I've never seen anyone on either side call it abortive privilege, because it's what it is. It's a privilege to be able to do that. If you're a woman, to your body. To literally have a baby taken apart and taken out of your uterus. That
Hmm.
it's not a right, because I mean, I don't think anyone has the right to take a life from someone. But that's just my view, and I don't want to get into it too much. But going back to signing your own death note, that's why they push these agendas. Like suddenly we're flying pride flags, in all of our embassies, or the Black Lives Matter, flag,
Hmm.
literally telling everybody, oh hey, it's open season, come take us out, bring all your propaganda, we'll absorb it. You look at our military video versus the military videos of other countries, and ours looks like a little freaking manga cartoon. I have been fighting racism all my life. Okay, well, first of all, Emma, you're white, like
Hmm.
me, so I don't know how you've been fighting racism if you're part of the same demographic being called racist. If anything, it's more racist to say that you've been fighting racism, according to the logic. And I don't care if your two moms are lesbians. That means they're white supremacist, lesbians, and they should go ahead and check their privilege at the door. And this video should literally be about some BIPOC, character fighting racism, if we're really going to go there. But it's not. It's just pandering to the demographic. So that's part of my rant. So
No, it's okay. Well, what I have to say is this, because you brought up so many different points. You both have brought up so many different points.
yeah,
Um, all of this, I think the nucleus of this started with the election. I hate to bring up politics, but I think this plays a big part here. I hate to
oh
bring
yeah,
it up, but it does. Is the election of 2016.
oh yeah,
Certain people, certain groups could not accept the fact that they lost. They're still that way now. Even though the election
hmm,
is over and Orange Man is out, they still cannot get over 2016.
yeah, yeah,
They couldn't win Washington, so they decided to turn their attention to Hollywood. They
yes,
decided to turn their attention. Why pop culture? It has a large audience, let's face it. There's more people at Comic Con than the Democratic or Republican National Convention combined.
this is very
So
true.
they
Yeah,
turned, yep, they turned their attention there. They hate that they couldn't stand the fact that at these cons, nobody cares about your race, your gender, or your sexuality. We're all here out of the love of the characters and genres that we care. They couldn't
Right.
stand that. They hated that. It's the fans. It's them. They think that fans or people, all of us are redhead carrying phobes that they saw on CNN at certain Orange Man rallies, and now they think everybody is like that. That is not LBGT, and not a black person, and not a female, and that's what they think. Those are the real enemies there, or a certain economic status. So those are
Yeah.
the enemies. So they turned all that attention, all that hatred, and it's nothing but hatred. What
It
we're
is.
seeing is they turned it into hatred and revenge. Nothing that they're doing is positive. This is not about empowerment. This is not about inclusion, which is a word that I personally don't like. I don't like the word
Yeah.
inclusion.
Yeah. I don't
You have
like
to
that word.
look at that. I don't like that word. Inclusion means excluding someone out. You
Yes.
cannot, and
Literally.
basically they want to exclude, yeah, straight Caucasian Christian people, particularly males. They hate that because they all see the face of one person when they do that. So that is why
Yep.
we're getting the garbage in our entertainment that we're getting now. And then Hollywood jumped on that train because there's some of them in Hollywood that have white man guilt. So they don't have a spine to stand up for themselves. They just follow on with it because they've been taught to be, well, you're the poor white man, guilt white man. I should sit behind.
Yep.
You're right. I'm the poor white guy. I feel so bad about myself. But anything you want. All of this trash is not positive. This is revenge wrapped up into a big, pretty box of bigotry. And now
Oh yeah.
entertainment is used as propaganda. That is all we're seeing right now. This is nothing but revenge and hatred, resentment, and jealousy. And these are
Oh yeah.
things, I mean, I don't want to preach here, but if I remember
Oh no. Go for it. Go
my,
for it.
if I remember my Bible education, I can't remember what scripture in the Bible, but these are things that God said are not loving. These are things that are not uplifting. What's
Yeah.
uplifting? Love, compassion,
Hmm.
understanding. Things that
Yep.
these SJWs hate. That
Oh
is
yeah.
why they're. That's why they're obsessed with villains. That's why they want all the Gorillas and the Maleficents and the Jokers. They want to make villains good guys. Is
Yeah.
because a villain doesn't have those qualities. They have the
Yep.
opposite qualities. So they feel that this is bad, is this is good. This really is good. Compassion, love. That's the biggest thing always tells people. There is no more love.
I
There's
left the
just no
quote
Yep.
love
from
or standing
Alucard
anymore.
in the chat real quick,
Go ahead.
and I'm gonna read it back to you guys. This entire catastrophe has been nothing but history's longest suicide note. That's pretty much what counter society to its woke society is fighting
Mhm.
against. They're fighting against one big societal suicide note.
Oh yeah. And the reason it's been so easy to do, I mean, is because we've been dumbing down the population for well over a decade, decades, if you really want to go into it. I know that I said something on MeWe about this. I talked about how, a lot of this, how, we talk about CRT all the time. Back in the 90s, it was only at the university level, but this stuff was able to creep in because of 43 and No Child Left Behind. So we weren't focusing on we weren't focusing on the 20% of kids that weren't doing well. We were focusing on the consensus. Okay, so let's go ahead and push everyone through. Okay, well, at that point, you're creating a person that isn't comfortable with the material they're being shown. At that point, they lose all interest. So again, you're dumbing down someone uh, who could have easily been a future history or literary arts student. And then 44 comes in and he does Race to the Top. Race to the Top came in with a lot of strings. If you wanted federal money, you got it. It's all here. You can have as much as you want. But it came with CRT strings, and it came with you got to teach this, and that brought in Common Core. And Common Core made it a lot easier to manipulate these kids because that's where you start. I mean, if you want to go ahead and hijack a society, you hijack the children. So,
As I was saying
Common
earlier
Core,
about the whole
yeah,
parents thing.
yep, yep, and you do it literally while the parent is standing right there because you know when I was, in the last stream, I was talking about, how public school is like, it's a government program that everyone seems to be okay with. It's like,
Hmm.
you know, government is interested in keeping government going. So something like that, it wants to keep itself going. So they're going to go ahead and teach kids all the stuff they need to know to keep this whole infrastructure going. They're not creating individuals; they're creating more grease for the wheel. So, bringing
There are
in
talks
Common
about
Core.
having cameras in the classrooms
Yeah,
in public school,
yeah,
and they're really just like throwing off their loop. They're
and you,
loop they're flipping their lids about like preaching ethics. I'm like, you
yeah,
are like any of you, and I'm throwing this at conservatives too. Any of you who are preaching the ethical issues about having that kind of thing in classrooms are the last persons to be preaching about
yeah,
ethics. Do you
yeah.
not know? Do you not know the implications of having cameras in the classrooms? That will, you know what that would prevent, especially if the teacher has no control over the button to shut it off specifically. Like it can be done by the principal per se, or the school board per se, right?
Yeah,
That could prevent so many in classroom molestations that could happen,
yeah,
or the the potential hot for teachers scandal, stuff like female
mm,
teachers molesting little boys, or having sex with them, for that matter, with little
mm,
like you don't think you would want that, considering that whenever time they bring that stuff up, they always find scapegoats. They try to mental gymnastics their way out of the whole situation. Especially with the female teachers in the news. Oh, they found love in the classroom. No, that was a woman
Oh
that
well, yeah,
groomed
they'll try
the
to
little
sell a
boy.
narrative to give you, give you an excuse to say, oh yeah, I am for cameras in the classroom. That'll prevent more, um, you know, more. We'll call it Florida events. It's park, if you will. You know, but here's the thing: it's like you bring in stuff like that,
I'll
it's
be right
you're
back.
creating more of a surveillance state. Yeah, yeah, good. It's kind of like what Wolf was saying earlier about creating situations that are more akin to countries like North Korea, where you've given all your power over to the state, to where the state now pretty much does what it wants to go ahead and keep itself in perpetuity. And moving into a situation like this can happen very rapidly. I mean, we've seen how stuff has literally moved in the last 100 days, how quickly things changed. And, you also see how within the last 100 days, pop culture has even taken a sharp turn where there's more of it now, because now they know they can pretty much go ahead and peddle their message without having too much pushback from anyone that could actually push back and say, "Hey, you guys need to cut that out." Um, you know, and I find it funny that they use these pop culture hero icons to do this stuff, because it's easier to use something like that than to sell you the actual product, if you will. It's kind of like what they did with the Koof shot. You had all these little animated music videos, and oh, it's cool. You got to do your bit. You got the vaccine, I got the vaccine, we got the vaccine. That whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Because easier,
Hmm.
yeah. Because and of course it was. I would argue that it was pointed more towards the black community because guess what? They're using Run DMC, but you know at what point it's like I was saying before with when Professor made that point. Is that your own idea, or are you just espousing the idea because someone went ahead and put it there? So it's good
I'm
to
back.
have, yeah, it's good to have
Yeah.
opposing opinions because it exposes you to that idea. And if that's something that you don't like, and I said, and you say, you know, hey, trooper, I didn't like what you said there, but you have your own opinion and you can say that, then that means you've been exposed to that opinion. So now you've heard something about it. So now if it comes up in conversation, you can say, "Oh, I did hear something about that. I don't remember what it all was, but I remember it being something like blah 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 blah." So, but yeah, no, Leia, it was really funny. Like, you were right on top of that video, and then everybody else came out with their opinion of it. And I'm thinking to myself, this is why we need to start creating our own, franchises, or supporting the people that want to do independent stuff, because we got to move on. Like, the the more the more we talk about how Disney is, redoing everything because they get money out of it, the more, even if it's bad press, they're still getting press, so they're still getting attention, so they're still making money. So it's one of those things where it's kind of like that Darth Maul Ahsoka thing where, you know, in season 7, after being off the air for so long,
Siege of Mandalore.
they did the Siege of Mandalore, and it took a while for Ahsoka to even learn that lesson, because you got to remember, and there's a few people in our group who are anti-Ahsoka, and I am not one of those people. So, hi, Professor Geek. But the way when I talk about Ahsoka, it's like, okay, well, Ahsoka was the lens for that particular group of kids to grow up with. So, of course, Ahsoka had to go through her, she had to go through her paces. But anyway, in season 7, the hardest lesson she learned was to be able to let go, because you got to remember, her master was flawed, so therefore her philosophy and her thinking would also be flawed, because she was also a poison fruit from a poisonous tree. So, but she learned that if she was going to survive and add it in any way, shape, or form, granted, we're still learning more about her as Disney does their own thing, but I've already kind of fallen off the train. So, I mean, I've gone as far as I'm going to go with Disney and Ahsoka. For me, I would rather not know what else comes after, because the not knowing lends itself to being more flexible as to what actually may have happened. But, even though it wasn't the most ideal way of living, it was still living. So, she had to give up her life as a Jedi. And yeah, she still, I guess in the show still has her lightsabers or whatnot. But the hardest lesson, and it came from a Sith,
I don't think a Jedi should even get rid of their lightsabers either way, even if they do leave the Order.
Well, here's the thing.
You're basically just the idea. Let me throw my 2 cents in on that one real quick.
Yeah.
I don't see why there's a big deal about her keeping her lightsabers even though she's not a Jedi anymore. You're basically just saying, like, okay, we're gonna excommunicate you from the Order, or at least in her case, she communicated herself from the Order, right?
Yeah.
But people are raising up this weird stink about, oh, why does she keep her lightsabers? Why wouldn't she? Those are her weapons, right?
Well,
you're gonna leave her to the wolves without the tools to protect herself?
Well, you gotta remember, her last lightsaber set, her blue lightsaber set, that set was given to her by Anakin. By her literally letting go of those particular lightsabers, she was letting Anakin go. She was leaving that life behind. She buried that version of Ahsoka when the Exeter went down. That was it. So, we get that last shot, and we see, we kind of see a hint of, the sister, when in that last shot, when the bird is just kind of not in the picture, but you can kind of see the reflection in Darth Vader's ocular, inlaid insert lenses or whatever, and you can kind of see like Anakin's eyes, and you see the resignation of Anakin that he was duped, into being Darth Vader, but he's Darth Vader now, so that's who I am. But that's going into it too deep. So I mean, she had to let those lightsabers go to literally turn her back on her old life. Yeah, she ended up with another set of lightsabers, blah 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 blah, whatever. But it's kind of what you have to do with a lot of this stuff, with a lot of this pop culture, is you're gonna have to let go of that life and move forward, or else you're gonna literally be
Mm-hmm.
trapped in that one moment of life, and you're not gonna grow. You're always going to want to relive that same moment. You're always gonna be trapped in there.
Uh,
God,
I was going to say I agree very much, Trooper, and I think that's the problem with some fans. They know it's going to garbage wokeville, but they cannot
hmm
bring themselves to let go of it. I think the professor and Bandman call it fan addiction.
yeah,
I know. Well, I have to use the best way I can describe it with my own self. Like a lot
yeah,
of my buddies who are, some are normies or some are posers or some are or wannabe Marvel fans, can
yeah,
understand. I told them I have no interest in Phase 4 at all. I have
yeah,
no
yeah,
interest in the TV shows. No way in the devil was I ever going to go look at Falcon with special guest star Winter Soldier. And they
yeah.
all asked me why. I said because they have been corrupted by woke crap, and I am
hmm
not going to. I can't stand this stuff anymore. I'm not going to watch it. And then I hear a lot of them, well, what are you going to watch? What are you going to
Right?
enjoy? Yeah. What are you going to do with
They
yourself?
asking like that's a hard hitting question that's gonna make you draw a pause.
Yeah, you're gonna write your own
Yeah.
stories. You're gonna draw. You're gonna go outside. You're gonna get some sunlight. You're gonna watch some
Yeah.
of your favorite films. You're gonna try to get
Yeah.
your hands on everything you can before the corporations say you can't have Blu-rays
And
anymore. So
this is where Leia says, "Walk the earth," like
yeah,
Kane from Kung Fu.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I told them. I am very happy looking at the classics. I'm very happy looking at the phases 1 through 3 because those were great pictures. Or
Oh yeah,
discussing it with people. I am perfectly fine for me to. It's just like with Star Wars. Star Wars is a zombie. Star Wars is pretty much a zombie now. There's nothing left of
yeah.
it. It has been so badly destroyed by that
Oh yeah.
evil witch. That also I want to
Mm,
say, if I could say, everything that witch is doing, she's doing it. It's not. It's hatred and revenge and resentment, because I really believe she resents George Lucas.
Oh, and
And
here's the
she,
thing. Yeah, yeah. And here's the thing too. Here's the thing too. If Bob Iger was not okay with it, he would have put the kibosh on it a long time ago. And now it's Bob
amen.
Chapek. But again, same thing. If they weren't on this train, they would have put the kibosh on it a very long time ago. So, you know, dovetailing it back to the beginning of the discussion with YouTube creators putting out rumors and stuff like this and creating garbage clickbait content because that's what their channels are revolving around.
by and
That's
large,
been
yeah.
that's been a
Yeah,
big
yeah,
issue
yeah,
this weekend. That's been
yeah.
you could, yeah, that's become quite a big issue from what
It's a
I've
big
seen on
echo
some
chamber.
channels.
Yeah, they're
Oh
all
yeah,
and I asked myself, it's like, when did the fan alternative become the mainstream consensus for blah 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 blah? Wah! And that's all I hear now, and I'm thinking to myself, I have a brain. I'm like, you know, it's I don't hear anyone having criticism of this type of consensus. Once everyone jumped on that train, the I'm not going to call it the anti woke train. I'm going to call it the I'm not fandom menace train of
right.
automatically, I'm not going to call
Well,
out Mike Zero. I guess I kind of did. But once we get to a clickbaity type of content on
mhm.
this type of platform, you're no longer doing your fan base or your viewers or your friends, for all that matter, who actually come to watch your streams all the time because it's an extended network, right? You're no
Yes.
longer
Mm,
doing them a service because now you're giving them the talking points to pair it out, as opposed to giving them the true opinion of what they should be exposed to. There's more than one opinion. You're entitled to it. By all means, be that opinion. Don't parrot something because you heard, oh yeah, so and so, she's fired again. She's finally gonna go away. Woo! But my whole thing is this: the whole whole thing with Favreau and Kennedy. Again, it starts at the top. If so and so didn't want it happening, they would have put the kibosh on it. These people don't care because either way, again, they get the Insta movie, they get their $160 million dollar budget. They make the filler content with no real story, no real characters, no whatnot. They pump the current pop culture of everything is bad, and they still make $1 million, or not $1 million. They still make $1 billion. So these companies don't really care ideologically what you think. They're all about their bottom dollar, and so far, the consensus is that if you push the Twitterati consensus, that it still makes money. And it's it's kind of like going to a barbecue place, your favorite barbecue place, and they switch up the recipe on the barbecue sandwich, making it with less expensive product, but they're still charging you $7.99 for your barbecue brisket sandwich combo with fried pickles. Even though the thing tastes like garbage now, you're still paying for it. And then you complain about it, and then just like Leia was saying, your friend says, "Well, what are you going to eat?" my my opinion is, well, I'm going to eat something else. Well, I got to
Who
find
you
something
gonna
else
call?
because
Somebody else.
somebody else. So yeah, so I mean, Leia brings a strong point. You have these people that just their knee-jerk reaction is, well, what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to be my own individual. I got a brain, right? Like God gave me a brain. Or if you don't believe in
That's
God,
right.
evolution gave me a brain. So, but yeah.
That's right.
So
Yeah, you go ahead and finish, Trooper. Go ahead.
oh no, go ahead.
No, I was going to be. That's the thing about the fans that they have to remember. All of these is that at some point you've got to think for yourself. You've got to
Yep.
say for yourself, I don't like this direction.
Like
I'm not
Z from
paying
Ants.
exactly. I am not paying. I told someone. I said I do not
Think for
put my.
yourself.
Yeah, I do not, and that's woke culture is not teaching people that.
Is
They're
everybody still
not
here?
teaching them.
Yep.
They're not. Oh, I'm
Of course they are.
I'm still here. Oh, you mean in the chat or me? Oh, the woke
Either way.
culture does. Oh, woke culture is not teaching that. They're teaching the opposite. They don't want you to think for yourself. They want you to
Yep.
think like they think. That's what they're
Yep.
teaching them, and a lot of them are falling for this. And you have to say, like I told one, I do not take my hard-earned money that I worked for 2 weeks, good money out of my paycheck for something I do not like. Film, television, products, merchandise, whatever. And you guys probably know this right now. When the MCU was hot, I got lots of Captain America
So
merchandise sitting in my home.
hang on,
But
Oh
guys.
yeah.
it's
Because
just
Pump the brakes real quick. We got
yeah,
6 people in here, and yet I only see like 3 people talking. That's
that's
weird.
fine. They can catch it on the rewatch.
I don't know. Maybe they don't have anything to add yet. Maybe we haven't gotten to a topic that they'll chime in.
Maybe it's because the topic is so good that they're going about their daily routine while we're talking. Because that's also what I tend to do. Also,
Yeah,
when I find a good
yeah.
discussion, I just let it play and then I just do my thing. So if I happen to be catching an episode of EFAP, I'll just let it play. Sometimes I'll watch some Yellow Flash, and he does his thing on Saturdays, the Flashcast. I'll let that play because I always like having voices in the background.
Same here.
That's
I
always
do
been me
too.
though.
Especially when I art.
Yeah, I
I-
always like having when you art. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because that's always been me. I mean, even when studying, being in university and stuff like that, I don't like being in a quiet room. I can't be in a quiet room. There always has to be something playing. So.
I get paranoid, especially when I hear noise outside the house. I'm like, I gotta investigate.
Well, you are, you are in the People's Republic of, of, right?
I was going to say that yeah, I like to play voices in the background too when I'm doing my chores or if I'm writing or if I'm doing something creative or if I'm working on my doll collection and I'm doing little creative projects, which I like to do, make dresses, whatever. I like to hear voices in the background myself. And I was
Yeah.
just going to say that these fans have got to stop. They've got to stop thinking for themselves. I know a
Yeah.
lot of people that hate, and I'm kind of getting tired of apologizing for this. I told them I'm gonna stop apologizing. I don't hate everybody's opinion, but there's a ton of them that really hate the Falcon with special guest star Winter Soldier. I hate you bring it up, but it's probably the last thing that really pissed me the devil off. But
Yeah.
they don't like it, but they can't bring themselves to pull away from it. It's like they wrote it, so I have to accept what they show, even though they know what they watched was pure garbage, woke, stupid
Right.
trash.
Yeah.
But they hear, because like I had family over and I was talking to my nephew,
Yeah.
and my nephew is more acceptable of Endgame than I am. And when I told him I didn't like it, he was shocked. Auntie, tell me, why don't you like Endgame? What is it? And I said, there's a ton of issues. I told him, but mostly I don't buy the time travel portion. And
Mm.
so I said, why do you like it? He said, well, I believe it because the writers believe it, and I'm going by what they say. And I looked at him. I said, okay, now explain that time travel story. Just explain it to me. And I don't like what they did to Captain America. I said to my nephew, there is no reasonable reason under the sun for what they did to Cap. They did. I told they didn't do to Cap. I said, but Auntie, he wanted to have a life of his own. I said he could have had a life of his own right here in the 21st century with Sharon Carter. That's how they could. They did not have to send him back to the past with Peggy Carter. I like Peggy Carter, but I don't like her that much. So sending him a
Yeah.
past to get a dance and to have him look and see everything, all the events go past his eye, and he's sitting back doing nothing about it because he wants to get a little dance and sit on his little front porch and sip tea and watch the kids twirl along is not where this man needs to be. That's not the ending for him. It's not.
Mm.
I would have asked him. I would
Him.
have asked your nephew, and much respect to you, Leia. I would ask him. So, is that how you want to live your life by sitting around doing nothing and yet complain all day on a rocking chair? Do you want to spend your life actually being a doer or a talker? Is if what you're saying is perfectly fine, okay, I'm gonna accept that coming from you, but don't come to me explain why you didn't get valedictorian at your. Don't
Well.
explain to me. Don't come to me. Hang on, trooper. Don't
Mhm.
complain to me why you didn't earn valedictorian at your high school no graduation when 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 I checked in on you on your studying and your school practices, you were sitting on your butt playing video games all day. Now, mind you, you aced your tests, you aced your classes, you studied when you wanted to, but you
Yeah.
didn't put in the extra effort to get valedictorian. But you were the one who
Well.
told me that Cap it was perfectly reasonable for Cap to do what he did. So I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you, was it perfect? And if you do come to me with your boldness, and I respect your boldness, but I'm gonna come back at you. Well, was it perfectly reasonable for you to do what you did that didn't earn you valedictorian?
Right.
I'll ask him that next time. I'll ask him that next time.
Well,
Now,
here's the thing. No, go ahead. Finish your point, Leia. I'm
what
scribbling
my
stuff down as
nephew,
you're talking.
I'm trying to face him correctly. He said he's accepting what the writer's explanation, and I asked him explain that story back to me. I said, does that sound like it makes sense? He said, I asked him to okay, explain the time travel part of Endgame back to me. Explain it to me, and then he said, now with your own ears, does that make sense? I said, well, no. That's what he said. But if the writers believe it, I have to believe it. Those were his words.
Yeah, isn't that frightening?
Yes, that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
It's
would
one of
ask
those
them
things where it's like, oh well, the government told me, so I should do what the government
now.
says.
Now here's what I
Yeah.
would ask, and you guys know me how crass and witty I am at times.
I
So
don't know
let
about
me ask
witty,
you
but
this. Shut up. So I'll ask your nephew again. Much respect to you, Leia, because this is your nephew we're talking about. But I'll ask him. So let me ask you this. You said you believe because the writers believe it. So would you believe my bullshit over your bullshit? In the exact same vein of what you told me. If I was telling you all kind of bullshit, would you believe it because I believe in it?
I'll ask
See?
him that next time. Yeah, that's a good question. I'll ask. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. The next time we have it got very passionate, but the next time we have the discussion, I will bring that up, Commander. I will bring that
Hmm.
up because we
So
seem to differ.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if I believe strongly in what I'm saying, do you believe in it too?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Okay.
That's
it's like ask them like next time ask them. So if I believe Cap should not have done that, would you believe me too? Because I believe so strongly in my opinion.
Let's
I'll ask
see.
him that and see what he says. I'm
This is
serious. I'm going to be very curious. I'll get back to
so
him. I'm very
let, let
curious.
me let me put let me put it like this. Here
Okay.
never be and this goes for everybody in this chat too. When you're dealing with the children. Now don't swear at them like I just did.
No, I
Okay?
won't. Mhm,
I don't think anyone does.
mhm.
But no, but like look here.
uh,
This is how I talk to my niece. This is how
oh,
I
okay.
talk to my nephews, mind you. Now I don't swear at them. I
Okay.
don't swear at them. That's what, but that was just for the sake of entertainment, of course. But no, this is how I talk to my nieces and nephews. This is how I talk to parents' kids at my job too. Okay,
Hmm.
I talk to them basically just like human beings talk to each other, not necessarily crassness or anything, but I talk to them the way how an adult would talk to another adult, because I respect the child's mind.
Hmm.
So I don't. So I ask now mind you, I ask these questions, but this is mostly because of out of curiosity. I'm very inquisitive on what and firmly I want to make sure that they're sure on where they stand. Now
Hmm.
I'm not saying this to change their mind, but I am saying these stuff and asking these questions to get them to think.
Hmm.
Now if they want to stick to where they are, be my guest because you made a decision and I respect that. I'm going on the basis of so long as you made that decision and you feel comfortable with that decision and you sleep in that bed and you're comfortable sleeping in that bed, that is fine. That goes for
Hmm.
my nieces and my nephews and my future nieces and my future nephews coming up. Well, they're here now, mind you, they're here now. But that's like I'll even ask my niece whom I've been with for majority of her baby years. I asked her, especially especially when she talked about her ambitions. I'm like, is that what you want? Is that where you want to go? Is that what your idea is? Do
Hmm.
do 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 you think you can commit to that? I asked some. I know these some strong questions, directed towards children, but I'm preparing them like, hey, this is what people will ask you growing up. This is what growing up will feel like when you get older. People will ask these questions of you. There'll be and there'll be people that'll treat you like train was. I don't look. You're as right now. I'm gonna say she's probably getting near to 14 years old, right? I'm
Hmm.
like, I'm expecting an adult to come to me now. So there's gonna be a lot of demands I will make of you. Now, if that makes me the bad guy, okay, I'm the bad guy.
Right.
Now it's up to you to defeat me. Uh oh, uh oh. Uncle gave me an ultimate. Gave Uncle done gave me an ultimatum. Yep, better watch out for those too, cause I'm not holding back on those either. Either you stand up to me willingly, ready to challenge me. If you call me the bad guy, be ready to challenge me on that.
Yeah.
Cause I'm not
Well,
backing
Yeah,
down, and you better not back down. Stand up.
hmm.
If you call me a bully, stand up. If you call me a gatekeeper, I'm gonna ask you why are you knocking at my door then.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Stuff like
Yeah.
that.
exactly. Yes.
Like it's time for parents to come back as parents, or at least guardians, which I proudly proclaim myself a guardian as well,
Right.
an adult guardian, to finally jump right back on in and be what they're supposed to be, mentors for these children
Hmm.
before you give them off to teachers,
Right.
outside mentors. You have to be the mentor first before you go out, before you give them out to the world to be mentored by someone else.
And that's what a lot of parents are forgetting, that they are the first, they're at the top of the list. The teachers and or counselors, or even they're relying too much on society to do the teaching for them. They're relying too much on film.
Never change, Samuel. Never change. Never change, Samuel. I love when you quote me.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I would have
Samuel, he's
axed
a
him.
sweet. Thanks him.
What happened to him? Oh, I didn't know he got axed. I'm sure he's some
Yeah.
respect
I don't
there.
even know. Look, I don't even know where this coming from. Where's that? Here it comes. Maybe in relation
Okay.
to Leia bringing up the whole Captain America situation. I don't know.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. Coming back to this, YouTuber echo chamber, because that's what it is. Like, from these bigger channels all the way to the smaller ones, and all the ones to the more on the academic side. Okay. Why is it we know so much more about Kathleen Kennedy? Why is there so much hatred towards Kathleen Kennedy and not towards Kevin Feige? You know,
Mm,
why is it we know more about Kathleen Kennedy than we know about Sherry Redstone or Ann Sarnoff,
Yes.
who happens to be over at Warner, who is pushing this JJ, DC verse? Because these
Yeah.
YouTubers have literally just like a laser been on Kathleen Kennedy this whole time. And yeah, a lot of these channels started gaining traction, and when mainstream media came for these channels, you know, they I'm not gonna they were not prepared for mainstream media coming at them
That's
the
right.
way they did with like these writing Ripley articles. Why is it that
Yeah.
when we
Yeah.
disparage the MCU, we talk about Brie, but we don't talk about Kevin Feige? And like I was saying before, with Star Wars, why is it that we focus on Kathleen and not Bob Iger or Bob Chapek, who are
mm.
literally the dudes
Eh,
that can put the kibosh on all this? Because these channels have been spewing these opinions, and these YouTubers just parrot the same opinion.
Let me pump the
It
brakes
almost
again.
works. Like, yeah,
Let me
yeah.
pump the brakes again real quick to address something I asked my niece one time when I used to start visiting LA for family's sake,
Hmm.
and she had both me and her father on that Christmas day,
Hmm.
and and I brought this up a year ago too, addressing this issue I have with her. I'm like, you have everything that you say that you cry about all day every day, and yet when it finally comes to you on the day when you have it, you're quick to push it aside for your friends. Now let me ask you, which one is more important to you? Either the friends that you see every day, or you get to see every other weekend, versus your dad and your uncle together, who vi-
Hmm.
whom one of them you have to see more so of the other, who has to come out here and visit you after the year is almost over.
Hmm.
Which is more important? And let me ask you this: when have you ever gotten that? When the last time you ever had that? Your uncle and your dad together, the two important men in your life growing up.
Hmm.
That's probably going to be the more important thing in your life when you get even older, when you have when you need somebody to talk to, when you need somebody to communicate with with your issues. You have your dad that you want to communicate to if you have any issue, especially when it comes to boys, because you're gonna have that problem. Or if your dad's not available, you still have your uncle on speed dial whenever you need him to talk to him about stuff. And here you got them both in the flesh on near Christmas, mind you, Christmas Eve, and you act like you don't even want to be around us.
Right.
So let me ask you this: which is more important, your friends or your dad or and your uncle whom you haven't spoken to in a while. She had no answer either. That's funny. That's funny.
Well,
She
Mhm.
yeah,
Mhm.
because the answer is very logical. It's not her friends that she'll go through like tissues throughout life. It's like, and that's the thing. It's you're gonna go through friends like candy. You just are.
hmm
You're gonna have them in all different places and corners. But at the very end of the day, if you end up having some form of catastrophe or emergency, who's gonna show up? Is it gonna be your friend who you talk to, who's got the really nice shoes, or is it gonna be family? So
hmm
yeah, those
Uh,
are decisions that people have to make for themselves, right? So
Go ahead, Leia. You're right,
I
Trooper. Go ahead, Leia.
yeah, I want to say yes, Trooper. I agree with you 100% on that, and that's a skill people are losing. But I want to go back to your comment because I want to say amen on every count. Where you talked about how all the channels are talking about the Wicked Witch of the West, which is Kathleen. Of course,
mhm.
she's a witch. I hate her, but
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not a fan of. And like you said, why aren't they talking about Kevin Feige.
yeah,
I want to say Ed Tudor or Betrayer of 30 Pieces of Silver is another
yeah,
question for those of you. That's a
yeah,
Bible reference for those of you out
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. No,
Judas,
yeah,
the
exactly.
modern day, yes, the modern day Judas Iscariot, who pretty much, you
Yeah,
pretty much crucified Steve Rogers in a symbolic way. That's pretty much what he's done.
yeah,
And then you
yeah,
have the lady at Sony, Ann Sarkov, who is don't know what she's doing, and the other people that you name. Why are
hmm
they on YouTube? Why are they not coming down on those people? Because I said they are just as I'm just as angry as them as I am
yeah. It's clickbaity. Yeah,
Kathleen. Yeah, and for the very reason, a good point that you brought out for the very reason that you just said, and I agree 1,000%. And it could be clickbaiting for all of them. I said, why is it just
yeah,
mostly? And then you said Iger and Chipek, who
yeah.
are Tweedledee
Yep,
and Tweedledum.
yep.
So I don't know why there's nothing being poked at them. So I just want to say that's a very I agree. I agree 100%. I absolutely do.
Yeah, yeah.
And then yeah,
That that's like if I go into that's like if I go into your job and for some reason you did the worst thing you could possibly have done to me, whatever. And then I say, well, I don't want to talk to your boss. I want to talk to your boss's boss. Same thing. Same thing.
right,
No.
exactly the same. It absolutely. I just said, why isn't that all that? Why are you not? They're just like I'm sorry, but some of these Marvel fans are just sitting back and just taking the little lollipops that Marvel gives them. When I know deep down
Yeah.
inside you don't like this, they're just sitting there like, oh well, Falcon and Winter Soldier is fabulous, and WandaVision has. I'm sure they've got their right reasons for.
Yeah.
Or no, I do know there were some Benedict Cumberbatch fans who were livid when they found out that Feige took him out simply because took out Doctor Strange.
for
Why?
his
For what
reason.
reason? Oh well, he did it for. Well, you know the two reasons: his gender and his color. And they
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
livid. They were absolutely. Some I know from Britain. They were just furious, and they are turning their back on Marvel because after what they just heard for him to do. And I'm like, why is it seems like the Marvel fans are they don't want to say something. And I think it's because they're afraid to leave. He's got them trapped in there. They're
Yeah.
afraid to
Yeah.
leave and
Yeah.
think for themselves.
Yeah. They're afraid to say the emperor has no clothes, and they're afraid that once they leave the theater, there's nothing else to watch. But
Yes,
here's the thing.
Mhm.
Then that means that you need to become the writer or the film director, or that means you become the wardrobe designer, the special effects artist, the wardrobe
Basically,
director.
preaching what I've been preaching the whole time. Do what our supposed family tree, our family tree line, or whatever ancestors that we hold dear to, have done when the real odds were really stacked against them. Create
Yep.
their own product, create their own brand. Bill Cosby was tired of white folk being all up in the big the TV and the poor and
hmm
most of the poor portrayal of black folk on TV. So what did he do? Cosby Show. Same thing with
Yep.
same thing with Martin Lawrence. He came in and gave positive hood culture with his own show with his name attached to it. Same thing with Queen Latifah doing her own version of Friends
Yeah,
with
Yes.
Living Single. You know
Yes.
what I'm saying? Like
and
Yeah.
she didn't race. Look, one thing they have in common, they didn't race swap nobody in these original black shows.
or
Now
like
there were some
the
people who,
Wayans brothers bringing black comedy to mainstream because that's what it was. I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
it was their version of SNL. So,
Yeah. 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 That's what
and it
that.
was
Yeah. I
good. It
agree.
was very good. Yeah.
What was his name? Who did Dolomite?
It,
Not Eddie Murphy, the real actor.
I forgot his name, but I know you talked about the real man that.
Rudy. How did Dolomite came about? What gave him the idea for Dolomite? He wanted to be like one of these gangster films or these do his own version of Superfly, but he wanted to
Yeah.
add in some
Hmm.
martial arts to it now. And
Yeah.
don't even get me started the fact that they remade Superfly.
Oh, that. No, that was
Who
ridiculous.
in their idea? Who in their right mind? Look, I would. I defy you to find anybody who knew about a remake to Superfly
Yep.
besides the young black folk, because they were all over that one at my theater when we were showing like, oh, when Superfly gonna come out? I was like, it already came out. Oh, it did. Yeah, we keep it for a limited amount of time, but lo and behold, when we did have that movie, hardly any black folk came to that movie. And yeah, they came in.
Well,
They came in at the late hour, late on arrival, asking about it. Same thing with Black Panther. Same thing with Black Panther. When we had it at my theater, they asked, me, "Well, when y'all gonna get Black Panther?" Man, where were you when we had it?
Are
I'm
you
asking you
serious?
that,
Where
yeah.
was he?
Like, yeah. I mean,
Oh my
it's
bro.
because of these
God.
people.
Bro, we could
It's because
look.
of these people sitting back and not doing anything that we get
Look.
people like
I
Tiny
told,
Coat.
I told them,
Like,
Yes.
we get these movies months after they're released outside of theaters. We had the pamphlet. This is when we had to print out pamphlet too. We had the pamphlet and everything. And you asking me when we got Black Panther on 2 months, mind you, 2 months after we screened it. 2 months. I'm
mm-mm.
just looking at,
Was he under living under a rock? I'm like, did he not notice the throngs of black folks crowding the movie theaters? Not saying that it wasn't a film for all races, but I'm just
mm,
saying the overcrowding, and he didn't like, gee, what's playing here? He
now
didn't
I
want
will.
to on his phone.
Now here's the thing. I'm willing to give a pass to these guys because most of the guys who came asking for it came off the ship, so they don't get
Okay,
that
Yeah.
luxury. So
okay,
I was look. I say that as a joke though. I'm just saying as a joke. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
But
Hmm.
I
like
get
like like those who I know live on the base, work on the base. I'm like, you ain't got no excuse. We had we had the poster lined up and everything.
Hmm.
We had this big old electric sign that gives the names of the movies that we were going to be screening that day. Where were you? Like, when y'all gonna show Black Panther? Bro, we been show Black
Yeah.
Panther.
yeah.
Yeah.
Where were you exactly? Yeah, where was he? Where was he at?
I
But
mean,
majority, but look. Here's what the majority of the black folk that do show up come to see: a Medea movie or anything done by Tyler Perry, which tells you
Ah,
something. Which really tells you. Now, mind you, when we went to outside theater to watch Black Panther, we did see a lot of black folk. You know what I'm saying?
of course.
mhm.
Yeah,
Outside of that.
yeah.
But on the military base, majority of what they do come out to watch is a Medea movie or the type of black film that a lot of trashy black folk tend to look forward towards the lifetime type black movies
Mhm.
like Acrimony. Oh, there was a
Yeah,
lot of black folk coming to that movie when we had that movie.
I bet. I bet. You know.
Well, yeah,
And
yeah. I mean, it all comes down to
Well, see,
it's
it's
kind of
back.
like how they. Go ahead, Lay.
I just want to backtrack what Wolf said. Wolf, you're right. The difference between back then with black filmmakers or comedians or writers is that they didn't do white versions of established white characters. Just like you said, Commander. Martin's show was his own show. Living Single, those characters were their own characters. They weren't white versions of their other characters like
Yeah.
they're doing now. Like they're doing now, what they're doing, and I don't like at all, is they are race swapping, which I am not down for anyway. I don't like it either. I tell someone, well, such and such was race swap. Well, I'm not going to see it. But what's this? What's the difference? I said, if the character is white in the book, in the comic, that's what I want to see on screen. I don't see anything else but
Yeah.
that. That's
Yeah.
what
Like a Different World had a very different tone from the Cosby Show, and it had a very different tone from Facts of Life. You know, if we're comparing life, college life, if we, you know, if you will, for Vanessa, right? It wasn't Facts of Life. The show was distinctly black. It felt black. It
Man, that
had
was a hard hammer.
very it had very original characters. Like, you know, Jasmine Guy, you know,
Whitley,
was
Whitley,
yeah,
Dwayne, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like, you
See,
know,
y'all
these
know
were
more about
characters
this.
that
I
you
was
could,
I was all for that opening.
you know,
I
this is
barely even
all
knew
like
their names.
stuff that you could
Except for
gravitate to
maybe
because
the
it
guy
was
with the
new.
glasses.
Yeah. So, like, and I mean, that's, you know, for anyone who knows Jasmine Guy, it's like she always had a very unique look to her, and for me anyway, that was some of her best stuff. Was just being on screen, you know, just being, you know, being the character, an original character, and not being a race swapped, gender swapped,
Yeah,
um,
exactly.
it, insert self character. You know, you got to see, you know, Vanessa, you know, move on to college life. You know, what's that like? What's it like? You know, again, you know, we live through the lens of television. What's it like being a you know, a college girl? You know, that kind of thing. You know, now that you moved on from the, you know, the Huxtables, if you will. Now that you moved on from that craziness. So, but I mean, it was a
But that,
different
Backtracking.
time too.
Let me backtrack to Star Trek real quick. One actor
Yeah,
I'm hoping that's still that's holding out that I'm holding out hope for that hasn't bit the woke
the
fruit.
gravy train, because
Yeah.
that's what it is. So,
Avery. Avery
Avery
uh
Brooks.
yeah, Avery Brooks.
oh, he,
He's a very private guy. Like,
yes,
Thank goodness
but
for that.
but he has a good he Trooper. Trust me, he has not hit the woke train. There is a video of him where he was interviewed. I'll try to find it and post it in MeWe, where
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
he was asked about it, and I could tell by his answer he wasn't woke. I can't
yeah,
quote it word for word, but like you said, I think he was always dignified about that role on DS9. He never
mhm,
tried to use.
To paraphrase, I was
Yes,
there to play a commander on a space station. You can't you, like you're asking me if I look in the mirror and ask, you know, somebody comes up to me and asks me to act black. How can you define that? What is acting black? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Do you think I wake up in the morning, walk through life and because I'm black? You can't replicate that.
yeah. And that's literally what they're asking you to do. Is they're asking you to literally play out you know, the parts they write out for you in current cultures. This is what this is. You know, you should think this. You should be like that. You know, you should, you know, go do this. You should go do that. You know, it's, you know,
yeah. What they're doing is, and see, a lot of black entertainers don't see this. Racism is not the only one that has you enslaved. Your own race can enslave you
hmm
if
Hmm.
you don't think for
Uh,
yourself. If you don't
yep,
think for yourself, and they'll enslave you, and they'll come in and say, "Do this." This is a good example. I think was what happened to Whitney Houston earlier in her career. The
hmm
black community shunned her because they felt, well, she wasn't just doing black music. And now, not so much. Now it kills me. Now they want to be all on this diversity train, and oh, we're
oh
all
yeah,
one.
they
And
turned the
yeah,
poor woman into a
yes,
hologram. It's like,
yeah, yeah. And then back in the day, they shunned her big time. I said, if anything, you all owe her an apology. You
oh
owe
yeah,
hmm.
her and her own
yeah, yeah, yeah,
party
yeah,
apology.
because she wore her hair differently. You know, you know, it's not like there was a big line of makeup for black women back in the day. I mean, you got what you got.
Right,
That's all there was. So,
right.
you know,
The main yeah, the main thing was the main thing that should have been was this the once beautiful voice that she had. And she could sing any style of music because I liked some of her records back then. I could understand what's wrong. What's she singing about? Humping and thumping and getting it and going and smacking it. Is that what they want her to sing? No,
Right.
smack it up and flip it and rub it down. I guess that's what she was singing.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
she had
yeah.
They
this
wanted Missy
gorgeous,
L out of her.
They want the
yeah.
Missy Elliott. Yeah, that's where I was gonna go with it.
And where I live, black stations wouldn't play her records. They told her she was giving into the white people. They told her, they call her white.
I don't know.
They
Like,
did.
I heard miracles on the radio.
well, there's
Well,
some good
here's
records
I
and there's
believe
not
in
some good.
miracles.
I believe
I,
in
I
miracles.
couldn't stand the preacher's wife. I don't know why. I don't know why I couldn't stand the preacher's wife.
I'll give you one better. I was not in love with the Bodyguard movie. I wasn't. I love the soundtrack. Don't get me wrong. I love the soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
think the Bodyguard soundtrack was her best work. That was
yeah.
her crowning achievement. Was the Bodyguard soundtrack. That was her.
Mhm.
But the movie I couldn't stand. I am sorry. I went to see it. And I'm like, oh yeah. I didn't think she was that great of an actress. I didn't see the chemistry between her and Kevin Costner.
Mm-mm.
And I just
I don't even think there was a need for them to have
it
an attraction to each other in that movie.
didn't seem like they were. Let me
Yeah,
just
I didn't need it.
Dominic Powell. I agree with you, Dominic Powell. I did like Queen of the Night, the show she could do rock, and I liked that song too. I liked all the soundtrack, but
Mhm.
I didn't see a love story. All they did was fuss at each other through the whole doggone movie. I didn't see any.
Whoa.
Did we lose her?
I hope not, because I'm on my cell phone too. So, so
Leia, are you still there? Because I hope they didn't black bag her.
they got her. They got her. Oh no.
I think her
Hello, you
yeah
guys?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh! I thought you disappeared. I thought I
You
lost you for a minute.
you
I'm
raised
sorry.
so hard the mic just said, okay, I give up.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I didn't mean to rant, but I just want to say when the Bodyguard came out, it got all these praises. But I didn't like the Bodyguard movie, but I liked the music she did for the film. To me, it would have been better
Yeah.
if she did the music for the film and Kevin
Mhm.
Costner got another actress because I didn't believe their chemistry at all. And chemistry is important for me to believe a love story. I got to believe these two characters.
Maybe Madonna would have been a better fit.
Yeah, maybe
Oh
Madonna
God, no.
or Janet Jackson. Yeah,
Maybe
yeah, you're
Janet.
right.
Maybe Janet.
I'm thinking it should have been
Oh,
maybe
it would.
Janet
It would.
Jackson.
It would have been a whole different movie. It would have been like Poetic Justice meets, I don't know, Shaka Khan the movie. I don't know, but
Or maybe Shaka Khan would have been a better fit.
Yeah,
Now that
yeah.
you bring it up,
Yeah.
so you giving us some better ideas than what they gave us in Bodyguard, the actual Bodyguard.
yeah,
Speaking of
yeah,
Bodyguard, I want to bring this. I want to bring this up before I forget again. Um, I was in the theater waiting for A Quiet Place 2 to play. Of course, you gotta get through all these interviews and these nonsensical advertisements for Nuvi
yeah.
and all that stuff. But something high popped up, and boy, I tell you
Does
what,
she look like a fat grandma to you now that you saw the Eternals trailer on screen?
bruh, that was the best subversion of expectations I ever received yesterday. Because that's exactly what. Look, when she was doing promotion just now, that's
Mhm.
exactly what I thought she was a. That's the way I thought she was promoting. But then she said Hitman's wife bodyguard. I was like, oh thank goodness. Oh thank goodness. I was about to whisper to my wife and say, you know what? Let me look. Text me when the Eternals trailer is done, so I can come back in.
Look, there's nothing wrong with Salma, but like she's
Yeah.
definitely been on the shelf way past her expiration date.
Yeah.
Like
Look, when she was when she was doing because actors are announcing and promoting the movies, right? I was like
Yeah.
it's about to be Eternals, it's about to be Eternals. But when she said Hitman White Bodyguard, I was like, oh thank goodness, now I can now I can just relax and just sit where I am. Because if she said Eternals, I was getting ready to walk. I was like, look, Test me when the trailer that she's announcing is done, so I can come back in. Because I know this is the last trailer.
Well, and here's the thing: it's like they're using these big names that don't really have a lot of pull anymore to sell a movie that may or may not be any good, which probably will not be any good. But it's like, I mean, when you got to resurrect the corpse of Angelina Jolie, I mean, come on. I mean, you're not even trying at this point. You know, it's we got to start putting the blame where the blame lies. It's freaking Feige.
You know
it's
something?
like,
Now that you're saying that,
I agree
like
with you.
we really need to really take some time and really just taking into account right now, like we need to really let actors retire. Most of these actors, like Angelina needs to retire. Selma needs to. I'm sorry, they need to retire. Like you
well,
were.
they've been living the good life so long that they didn't invest their money when they needed to be investing their money instead of freaking snorting crack and going to freaking parties in Spain. Now they don't have any money. They're like, hey,
going,
I'm woke too. Look at me. My scalp is just as pink as
or in the case
Cardi
of
B's.
Angelina,
Hire me for a
going
job.
around Singapore or something, feeding the children and whatnot.
Because ain't nobody heard.
Going
Ain't
going on
nobody heard of
these
Cardi
endeavors
B.
that I can respect, but you need to secure your funds first of all.
Yeah. Like no one's heard of Cardi B since after the election. Maybe her little scissoring thing with Megan Thee Stallion. That was it. But no one's heard anything about Cardi B ever since. She was a useful idiot. She did her thing, and she was talking about how she poked her booty hole with her nail and it hurt. And I'm thinking to myself, this is what politics has turned into. It is now a circus. I mean, it's always been a circus, but I mean to the point where you're like, yeah, and I was washing myself, and I poked myself in my booty hole with my nail, and it hurt. And I'm thinking to myself,
her 15 minutes are up. She's got her 15 minutes. Now move on to the next token black woman.
Tiffany
Haddish. Well, now it's Tiffany. What's her name?
Scooped her away.
Yep. Tiffany Haddish, come in the room. We're ready for you now. We're ready for you now.
So that happens. So then you got to come up with something even more over the top, and then of course that's how Meghan Markle inserted herself back into the conversation.
This is new singer called her in acronyms.
Oh goodness. I'm so edgy. I'm so edgy. My name is a pronoun. It's like okay.
And acronym.
Sure. So the next rapper is going to have. Next rapper is going to be him in acronyms. Just putting it out there. $5.
Go ahead, Leia.
I just want to go back to the Eternals. Little note. You guys already know this. At the time that this movie was being conceived, the two cast first were the Stark boys. I call the Stark boys, the Jon Snow and the other guy. I think Rob Stark. Because at that time, we all know the Game of Thrones finale had not aired. Kit Harington and the other
guy name too.
I forgot the other name. You're right. At the time, the Game of Thrones finale had not aired, so Game of Thrones was still the hottest show on TV.
It was still good. So it was still good.
Yes, it was still good. And Disney thought putting them in.
Here's where I can say one thing positive about this whole casting.
Okay.
At least we got Jon Snow and Robb Stark back together.
That's the point, Wolf. That is that is
point.
What. That's the selling point.
I know, but I'm like I'm look. Make no mistake.
So they got you already.
No. They ain't got to me. I'm still not gonna watch it. I'm just
like,
look. I'm just content that those guys are getting a chance to act together again. Because who knows how long it took? Who knows how long that took? Consider that Robb Stark got around what, season 3, season 4, right?
Yeah, my God, I don't know. I stopped watching afterwards, so I don't know what season he was taken out. He was taken out in.
And it was mostly Jon Snow carrying the majority of the main issue of Game of Thrones. So I'm like, you know what? This is the only everything else. Screw all that. But this is one thing I'm very content with.
Really bad. Like 2 Christmases ago, I got Game of Thrones seasons 1, 2, and 3. Apparently, my friend got it during Black Friday for like dirt cheap or whatever. She was trying to sell me on it, right? So my brother used to be big on Game of Thrones, right? So I'm looking at my stuff, and I'm like, "Hey, do you want this stuff?" He's like, "No, I don't want that." Bleep. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, that last season must have been really bad for him not to want anything to do with the Game of Thrones anymore. So
I still
Yeah.
got season 4.
I heard the fallout. I heard the fallout of Game of Thrones. That's all I heard. That's
Hmm.
Me
all.
too. I was
Like,
like, what? Go
I
ahead,
only
Cuba. I was gonna say me too. I mean, oh my goodness, everyone. I'm like, well, what in the devil happened on that show that made the whole
I
I
didn't
mean
even get a chance to finish season 7 because my mom hijacked the TV as her right. It's her house as her right because I was marathoning Game of Thrones for the premiere of season 8 already, and so far like majority of what I watched, it was just breezing through, right? Until
yeah,
Euron showed up, I was like, okay, no, but I'm soldiering on, right? My mom was like, what is this? I'm like it's Game of Thrones. You ain't never heard of Game of Thrones? Yeah, but I don't want to watch this right now. Okay, mom, here's the remote. The remote's right there. I ain't hope. She's all Tom's on. Like, well, if you're not gonna be in my house like hijacking. I like to watch stuff too in this living room. Like, mom, I didn't say I didn't. That's I was like, mom, I didn't come here to commandeer your living room. I'm just like this is where I sleep. But at the same time, like if you want to watch something, that that is your prerogative. This is your house still. Like, why are you making me the bad guy?
mm-mm.
What did I do wrong? Like what? Like I'm like, mom, why are you making me the bad guy? I'm just watching
Yeah,
something for the to pass the time. You can change the channel. The remote is right there. It's not in my hand. I'm not holding it hostage. My
Good
mom
for
tripping me out
you.
sometimes.
Yeah.
yeah. So
But that's
I
what I
mean,
said to her. I was like, Mom, the remote is right there on the table. You can change the channel at any time you want.
yeah, yeah, and that's been my point this whole time. Now that I've come to the conclusion that hey, you know what, it was great while it lasted. I got my
Hmm.
10, I got my decade of MCU. I have my prequels,
Yeah.
my original trilogies from Star Wars. I got my Voyager. Not gonna get DS9, just because it
Why
gets
not?
expensive.
Oh,
You know what? DS9 was never my favorite series. I mean, if we're talking about Star Trek,
yeah. It's not
um,
for everybody.
like, okay, I kind of lost interest the moment Terry Farrell left the show and she went and did Becker. She wanted to do something else. Hey, that was great, cool, whatever. Um, but I really lost interest after that. I really wasn't a big fan of Nana Visitor. I did like Avery Brooks, but I mean, the selling point for Next Generation has always been the ensemble. There was
Mm.
never a character in the main cast that I could say that I didn't like. I like Jordy, I like Data, I like Deanna Troy, I like
Even
Tasha
Wesley.
Yar, I like Riker, I like Worf. You know,
Even Wesley.
Wesley, I liked Wesley. I
You're
liked
better than
Wesley
me.
I
because
I did too. I was like,
I didn't.
I'm going through. Look, I was going through season 1 so far,
look,
and season one's. I,
as a
I'll freely
kid,
admit.
the moment that you get attention from adults, it's so cool because usually adults don't give you that type of attention. So if you're the whiz kid and yeah, you just kind of averted the destruction of the Enterprise, by reversing their polarity on a tractor beam. As a kid, it's like I want to be like Wesley. You know, you know. As adults, you're like, shut up, Wesley. So it's like, yeah. So I mean,
I
adults
wasn't
see
like that, and
something
I'm an
different.
adult.
Adults see something different than what kids saw when they saw Wesley Crusher.
I
So
didn't see anything different. I was like, bruh, it's just it seems like there was a story written specifically between Picard and Wesley, or at least the whole narrative about Picard and a war friend that passed,
well,
and Beverly Crusher was on the Enterprise, that the wife of a friend that lost his life in a battle, right? And I'm like, what's so wrong about that? That he's
well,
connecting being a father figure to a
yeah,
friend's
a
son.
reluctant father figure, and then if you followed the expanded universe, you end up learning that Picard and Beverly end up getting married, and they have their son Renee, and then it really kind of starts to coalesce that there's other stories stories going on at the same time. So, you rewatch Next Generation, and hey, it it becomes a layered tapestry in the sense of this is a stepson stepfather relationship prior to becoming that, and you kind of see it. You kind of start seeing the larger story, and it just makes you
Mm-hmm.
appreciate Star Trek so much more. Like, I to be honest, I was watching Babylon 5 more than I was watching DS9.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I kind of knew the whole backstory behind B5 and DS9, so back then it was one of those things where I was just attracted more to B5 because I liked the Minbari, and I liked the idea of just different aliens being aliens. The aliens that we were getting in Star Trek
You really loved
were.
Farscape, didn't you?
I never got to Farscape.
Oh, you should get to
Um,
Farscape. You would love Farscape.
I
Farscape.
I think that was for me. That was SG1 and Stargate Atlantis at
Oh
that
yeah.
point. Yeah, I mean, there were like different shows
There's
that I
also
was
Space
hopping
Above
into
and
at that.
Beyond. For those who are, it's a
Yeah.
very obscure show, but Space Above and Beyond was actually pretty good too.
So I mean, the next show from Paramount in the terms of the Star Trek franchise to capture my imagination was Voyager, because I liked the idea of Gilligan's Island, because that's what it
Mm-hmm.
was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's call it what it is. What it is, but I mean, the characters
With
still had story.
Janeway and Bellana too.
Yeah,
To
exactly.
move like an hologram.
Yeah.
The guy
So,
with the tattoo.
so
I can't
and
remember his
then
name.
I
Okay.
used to follow
He's my
these
favorite, but I
Star
always
Trek
always refer to him as the
insider
guy with tattoo.
magazines. I used to follow these insider magazines. So of course I was always glued onto the edge of my seat, because of all these rumored cat fights between
Oh,
Kate
and the Asian. The
Mulgrew
Asian was pretty cool
and
too.
Jerry Ryan and Jerry
Which turned out to
Ryan,
yeah.
replacing Jennifer Leon because I guess Jennifer went back to college, is what they said. I always um, I always heard the rumors that she thought she was going to go on to doing something bigger and better, but we never saw more of Jennifer Leon. I mean, she did a few other projects since then, but her stardom never blew up. And once you hit
Mm-mm.
Star Trek, that's it. You've made the big time. There's no reason to go anywhere because that's who you'll always be, and you'll always have work, and you'll always be able to go to a StarCon, and maybe someday you'll be able to be Leonard Nimoy and charge $90 a signature, which I had so many chances to get, so many chances, and I never went because I was like, no, I just feel weird not doing that, and then of course Leonard Nimoy passes away, and I'm like, dang it, I had my
Oh
chance.
yeah.
I
Yes,
had my
yeah.
chance to meet the guy that literally set my trajectory on science fiction to a whole nother level, and I turned my nose up at it because I thought it'd be weird to
The guy,
pay
the
90
guy who I
bucks.
pinched my ears to make him point, to make him look
Right, right,
Vulcan ears.
right. So I mean,
And
those
every
were
day at
shows that
school, I'm
really
like, these are my
captured,
elf ears because I thought Vulcans were elves.
and I think that's why there was such a public.
Thank you, Keebler Workshop.
I think that's why there was such a. I don't want to say public, but there was such a fandom reaction to the MCU taking this turn because again, it captured the imagination for a lot of people. But
Yes.
here's
Yes.
where I think, yeah, I think we're focusing the attention on all the wrong people. Like I said, you got these YouTube channels that focus on certain people. So people have a knee jerk reaction when you say Kathleen Kennedy versus whether you say Ann Sarnoff or Sherry Redstone, because a lot of people don't know who those people are. It's because so and so at at nerds and in nerders or nerds and nerf herders said, oh well, Kathleen Kennedy and blah 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 and blah blah video.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
that's why we don't really
'Cause I
focus on the guys behind the scenes saying, yeah, that's fine. They're just signing off on all this stuff. They're doing it all bottom dollar. That's why we're getting the schlock content, because they're all about making more with less. Every time it's about stretching it, and
Which is why the
spending
UN
less money.
Spacey are shifting trajectories right as we speak. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, they spend so
Like we
much
could
money.
harken back. we can harken back to how silly this all is, but like at the end of the day, I'm like I'm ready to just like
Yeah,
let's talk
yeah.
about
Like
writing
I'm ready to.
for
Yeah,
for
I'm
those
ready
who
to
are
let TV.
impressionable to learn how to write.
Mhm.
Right,
Yeah,
like we go on and on about sorry, Trooper. We go on and on about how media is corrupting the youth. How like, but what are we doing our part on pointing people in the right direction to find good works that they can reference off of enough to learn the tools of the trade to have a better
oh yeah,
understanding of how writing
researching
goes,
all that
or
stuff. Yeah,
or the fact that in the case of art topics like I can give reason why you should continue to draw big breasts on women because there's nothing wrong with it. There never was anything wrong with it. The feminists made it seem like you should be ashamed for creating your own character. By the way, creating your own character. By the way, that and they feel like they get to decide on how you should create your character. Your character.
oh well, yeah. I mean,
What?
some women do happen to have large breasts. That's just how it is, and some
True.
women don't. And it's the women that
Yeah.
don't that get all flustered that men are obviously
Anime
focusing on
do tell the truth about
conserving
small-breasted
women.
women when they look at big-breasted women in
Yeah,
anime.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with.
It's all biological.
I
Go
absolutely
ahead,
agree
Lay.
with Trooper. I absolutely agree with Trooper. All these women boo-hooing and marching about avert the male gaze are just upset, and I'm not picking on anyone. All the people that are in the chat here, I'm trying to be nice as possible, but they
Yeah.
have small breasts and they are envy of those who do. So what is the first thing you do? You put it down, you eliminate it, you get rid of it. The chest
Oh
should
and
be
well,
self
yeah.
and
smaller, you
self-conscious
know.
big-breasted women that want to avert attention from unwanted attention that they call it unwanted attention
Oh yeah, yeah.
from their mama milkers, if you will.
Yeah,
Excuse
the
me.
male gaze. It's like, well, you know
Yeah,
what? Spend the rest of your life not being looked at. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
They cut themselves about not being desirable anymore
Yeah,
because
yeah.
well, what did you say to the men? Well, I told them to stop looking at my breasts. Well, they stopped looking at your breasts. And did that make you any happier than you once were? Well,
No,
no.
No,
no,
so the bottom
Why?
is we need
Well, what?
to.
Why aren't you happy at the fact that men have stopped looking at you because you have big breasts? Well, I miss the attention they used to give me. Oh, so you admit that?
Ah,
So let me get this straight. Are you saying you admit that you actually did prefer the attention, but you wanted to have it both ways? Is that what you're saying?
hmm
You thought you could have it both ways. Yeah, I thought I could have it both ways. Well, now and there's your reality there. You think you really think that having both ways will make you happy.
can't
You,
have it
yeah. You
both
can't have
ways.
it both ways.
Can't
it's
have your
either.
cake too.
Yep. You gotta have it either this way or that way. Either you don't want the attention, or you do want the attention.
And it's
Right.
really funny. It's really funny. You can tell. You can kind of tell. Like what time frame we were raised in because Lay and I literally literally chimed in at the same time that you can't have it both ways. That tells you what's going on ideologically now in these fan groups and in these SJW groups. It's we were raised with you can't have it both ways because you can't. It's either or. And now they're telling you,
You
hey, you
can't
can do all of this stuff.
always get what you want.
You can be a Filipino American college girl and fight like a girl by being deceitful and duplicitous and
And
still
dress
be
like a
called
cheerleader
Yeah.
and still be
with a
called
biker
Captain
gang
Gillam
outfit.
girl.
What I think is, and
I
I
read
just want
that
to say
article. Go ahead, Leah. Go ahead.
what Trooper about the Filipino Captain whatever America, is that what you're talking
Let's
about?
call it
Yeah,
Captain
yeah, yeah.
Ballsack.
Manga girl. Yeah,
Yeah,
Captain Ballsack.
yeah, manga. Yeah, all that's and I don't have to say it, guys. This does not celebrate Captain America. This shames him. These
Yeah.
celebrating Captain America. Oh, BS. That is just
There was no
this.
Filipino representation in me, but now I get to put in some. Yeah, you get to put in some Filipino representation by calling one of your characters a ball sack. Wow,
Wow.
you don't
Yes.
even know you don't even know the culture's language that. intimately that like you say you do.
And her
That's a,
interview,
Well,
go ahead.
she sounded like she was just so proud and she was doing something so great. I am still honored to be giving this first
yeah,
female
yeah,
Captain
yeah,
America
yeah.
based on my thought. Like she's doing something so grandiose. Like she is the Messiah for all the Filipino people. She has come down to earth
Yep.
to raise to the rapture all the
She hadn't
science
met
of
my
God.
Which
wife then.
which tells you she knows
Look,
little to nothing about her own Filipino mixed culture because she went and she named her freaking character Ballsack. So I mean,
nah,
subconsciously she must
nah,
want some Ballsack.
bruh,
So I
I
mean,
bruh.
think
If
she
I
just
if I if I could trim the one response my wife gave in that recording that I did of her on our way home, and you if somebody read out loud what she said and cut to my wife saying no or I don't want
funny.
it.
that's funny.
Like if I could pay just some guy to do just that to
Yeah.
do his whole little SJ hobo voice read of that line and cut in my wife words in,
Mm.
that will be hysterical
I
because
guarantee you, yes.
Yep.
that will be really hysterical to hear because let her what my wife said when I asked her
Yes, I
like
did.
and her responses was genuine. She
That's
this was not scripted. Leia, you can obviously tell this wasn't scripted.
Yep.
no, I can
This
tell. That's why I wrote you back that you married well, and she's a smart woman, and you hang on to her. That was a
hmm
smart woman. Was a smart woman. Be good to her. Be good and
hmm
kind to her
Right.
because actually she made more sense than like I said, any of the fans out there that are in denial. I love the fact that she just came right out and said it.
and
And
I
I'm
mentioned
like,
Well, yeah,
yes, I'm not
and the thing,
alone.
and
yeah,
I
and the thing
mentioned it
is,
too. I was like, and she's a fan of she's only the fan of Christopher Reeve's Superman and Michael
yeah,
Keaton Batman. That's all she care about. Like she don't care about she didn't like she makes fun of Christian Bale Batman. I'm Batman. She always make fun of his line. She don't even like Christian Bale Batman. That's how diehard of a fan she is of the classic superheroes,
yeah. And what's
especially
funny is Christian Bale, as Batman is still better than what we got in terms of like Val Kilmer. I mean, in terms of story, with Val Kilmer and what we got with freaking what's his face? I can't
George
think of his
Clooney.
name right now. Yeah, Clooney Bats.
Yes.
So
I mean, we got to enjoy all those films. Yeah, in
so
one shape
I'll
or
give you
form.
my I'll
But
give you
now
my review of each Batman.
we can't even have those heroes without someone saying there's something wrong with this hero. We need to change it.
hmm that's
So
how they usually start off with any media that they don't like. There's
yeah.
something problematic about this. Now I'm gonna give you my quick reviews of each actor for each Batman that they played. Um,
Mm,
so for Keaton will always be no, I'll start with this. My definitive Batman will always be Kevin Conroy, and he had a chance to wear a suit, and they screwed him over on that front. I still say he was cheated when they decided to have him for Crisis.
mhm.
Hmm.
So he's my definitive Batman. He's my definitive voice for Batman. So anytime I read a Batman comic, it will always be Kevin Conroy's voice.
Mhm.
So let's get that out the way. So I still love Keaton. Keaton, as far as live action, will be the de facto Batman for me. Val Kilmer had a good voice for Batman. I will give him
Mhm.
that. I didn't like his image of Bruce Wayne, to say the least. That Kilmer was too weird for me. But his Batman voice was really nice. George Clooney was George Clooney.
Yeah.
Bottom line, both Batman and Bruce. Look, I will give Clooney this one. I'll be actually fair to Clooney. He was a good Bruce Wayne. He was a damn good Bruce Wayne, especially where he was going with it. He was going to play a more happier Bruce Wayne. I was liking that. I was liking
Yeah.
that approach.
Well, it
And
was going to be ER Bruce Wayne is what we were going to get. So
the what?
it was going to be ER Bruce Wayne. That's what we were going to get. But it wasn't a bad thing. I
hmm
mean, it kept him employed for years.
hmm
So
No, like I said, he was a good Bruce Wayne. He was not Batman. He was Bruce Wayne. in the suit and out the suit.
Right.
So that's why I was, because she asked me, my wife in one of our early conversations, she said he did a good job being Batman. Like, bro, like George Clooney was George Clooney as Batman. That wasn't Batman. That was George Clooney. Christian Bale, he's a decent Bruce Wayne. He's an okay Batman. Cause
Mm.
in Dark Knight, I didn't like his new Batman voice that he used, and I hate that people keep latching onto that voice, because he had two Batman voices before that whole thing became a meme now. So he had the Batman Begins voice, which is, I'm Batman. You know,
Mm.
it's not it's not it's not the mask that I wear, but the face behind it that makes me who I am. You know, stuff like that. He was
Mm.
actually, like, had he kept that voice throughout the whole series, he would have been just fine. Now
Oh, I'm
again,
sure that came from the studio. I mean, all this stuff
yeah,
always comes from the studio. It's not
yeah,
like,
studios
hey,
don't know exactly what
my
they're
way or the
doing.
highway. You know, it's like with a lot of these actors, like when you get to a certain point, it is my way or the highway.
Yeah,
But
like the
for
more
most
times I
often,
kept hearing, these people have proven to you that they can live in a world without fear. I
well,
get, I
that's just as bad. That's just as bad as your mom's name is my mom's too. I'm like, oh,
see now.
I'm like, oh
Now I'm about to
goodness,
get into Batfleck. I was willing to
yeah.
accept Batfleck until Death of Superman happened, and he started pelling the I guess you I guess your parents told you how special you were. I was like,
Do you
okay, no.
bleed? You
Tell me
will.
something. Do you bleed? You will.
I'm like,
Right.
really?
Now I would give Ben Affleck this. He tried. And I was willing to look at him as a brand new Bruce Wayne, brand new Batman. I did not like what Zack Snyder was going with him. A Batman that runs through a whole car with his Batmobile. Come on, a Batman that actually took a car and used it as a flail and crushed another car. Really, really, a
Yeah.
Batman that uses his Batwing to level a whole parking lot full of criminals, mind you.
Again, again,
Really?
comes down to all these big names that we would not know if the YouTube lobby wasn't sitting there like a bunch of parrots
So one
going on
recollection
back
I
and
came
forth.
across before I finished my Batman list, my Batman
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
review, who basically the review of who were best. Um, One recollection I realized as we were talking when talking about Zack Snyder's take on the DC EU thus far, was that I was like, oh wow, Zack, you telling me you can't let Watchmen go?
Yeah, pretty much. Because he can't let
Superman and
300 go. He's never been able to let 300 go. I mean, he made one good film. Some people argue two, and he's been telling
mm,
the same story ever since. Like
Because
I went, God, Leah, God.
no, you go ahead and finish, and then I'll come in. Go
Oh,
ahead and finish.
I was gonna say each subsequent film since then has been watching paint dry because he's telling the same story every time,
I was
stylistically.
And I was going to say, guys, that's the problem. I fault some of that on the upper big wigs in their suits at Warner Brothers. They have, and Commander, I said this should be, I was suggesting this, well, he's not here right now, but I was suggesting this as a topic. Trooper, God, the big
Oh, you
wigs in the
can?
offices do not know what to do with these characters. They
No,
don't
they don't.
know.
They don't.
They have no
They
knowledge.
absolutely have no knowledge.
They saw Zack Snyder's 300, thought, whoa, everybody likes that. And oh, they say he's the hottest new director. Get him to do these films.
Right.
These directors, and I'm old school, but come on, man, Richard Donner got it. He
Yeah.
got it. And the last hit Richard Donner had for Superman was The Omen. Okay, this is Richard Donner, a man who directed a movie about a satanic child. Far away from a DC comic book that you can get. But Warner
Yeah.
Brothers believed in Richard Donner. They got him in there, but Donner understood the material and what he had to do with this character. Even though
Right.
he was 100 degrees turnaround. The last hit movie he had was The Omen. I'm like, how in the world do you go from a guy who directed about a satanic child to an aspirational hero? And
Right.
but hey, I have Richard Donner made a classic, man. And if anybody has the Blu-rays, the DVDs of his interviews of him looking back on it, he got it. He knew what he had to do, and he said he was determined to do it. And that's the problem. These studios do not know the comic book genre. I was suggesting to Wolfton a topic we need to discuss is, does Hollywood hate the comic book genre, or understand the comic genre?
Oh,
My
they
answer
do. They
was,
do.
Short answer, yes.
you think, yes, they do,
Yeah.
because I was just telling Trooper the reason that they got Snack Snyder, and why he just came in and did the same crap, was because the people in the big wigs don't get it. They just figured, well, this is the hottest guy in Hollywood right now. He seems to be a good director. Get him to go do whatever you do. We're just going to sit back and wait for the money to come in and pay for our yachts and trips to Europe. We
It's
don't care what
Hansel.
it looks like.
It's Hansel. He's so hot right now.
Yes, exactly.
That's exactly what
Exactly.
it is. Exactly what it is.
Exactly. And that's why you feel the way you feel about these films. That's what I tell people about the Zack Snyder. I said, I don't like this guy does not like heroes. This should not be the guy doing DC, because
Yeah.
Zack Snyder, then he tried to turn Superman into Batman. Superman is not Batman. He's not.
Yeah. I agree.
I'm not arguing with
I used to
anybody who
think
loves Man of
that.
Steel.
I used to think that, but now that again going back to my recollection of what I or not recollection, realizations, using that word wrong, realization, when I said he couldn't let Watchmen go, and I know Trooper said he can let 300 go, but let's get into where I'm saying I know he hasn't he has a Watchmen fetish.
He does. He
Yeah,
does.
he does.
But
He
So
that's
does.
the,
so
Absolutely.
we like to say that he made Superman into Batman. No, he's made Superman into Doctor Manhattan. Look at how
Yeah.
look at how
Yeah. Yeah.
Superman
Yeah.
looks
You make
at
a
the
good argument
people
because
in,
I
especially in his
never
own
would have
movie,
thought that.
especially in his own freaking movie. Look at how Superman looks at the people, even in his own movie. Man of Steel. I give you some. I give you some prime examples. How he chooses to meet the military. Right.
Hmm.
right.
He's in the air looking down on them, just the way how Manhattan would do. Manhattan does
Yeah.
that. Now,
Yeah.
now here's the thing. This is what Zack Snyder got wrong about Manhattan. Manhattan don't view himself as a god either, the same way as Superman don't view himself as a god. The
Right.
difference between Superman and Manhattan is that Superman still keeps his humanity. Manhattan lost his when he became the Superman in that
Hmm.
world.
Exactly.
He has lost all connection to humanity. That doesn't mean he's going to go about looking down on them.
Preach.
He's
I
Preach.
in,
agree.
in,
Preach.
in fact in fact in fact when you go into Doctor Manhattan's backstory for what he can recollect through his
Right.
fragmented brain as he experienced every iteration through time through tachyons,
Right.
he is looking at us like a clockmaker. Because that's the only thing. That's one of the main things he remembers of his past life before he became Doctor Manhattan. He is looking at us like a broken clock that needs fixing, or he's looking at us like a clock that already is fixed. Which one is he looking at? He's trying to figure that out on his own too. He's always looking at us with this observing eye, but he's also
Yeah.
have this very passive distance towards us because he's having difficulty seeing things the way we see because again the humanity died the moment he became Dr. Manhattan.
Well.
Super he and the problem with Zach is the fact that he saw that as him as a god looking down on humanity, and that's why he put it onto Superman. Batman, let's get to
Well.
Batman real quick. Hang on, Trooper, let's get to Batman real quick.
Yeah.
Batman is Dr. Manhattan, as if Zach were right. Dr. Manhattan, a a
Exactly.
over an overzealous, homicidal vigilante that goes around maiming people. In the case of Batman, he literally branded somebody. You know what I'm
Agreed.
saying? A
Well.
Yeah.
trafficker, if you will. He breaks some dude's arm. He stabs a dude in the shoulder. People think he stabbed him in the chest. No, he stabbed him in the shoulder. So I guess he does know when to pull back on the violence in that front. That doesn't
Yeah.
change the fact that he exploded somebody's head when he threw when he uses grapple to throw a box at somebody's head. Okay,
Mhm.
but still,
Yeah.
well, at least you learned to have some restraint, Zach. But yeah, he's freaking Rorschach. In the case of
Well,
Wonder Woman, now Wonder Woman is written by Patty Jenkins. Okay,
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
so we could easily try to equate her to Spectre and maybe Silhouette for what good we know about Silhouette, or
Mhm.
whichever Spectre we're trying to see here, either Lori Jupiter or Julie Jupiter. Which one? I'm probably saying her name wrong. The mother, I mean. Suspect. Let's go with this. Silk Spectre 1 and Silk Spectre 2.
Mhm.
So which one is Wonder Woman supposed to be technically? Technically, either is she trying to be Silk Spectre 1 or Silk Spectre 2? Let's get to Aquaman.
Mhm.
Uh I don't even
Aqua
know where
Bro.
he
He's Aqua
yeah,
Bro.
Aqua.
So
I don't know where
Excuse
he
me.
I don't know
So
where he
I am not.
I'm kind of on the verge of either put. Well, he ain't too bright, so I can't really say he's Ozymandias. The comedian, maybe. I don't think so. He ain't no
no,
rapist.
no, no, no. He's Momoa's
Love
Baywatch
child.
Hawaii character that he
Yeah.
did. Like a lot of people
Well,
didn't even
he's
know Baywatch Hawaii was a thing.
well. Let's keep it
So,
simple. He's Jason Momoa playing Jason Momoa.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pretty
There
much.
you go.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Did. I
Yep.
I know this maybe shocked you, man, but I am
Funny
not a
enough, we
Momoa.
got Night Owl. I'm sorry, Leia. Funny enough,
But
we got Night Owl in the same movie with Jason Momoa. Orn. That was Night Owl.
Was it?
Yes. Yes, I
I was
was.
just excited. I was just excited to see him as Orm. I guess like that. I didn't notice because I happen to
Yeah, that was also
you're right.
we had
You know,
we
you're
had
right.
we had
because
Dr.
that was my
Manhattan
Orm.
as
So
I'm sorry. We had Barry Allen's dad who also was Dr. Manhattan in Justice League.
mm-mm.
Billy Crudup was in Justice League. He who played Dr. Manhattan. But let me get back to Orange. Orange should look listen. Orange
Still got
should have been Aquaman. He looks like the man.
I agree
yeah,
100%. I felt he
yeah, yeah.
was the
I'm
best
like
thing about the film. He was the only one in there that was acting.
as much as I love Aquaman, I'm not afraid to say this, bruh. It's kind of sad when the villain acts more like Aquaman than the actual Aquaman.
He
Well, it was
did.
one of these things where we were already like Hollywood wise in the period where you couldn't have and you still can't have a leading white male actor.
Very
So
true.
now we're at the point where you've got Aquaman, who's traditionally seen as a white male character. How are we going to get past that and get it past the woke portions of Hollywood? Because, and I was going to make this point earlier, we
Eloise is
tend
right.
to be,
Eloise is right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to make that comparison. Eloise was right. Liverpool did in fact come before Friends. Friends came like some years after Living Single. We didn't even there was never no Friends when Martin and Living Single was up
yeah,
in the air.
yeah, yep, yep.
So
But
yeah. Thank you for correcting me, Eloise.
we tend to be a little bit more lenient with Feige than we are with Kathleen because quote unquote he knows comic books. Okay, he does. All right, let's go with that. Then he should have known what not to do with Captain Marvel, but he did it. So when it comes to these characters, I'd like to say that sometimes it is better to have someone who does know the comic, who does know these superheroes, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, if you're the person above this person, then you want to make sure that these people get it right, so that it blows up in the theater, so you get more revenue. But it seems to me, and it's very evident that they're not out for revenue anymore; they're out for message.
Yes.
So yeah, so that's why
So real
all
quick,
these fans are so intense when it comes
Trooper.
to yeah.
So when next we do the fancy studio office and we do
Yep.
the DCEU, our version of DCEU, who gets who gets dibs
Okay.
on Wonder Woman?
Um, it's hard to
Well,
say. I wouldn't. I was gonna maybe want to do like I would do.
No, not. Don't voice it here. Wait until I generate that stream first.
Right, right, right.
We'll cross that. No, I'm asking as a joke because I was gonna jokingly say, okay, okay, Leia, you got dibs on Wonder Woman.
Sure. I would
Well,
love
I
to
was
have
gonna
dibs
say
on Wonder
maybe.
Woman.
I was gonna say maybe I would want to focus more on maybe something like Teen Titans almost,
Mm.
or at least,
Hey. Okay.
or like maybe the Dark Universe, with Constantine and stuff like that.
Mm.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
because I mean, we did get a film, although most people just don't equate one with the other. I mean, unless you know who Constantine is,
What
you're just not
what
gonna
Trooper is
equate it.
saying,
So
everybody, is that DCEU could have been better than the Marvel Cinematic Universe because the Marvel Cinematic Universe pertaining to how they're doing, which is churn out a movie that's connected to another movie, right? Whereas
mhm.
DCEU, all they need to do is create more movies, even if whether they connect or not, was make good movies and not ride on the coattails of a shared universe.
Yeah.
That should have been DCEU's claim to fame against Marvel. Is that like you said, as you're talking about the Dark Universe, or at least in the case you're talking about Constantine, right? So
Hmm.
so maybe I started off the preview. By the way, this is a preview, everybody. So maybe I start off with I don't know, Man of Steel, or at least Superman, if you will,
Okay.
and
Yep.
then
Yep.
Leia jumps onto Wonder Woman
Mm-hmm.
if she decides to. Then suddenly, if it's Trooper's turn to turn on a movie, he then goes to Constantine.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? He go, or at least we're not gonna call it the way the Keanu Reeves movie called it. He's gonna call it Hellblazer
Yep.
to separate itself from the Keanu Reeves movie. I still love the Keanu Reeves movie. Don't get me wrong. Still love it. Glad he didn't do a British accent this time around. But I digress. I digress. And later
Yeah.
Schooner probably do, I don't know, Teen Titans. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? He does Teen Titans, and then we go back to Leia. Not necessarily rotate. Let's say she doesn't do a Wonder Woman sequel. She did her field of work Wonder Woman. Then she want to bring in Hawk and Dove, and those are good.
Hmm.
And then Trooper
Yep.
comes in behind her with Hawkman. Everybody's asking, well, anything gonna have a connected universe? No. We're doing our own thing. We're not
No,
doing
you
what
don't have
Marvel's
to.
doing. We're doing our
Yeah.
own thing. We're doing our own thing. Ooh. That's me warn chatting of my defiance. Look, we're giving we're giving you, actually, Melissa, that's the name of the comic series, Hellblazer. But but no, what I was gonna say was, well, look, we're still giving you guys what you want. Now, if you ask for a Static Shock movie, that's still in the works. I'm working. As a matter of fact, Wolf Tan's working on that, bar none.
Hmm.
I'm gonna and
Right.
here's another thing. I'm gonna honor Dwayne McDuffie with this one. Okay, I would
Hmm.
look, had he still been alive. If I had to helm that movie, I would have loved to have him cameo in that movie. Indefinitely. But let's just say
Yep.
we go back to, yeah. Let's just say we go back to me, and suddenly I did I don't know, thinking off the top of my head, Red Tornado. We're actually
Hmm.
bringing not so much known superheroes into the forefront. That's why I said, like, what if Leia did Hawk and Dove? Nobody doesn't know really much about Hawk and Dove. And then we go back to Schooner. He does Fire and Ice. For those who don't
Yeah.
know, the Brazilian fire and the Swedish ice.
Hmm.
He's Swedish, right? Or New Zealand?
Yes.
Swedish? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, she's Swedish. So he does that, and so on and so forth. Like these. That's all I kept. I'm like, bruh. All DC had to do was either outsource their work to some other companies. You didn't need to really rely on Warner Bros. Too much. That's what
Yeah.
Marvel did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Excuse me, everybody. You talk among yourselves real quick.
Well, what I
um,
was gonna say was, um, along the vein with that stuff, there all these properties that DC has in terms of animation, they don't have to connect because they already exist independent of each other. I mean, yeah, the characters crisscross from time to time, but there's different storylines going on all the freaking time. It's like picking up a comic book. You pick up a comic book, there's a separate story in there, but it has your favorite hero, so you're willing to follow that.
that's a good one. It goes back to what I was saying. For exactly, they got idiots in there. They don't know these properties. They don't know these properties. They don't know these characters. They don't know this world. Yes, it's
Yeah.
good, but they need to. If they don't know it, they need to get people in here who do know it, and then they have to find the right directors to match up to tell the stories, not the flavor director
Yep.
of the week. They need to say,
Yeah.
I think this director will do this vision very well. No, I don't want this director. I don't care if you want an Oscar or not. His vision doesn't match up to the vision of the story we want to tell. There's nobody in the front
Yep.
office saying that. What it is got these dumb idiots who think these comic books are just kitties, childish crap. Like, well, I just get this so and so. You make it, go out, throw it up against the wall, stick with sticks, and if it makes money, we'll go with it. And that is what's going on with DC, and that's why it's a complete it's a cluttered mess right now. The leadership is terrible because there is none. They don't know how to
Hmm.
handle these properties at all. And that's another
Yeah.
thing I like you brought up. Warner Brothers deserves more criticism than what it's getting. I think nobody wanted to criticize because everybody was in love with the 4 hour Lifetime Snyder cut, and that seemed to shut them up.
Lifetime miniseries. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I noticed. No, with the Snyder cut, everybody. I guess I don't know if that was strategically made, but everybody was like, "Oh, the Snyder cut was more ready than Josh Whedon," so I'm happy. But that doesn't let Warner Brothers off the hook, and that's why Warner Brothers in the
Oh
situation
no.
is because nobody wants to criticize Warner Brothers. There's a lot to criticize Warner Brothers about, but everybody
Oh,
wants to
and
be
there's a
quiet.
yeah, and there's a lot to criticize Snyder about because look at how he used the fandom to get his movie made.
Yes,
He shoehorned his way back in after Warner said, you know what, we're not going to go this route anymore. We want to go ahead and wokeify our own woke stuff. We don't need you to wokeify it for us. So, you already had a whole fandom who's like, oh, release the Snyder Cut, release the Snyder Cut. So, of course, he jumps on that train. And then
yes,
they all start having sad face when they get, crapped on. But hey, it's Hollywood. Hollywood does that. It's like
exactly.
if you want to be part of Hollywood, you got to get used to that. And I was never on the Snyder train because I never believed he was a strong director, and he's not. He's a generic director like everybody else. Um, Granted, stylistically, you have good directors, not so good directors, and semi-good directors. But if I'm gonna go ahead and talk about who I think is a good director, it's gonna be Tim Burton because he makes different films. They all stylistically look the same because I can look at a Tim Burton film and be like, okay, that's Tim Burton.
He he
But
he did kind of go off a bit on the lazy train a few times, but
yeah,
that's all I can. That's the only negative I can really say about him, particularly. Like when it comes to Sweeney Todd,
well, yeah,
uh,
or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory if I want to criticize that.
yeah,
But I mean, it always
Yeah.
comes down to, am I going to, buy a copy of, Charlie and Chocolate Factory, or am I going to buy a copy of Sleepy Hollow? I'm going to buy a copy of Sleepy Hollow
exactly.
Sleepy
because,
Hollow, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Because I cannot stand that. Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka. I'm not supposed to be. No,
I didn't like that
no.
either. I didn't like that either. I was like,
So so
why?
which so let me ask you guys this: which do I? You guys guess which do I prefer? Either listen to that for at least like about what 5 minutes or so before it breaks down and burns itself, or watching Christopher Walken laugh like a maniac while he beheads people left and right, and he doesn't even say
uh,
nothing in that film.
I would take that over. I would take that over The Watchmen any day. So,
That too. Let me add my 2 cents about the whole Snyder cut thing.
Okay.
I didn't even go out my way to buy Batman v Superman the Snyder cut. It was like I'm gonna parrot Professor Geek real quick. but I'm gonna parent
Hmm.
him in my own way.
Yeah,
And
own
this
way.
this is kind of like what I wish he would have said in many of his tangents about the Snyder cuts and Snyder Bros and Snyder this and Snyder that. I said, bro,
Snyder Simps.
even I'm like, bro, even if the movie gives more context to certain scenes, Superman still gets stabbed by Doomsday. How's that supposed to make me
Yeah.
happy?
That's what I said.
Well, that's
I'm like,
like
like look, look, look,
Gwen
look. Everybody's
Stacy
like,
still dies
oh,
in Amazing Spider-Man 2. They could have literally written a completely different universe by having her survive. But
yeah.
they
I'm
don't
like,
like taking those risks. They don't like taking risks. They want something that's a guaranteed
I'm just
win.
saying. I'm just saying,
That's why.
like nobody's asking this kind of question though. That's like it seems like I'm asking the like I'm going to assume this is why like a lot of people like me, or especially you know anywhere else on social media for that matter. It's like I'm asking the questions most people wish they had asked or didn't think to ask at the time,
Yeah.
or have been asking for the longest time, and probably haven't found nobody else who was asking that question till they found me. You know what I'm saying? So when I asked
Hmm.
that question, I'm like, bruh, you happy about the Snyder cut of Batman v Superman? Were you like let me ask you this. Were you satisfied with the death of Superman at the end of that movie despite all the
Well,
added footage?
well, these dudes were like going
I
all.
wasn't.
Here's my thing: these dudes were going all out of their way to freaking, simp for this dude to the point where they were raising money for, yeah, it sucks his daughter did whatever, but you know what? She has a brain. Obviously she didn't use it, but they're raising, money for suicide awareness, blah 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 blah. And then he comes on and he's like, well, I don't endorse this, blah 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 blah. And then everyone is just like, did he just say that? It's like, yes, he's
Yeah, yeah.
Hollywood. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you were just his vehicle to make him another paycheck, or to get the more money out of what he was originally paid to get. You got to figure from a studio standpoint, he got all his money even though he exited out. He still ended up getting whatever money, if he got a break contract, he got that amount, but he wanted the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like
And again,
you uh, as
again,
as a
going
Snyder
back to the
simp to
Snyder
get his
cut.
project made.
Let
Yeah.
me add my 2 cents about the Snyder cut of Justice League. I'm like, I've already seen the same movie. You mean to tell me I'm gonna watch 4 hours of the same movie? Yes, with add context and rewritten storylines and lines and stuff like that. It's still
Oh yeah, the
it's
Lifetime miniseries, as Leia put it.
it's
Yes.
still it still ends on them suddenly becoming friends all of a sudden,
Yep.
as if we're to believe that they've been friends the whole time. They just met each
Why
other.
can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
And it's
Like an episode of Guardians of the Galaxy. That's what it felt like.
Yes,
mhm.
that's what it was. But but the Guardians are much more entertaining with their stuff. But the Snyder Bros were treating it like it was the greatest thing to ever. Like the Ten Commandments just came down
Oh
from Mount
yeah.
Sinai. They were just treating
Oh
that
yeah.
thing like
Like they did something.
yeah, like they did something. Like
Yeah.
like they
And
listened
that's
to
been
us.
my argument. That's been my argument about these YouTubers. Ranting, and
Yeah,
I'm gonna say the word bitching about pop culture. Like, what have you actually accomplished by calling them out? They're still doing what they're doing. They're still pushing the left agenda. They're still critical race theory to the point where it's going to get a lot worse because realistically, they're making a lot of money pushing what they're doing right now. Anyway,
Here's another question I'd like to ask, and
necessarily
this
from
this
fan
is off
bases,
topic.
it's from top down.
It's off
Right.
topic, but it kind of correlates to what you're asking. I mean that question that you asked just now, like what was that question again? Remind me.
What has been accomplished by calling
But
all this out on YouTube?
yeah,
What
I asked that question.
franchises have actually curtailed?
I asked that same question for those who film a crime being happening,
Yeah.
or an atrocity being committed, or someone getting hurt. Like what the
Yep.
like people keep saying, "Oh, you gotta film it. Oh, you gotta film it. Oh, you gotta film it." Yeah, but what do you do after that foot once you're done filming it? You share it on social media, but you
Yeah.
don't share but you
That's
don't
what they
share
do.
but you don't share it with the local authorities, the people
Yep.
who actually have the power to do something about that. Or I'm like what does filming it accomplish anything with especially when you're not the one intervening, or without, or it goes without your intervention. Now I'm not saying everybody has to be a superhero, and I'm not saying everybody should, you know, everybody should do something about it. But dude, if there's a group of people and there's a perpetrator beating up on somebody, you are the many where he is the few.
Hmm.
You can pull that person off that person. And I've seen a total lack of people pulling people back from a fight
Yep.
recently. It's
Yeah, because
become a
they're all videotaping it.
it's all now spectacle. They're like, we like to call it bystander syndrome, but no, it's now spectacle syndrome at this point.
Well, it's a result of reality TV. I mean, we've been uh, not indoctrinated, but we've been
Desensitized.
uh, well, I was going to say we've been pacified into this type of reaction where you see something, your immediate reaction is just to keep watching.
Mm-hmm.
So and take no action. So while that person's being being bludgeoned, you just watch and you start to videotape it because you do it for the clicks. So I mean, we can sit here and we can go on about how social media has
It's
been,
like how they
damaging.
share somebody doing, like, this is this person doing this is that, share this all over. So I'm like, but not, but what does that help? Because that person's still hurting that person, and you're standing there
Yeah,
with the camera.
yeah. We're vastly becoming a TikTok society. Is where we're going. I mean, before you had social media, you had music videos, and
Mm-hmm.
before music videos, you had you know I mean, there wasn't a whole lot. I mean, you went out, you watched the movie. As we roll back the clock, as we go back towards 1950, how we socialized as groups was very different. Now that we're in 2021, where we instantly communicate through social media, through social platforms like Zoom, Skype. Uh, Everything is so instantaneous. That's why they're pushing this stuff so hard. Because if you have a question, you can go search for it and come to your own conclusion. That's why they keep trying to push these woke narratives as hard as they can, because they're trying to keep everyone corralled in the same space. It's harder to do that now because now you can find dissenting opinions into something they don't like. So, and that goes with pop culture too. I mean, that's why they came down on these groups the way they did on YouTube, when you had these articles of how the alt right infiltrated, pop culture or geek culture or whatnot. There's no infiltration. It's people having common sense conversations. But I also find that the more of these conversations you have, the more ideas you start to get, and it propels you in a creative direction. A lot of these people don't like, because they still want you to buy their stuff, but they want you to buy their discount version of it, and still, with 100% markup. So, and that's the thing. It's what they did with Captain Marvel. It's what they're gonna do with Eternals, and what they're gonna do with Star Wars, and they're doing it with all these other IPs. I don't know what Highlander will look like, if we're still talking popular culture. But I can tell you, because it is 2021, we're definitely not going to get something that's not going to be infected to some extent with this type of ideology, that they can uh, make more money with less content. That's what it is. So, is Henry Cavill going to be the Highlander? We don't know.
We don't know that yet.
But
Yeah, we don't know.
yeah, we don't know that yet. But we know we'll get some edgy director. We know the type of narratives that play in 2021 versus
I would be
1980.
surprised if they try to get a woman to direct it. I guarantee you they're going to try to get a woman to direct it simply because
Yep, yep,
that's what they're
yep,
going to
yep.
get. There
There
was a
could be
woman.
only one.
Yeah.
Well, we
There's
know.
I, I,
one.
Well, we know for
look,
Yeah.
2021 we can't have a Henry Cavill be the leading role. So the question is who is going to be the leading actor? We don't know.
oh, they probably gonna have him try to die in the beginning of the first act of the movie, and then pass off to a woman.
Yes, a woman
Yep.
or some black guy or a black person,
Yep.
some black person.
Oh, they're not gonna be.
We don't
It's not
know.
gonna be a black guy. It's gonna be a black woman, definitely, but not no
Ah,
black
yes,
guy.
yes,
Yeah,
Remember
some
Finn?
definitely.
cardboard cutout.
Yes.
Yeah,
Remember
some cardboard cutout that. Oh, this is what we have for you to digest now. So because I mean it's what it
because
is.
remember Finn? They still said nothing about Finn being shrunken and then later erased from the promotion in China. They said nothing nobody said anything about Finn being given the shaft, apart from those who got some sense and
Hmm.
realized that Finn did get the short end of the stick apart from character development. He has no character other than Simp for Ray throughout
Yep.
Yes.
this whole. I hate to go back to Star Wars and Disney and all that. I'm trying to get away from that, but I need to say this right now, considering that you guys mentioned a black man. Like that's not. I'm just telling you guys right now, that is not going to happen. It's not going to be a black man that's going to be the successor to the let's just say the Ramirez aspect of Henry Cavill, who's going to die. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Who's going to die and probably pass off his quickening energy to his new successor. It's going like they always like even if you really want it to be a black man, they're not going to allow that because he's a man.
Yeah.
I
Right.
keep
Exactly. Yes.
I keep telling you guys this. I keep telling you that, and this is the reason why I don't co-sign. This is why I don't co-sign to this. This is the reason why I don't co-sign to to any of these social movements because the moment the man like like you like yeah. Sorry, let me get my thoughts together because I'm getting heated. Let me try to cool off a little bit. Okay, I'm ready. So like the moment they talk about, oh, we need a strong black guy. Oh no, we can't have that. He can't be strong.
He can't be
Oh
strong.
well, here's the thing. Unless the man looks meek and weak, that's
He
probably
can't
what's
be
going to happen.
Heimdall. He can't be
But
Luke
if
Cage.
yeah,
He
yep.
can't be Blade.
But yeah. If that was if that was introduced in mind, that's not going to happen. They're going to replace that with a black woman or possibly a black non-binary woman,
Yes.
or
Yes.
or if he's Billy Porter, which heaven forbid it's Billy Porter that's going to be a successor to Henry Cavill. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. Exactly.
It's gonna have to be a black Chad because again, you can't have a strong black man anymore.
Because
That that
they
that's a
say
new
that
frontier right there.
they
So
say they want to be inclusive until the man part gets introduced, and then suddenly they want to
they
eradicate
want
the
to
men.
backpedal.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
They want to
like
back.
and of course again they only show their concern, their trust, and their that they hold out their hand the moment the man dies.
Yes.
Of course.
Exactly.
But I
So what?
asked, but I'm gonna get done, Leia. Jump in after me. But
Okay.
I asked this. Now, what if I died? I was raising no gang. I didn't go out and sell no dope. I didn't run around looking for no dope. I didn't threaten no pregnant woman and ransacked her house.
Oh goodness.
I went to college. Yes, I dropped out, but I went to college nonetheless. I stayed to the books. I didn't sag my pants. What will happen if I die? Will I be immortalized or will I be just forgotten? Because the good ones that do die, oh, we are invisible to them, especially our little black boys that get killed by black crooks. We are very invisible to them, but thankfully there are people out there who still remembers us. And even and
Hmm.
God forbid, God forbid I go about my day and I happen upon a situation that's happening and I have to step in and I lose my life over it. There ain't gonna be no five funerals for me, no $5 million
Yep.
heading over to my family tree. Why? Because I chose to stop a crime. No, I'm not out there raising my fists, shaving the side of my head, looking like a baby doll with purple lipstick and rainbow lipstick on top of my top lip. Excuse me.
No, that's understandable. Oh,
No, yeah, that's understandable.
oh,
You're
yeah.
not considering yourself non-binary and all that good stuff.
I was going to tell him.
Good,
I was
Leia.
going to make this. Oh,
Go ahead.
I was going to make the statement. This would be my final one. I must, guys. This has been great, but I have to exit out now for the evening. So
Lucky for you,
I have
we're
to
gonna
go.
wrap it up now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, yeah.
great. Yeah.
Because I
I
gotta
just want to
go
say.
at 1.2.
I just, well, very short. I just want to say that what we need is someone to come in, an independent filmmaker, and say, I am going to make the movie I want to make. If Twitter, you don't like it, don't buy a ticket. But I am going to make my film my way with my cast and my script and nothing else. And all that woke, throw that wokeness out the window and just do their own project. You know why? Because that's what Twitter fears. Because they know if they get a filmmaker like that, it will be a hit. And that's what they
Oh
don't
yeah.
want. That's why people have got to start thinking for themselves and get off
You
of
know
that
what?
Twitter
Independent.
train.
Also independent creators need to.
What's that?
But
We need a we need our own treasury of away from Hollywood.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
they got to cut away from Hollywood because
Hmm.
Hollywood is
So
it's lost its soul.
so long
So
as we have our own treasury to protect us on back investments and shield us from any arbitrary investments or money given to us
Uh,
or offered to us arbitrarily, we'll be independent creators will be fine. Which is why we do have some things working that we could take advantage of, which a
hmm.
lot of people have got this mentioned this too. Patreon, Subscribe Star, even though Patreon is a bit sketchy nowadays
Oh yeah.
with their policies and stuff. Stick. To, I'm going to make a Subscribe Star pretty
Hmm.
soon. Telegram, I think Telegram does that stuff too, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The Telegram is cool because if you actually set up your Telegram, you can actually do a live show on Telegram, and it's just a conference call, and you have your admin, and then what's really cool about that is you can get it to a point where your admin can select people to go ahead and ask questions, and they ask your question, and then you answer and all that stuff. So I mean, there's a lot to be said for a lot of the alt platforms that are now becoming popular, and it's going to stay that way as long as these platforms allow for I don't want to say diversity of opinion, but allow for opinions to be stated. Because as long as you're able to do that, you're going to have an audience. I mean, people are going to gravitate to that.
Yep. Yep. So with that being said, I'm not gonna do the traditional goodbyes, but I will thank you guys for being. Well, this is a Monday something nothing stream. This ain't the US. This ain't the Will Commander Rambles today.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm not
I
gonna do
know
a
it
damn
was so
hell.
random. It was so random. I woke up. I was like, "Oh yeah," I'm like, "I could do it." I'm like, "I could do it."
Trooper, can you answer that question real quick?
Let's see. Let me look out at because I'm on my cell phone. Um,
I'll read it to you. Doesn't Twitter own
uh,
from Eloise? Doesn't
mm,
Twitter own Telegram or was it Signal?
at this point, it doesn't matter because as long as they're letting you voice your opinion, that's what matters. If you want to stay on Twitter, stay on Twitter. If you want to use was it Safe Key or Signal at that point, it's up to you. What I'm getting at is that's where the money is going to flow. So
Hmm.
as long as they're letting you voice your opinion, and I'm not saying go and be a weirdo. I'm saying use your brain, have a smart opinion, make sure that any information that you come across, you check, and it rings true. That's what you want, because guess what? We outsourced a lot of our stuff to foreign countries. So yeah, if let's put it this way, if Binance has their services in China, unfortunately, that's going to have to be a thing. You're just going to have to deal with it till there's another platform whose servers are not in China, and that you're allowed to use. In terms of say like cryptocurrencies. Like some people use Coinbase, some people use like I said, Binance. I was using Phoenix because their servers are in Singapore, but that's a whole long process as far as being able to use your coin. Anyway, just to boil it down, as long as you're able to voice your opinion and you can have that opinion, that's what you want because
And you
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 want to
see in the
steer the ship.
description.
Yeah, you want to steer the ship. You don't want the ship to go ahead and decide where you're going, which is
I was gonna say
what a
you
lot
see
of
in the
these
description
companies are
for this
doing.
type of stream. For this type of stream, yeah, I am. If you guys ever had that question, which I'm pretty sure you didn't, but yeah, to answer a question, that non-existent question that you asked, yes, I'm copying Ishi, the whole Monday nothing stream, Friday nothing stream, Sunday nothing, whatever. I'm just rebranded it as something nothing. There you go. I'm like Mr. McDowell from Come to America. They have the golden arcs. We have the golden arches with the green box and everything.
Mm,
But yeah, I like doing this too. Just to wind down and just basically talk. You know what I'm saying?
yep.
This was a nice. I did this on a whim. I just wanted to. I was like, eh. I know tomorrow we're going live on Tuesday, but like, there's some things I need to get
Yeah.
off my chest.
That's
Oh,
okay.
I
It's
feel I
fun
am girl.
sometimes to just talk it off.
God,
Hey,
that was such a waste, dude. And then everybody like an echo chamber already going on about the freaking Philam girl, and I'm like, don't y'all have any other things to do than to make clicks? I'm like, oh wait, that's how you do make your money. Okay, so I get it.
yeah.
Because a lot of people don't really pay attention to the fact that some of these content creators under the old model
And I
make
only talked about the
well,
name thing only for a day because because like in the exact same night, people brought up the fact that her name translated to that word. I
yeah.
was like,
I mean,
what?
that's how quick this stuff moves. So I mean,
Hmm.
if you
The
literally
Filipino,
rely
the
if
Filipino
you rely on
brought it up actually.
yeah if you rely on YouTube to make $500,000 a year, that's what you're gonna do. So I mean, that's just to kind of give you an idea of how, and not everyone, everyone says, "Oh, I wish I made as much money as that person." But yeah, like some of the
I
old
advise
school creators,
anybody to check out
they make a
Gotha's
good chunk of
video
money.
about that because she spit some truth on making money being a it's called making money being a quote unquote controversial YouTuber.
Hmm.
That's our latest video she put out today, and it was very insightful, especially
Yeah,
what
yeah,
she said about make about the thought process that you should be having when you're making content, as
yep,
in see, excuse me.
good.
Oh, he stepped
Sorry,
away for a minute. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
too much
Mhm.
too much activity in the background.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, what I was gonna say, I'm gonna quote her and what she said in that video. She said, if you're in the if you're doing this content with the idea of making money, you're doing it wrong. In fact, what she said, the way how I see it sometimes, I see the money as a reward for bringing out good content, as in the philosophy should be the philosophy should be make good content and seeing people rewarding you for doing a great job
Yeah, I agree.
at best, like the money that people are investing into you is the reward that they're giving you for always giving a good job, especially whatever is platform that you're trying to build upon or brand.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
are it's the whole supply and demand.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Supply and demand, basically. She's speaking supply and demand, and Eloise has another question, and then we'll start wrapping. We'll wrap up now. But she's asked which one was it you used, Telegram or Signal? I haven't used Telegram yet.
I use Telegram for a lot of the stuff I follow. You're gonna find a lot of people have already migrated. Forget about Parler, forget about Rumble. I know conservatives are
Hmm.
pushing Rumble. Oh, Rumble. Here's my thing. Rumble is the same as Parler. And the thing about Parler, a lot of people tend to forget, is that when you would sign up for a Parler account, they ask for a lot of personal information. Now, if you know
Yep.
anything about Parlor, you know that it has a lot of uh, big, big dollar conservative money being invested into it. Why? Because the terms and service, uh, Parlor could sell their information to, say, the GOP. Well, how's better to find out if you're, for 45 and exploit you to donate money to their cause than by buying a list of accounts from places like Parlor. Rumble does the same thing. When you sign up for Rumble, you give a lot of personal information away. That's why I don't like Rumble. I don't use it. I don't advocate for it. If you're already using a YouTube account, you can link up to library and use Odyssey. I think Odyssey is great. They're coming after Odyssey because they have their own crypto, and that's their model as to how, as a content creator, as to how you end up getting, money or donations for your good philosophy and content that, Wolf just talked about. So that's why I push Odyssey, push Telegram, MeWe, because it's not Facebook. That's the only reason I talk about MeWe, because it's not Facebook. So it's not
Yep.
like MeWe is sitting there influencing elections with Zuckerberg money, if you will. So,
Right. And I'll
same with
even
Twitter.
I freely admit that yes, I'm still on Twitter. Yes, I'm still on Facebook. Facebook mostly because I still connect to family there. Not really.
Yeah.
I'm not always on there all the time. I only chime in when I check in on the buzz around the Facebook groups that were created. In the case of Professor, he already shut down the Professor Geek Facebook group. He has since created a new one. I don't know what the policies are for that one or
Hmm.
what is it that he's okay with. But other than that, when it comes to the YouTube Facebook group, that's still going. I think that's Ma Pacelli's thing, right? So that's still standing for now. For
I'm
now,
not. I'm
that's
not.
it.
I'm not sure.
I think
Like, I'm not on
she did
Facebook.
create it. Ma Pacelli created it. So she's obviously keeping that up. I haven't heard anything about her shutting that down, but Professor has shut it down for his own reasons. Check out the video because he did make a video about it. He did
Yeah,
make
I
a
did.
video. Yeah, I saw your comment on that one. Um, I'm on Twitter because I'm still sitting around laughing at the bullshit, and some people are still following me so that they could. I'm waiting for anybody who wants to contact me for any ideas or any questions or whatever. They know who I
Hmm.
am. Of
is
course,
the
I'm on my.
professor
Huh?
is the professor shutting down the page on MeWe? I know your page.
I don't know about that.
Okay,
I think it's still up. I'm checking it right now. It's still there.
I didn't see a video on that page, so
I wouldn't
I
Yeah.
see
wasn't
a reason
sure.
to. I wouldn't see a reason to do the MeWe page. I mean, unless he thinks there's no activity on either one and that warrants having one. So,
Yeah.
but
But yeah, yeah, I'm still on Twitter for that reason. I'm not sitting here waiting for Twitter to be better or anything. Just I'm just there to see what new BS to really poke fun at them about. Mostly that's the reason why I only bring it up from Twitter because I like to really poke fun about it because I'm like, really, this is what you guys care about?
well, and unfortunately, it's I hate to say it's one particular political ideology right now that pretty much seems to be all over that particular Twitter space. And what all that really does is it really tells me that if Jack really wanted to put a kibosh on that, he would have a long time ago. So,
Right.
so
One thing I will say was go. I didn't have a Twitter account beforehand. Had not Tumblr decides to self censor. Let's just go with that. To completely self censor, I probably would never have gotten a Twitter in the first place. And
mhm.
I tend to look at these common disasters that we're facing these days as I, I'm beginning to start seeing them as a blessing because at this point, had Tumblr not did what it did, I probably would never met any any mostly any of those who I know so far on through Twitter and YouTube,
Hmm.
I never would have met Ishi or Kat, uh, Owen. When probably never met Owen. I was like, oh, I'm looking back at it now. I'm like, you know what? It's true what they say. Everything tends to happen for a reason. As much as we don't like it. So
Yeah.
like especially the Facebook group. Like the Facebook group probably would never have been made. The Professor Geek Facebook group. I never would have met Trooper, Leia, on MeWe. In the case of Trooper, MeWe,
Yeah.
Sam Proctor. Probably like none of you guys would probably wouldn't be here today. I guess had Tumblr not did what it did, or in the
Yeah.
case of 2020's happening, of course, we probably would never
Oh
have.
yeah.
We probably. I like to say this though. I do like to say this though. We probably would have arrived
At the same
here
conclusion.
at some point
Hmm.
a lot longer had not these events happened. I probably would have met you maybe 13 years from now,
Yeah.
or Leia maybe 20 years from now. So
Perhaps.
I like I said, some things do happen for a reason, guys. So as much as we tend to voice our dissent, our discontent towards this stuff, we do have to be very thankful for where we are now, pushing forward, especially with these quote unquote hard times happening to our culture and stuff.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's why I'm going to leave it off on before I shoot myself on the foot and start sounding like a maniac. So everybody, say goodnight, Trooper.
Yeah. Hey guys, it's Trooper FN2525. Hey, it was great. Thank you for hanging out on Monday of all
No, we're
days
done.
for just a free thought stream. Just talk about what we usually, talk about behind the green door, behind the green room, privately. It's kind of nice, kind of sharing those ideas with everyone here on the channel. If you happen to like this content, like, share, subscribe, smash that like button. Also, if you want more of us, we're on MeWe, MeWe.com. You can always find us there. I'm always posting a lot of non-pop culture stuff, so there's always that. So
Yeah, be on the lookout for that. He talk a lot of shit,
yeah, I do. It's good stuff
but
because
he
I know
down.
my stuff.
But he down for a white dude. No, I take that back. He pretty fly for a white guy.
Right. They turned that into a
The
song.
love of the Lady of Valor.
Well, I want to thank everyone for coming to this impromptu chat. I enjoyed myself and all of you. If, as Trooper said, if you like what we said or you have any suggestions on what you'd like to see more content of or anything we missed that you want to add, please add them in the remarks below. Other than that, I hope you all have a good evening. And I just want to give a little shout out that I am going to be a guest on the Professor's Hero Inspiration stream this Wednesday night at,
Yay!
at 10 o'clock.
Oh wow!
So,
Look at you, big time.
so it is quite an honor to be interviewed by the professor. So this is quite an honor. So I hope to see you all there. And until then, I'll see you
Cool,
all
cool.
tomorrow night where we are going to be discussing horror. So get
Yep,
ready for
yep.
that one.
Definitely talking about horror.
The good type, not the $5
Thanks.
type you can find on the
Yeah,
corner.
definitely gonna be talking about Quiet Place here and there too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Though I will be discreet about
Hmm.
it for those who haven't seen it yet. Anyways, good night, everybody.